source for news. Now back to our coverage of strike on Iraq.
Good evening again, everyone. We spent so much time in these last days together with our eyes fixed on Baghdad and Basra, the battle for Qasr. You've seen the protests today unfold in New York and San Francisco, other places too. But here are a few other communities to keep in your thoughts. Keep Bloomington, Illinois, and Waterville, Maine, Harrison County, Mississippi, La Mesa, California. Places all over the country linked by an invisible chain. They are the hometowns of some of the troops killed in Iraq, places remembering their heroes tonight, and we'll remember some of them as well over the next few hours together. We begin with a reminder that sometimes the worst can happen, not just on the front lines, but in the back lines as well. There are a number of difficult incidents to report on today and this evening that have been unfolding really in the last hour or so. One of them, Carl Penhall, who's one of our embedded correspondents, has been dealing with. He's with the Army's 5th Corps. That's the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment, and they apparently came under attack today. Carl, begin, because I haven't done a very good job of it, by locating yourself as best you can. Where are you now?
Hi, good morning to you all. It's morning now here in northern Kuwait. I'm with the 11th Helicopter Attack Regiment Task Force, and we're inside Kuwait, inside northern Kuwait, approximately 15 miles from the berm. That's the border with Iraq, Aaron.
Okay, now let's talk about what happened and how long ago it happened.
We're talking now approximately 2 hours ago. Those were the hours of darkness. It was about 3:30, nearly 4 o'clock local time when it happened. I was in bed at the time, as were most of the troops here that are still left at this base camp. And what really happened at that point was suddenly there was the resounding boom of 2 U.S. Patriot missiles as they went off. These Patriot missiles are fired out in batteries of 2, and we heard this resounding boom, boom, and then from that, one of the soldiers at who was on duty at the time looked out of the tent door, saw red flashes going up into the sky, and at that point, we heard across the telephones that linked the tents and the command posts, the tinny sound of the telephones going, and the call came over gas, gas, gas. The commanders over the phone did confirm that an incoming Iraqi missile had been detected, and it was that the U.S. Patriot missiles had been sent up to destroy. Commanders did confirm a hit on that missile, so that the Iraqi missile, was destroyed in flight. Typically, these Patriot missiles will hit the incoming missiles at one of the highest points of their flight, but there is still a danger there of debris, and also, of course, from any chemical or biological agents that those missiles may be carrying. We all were in gas masks at that point with the gas call. We donned gas masks. But after about 50 minutes of that, it was confirmed that no chemical agents were detected. It was also confirmed that Iraqi missile was fully destroyed, Aaron.
Has there been this sort of incident before?
There has, Aaron, particularly in this region, not specifically at this camp, but about 48 hours ago at a camp about 50 kilometers, 30 miles from here. There were those kind of incidents. That was a different ball game, though, in many senses, because you'll remember 48 hours ago, the ground war hadn't started. That was before U.S. troops had crossed the berm, before U.S. troops had entered Iraq. And now, obviously, with U.S. troops so deep inside Iraq, it's somewhat more surprising that Iraqi missiles are still within range of these camps in northern Kuwait. So U.S. Army personnel here in northern Kuwait are still analyzing and trying to figure out, first of all, what kind of missile it was, and secondly, where those missile emplacements may be. Because obviously, if they're still in range of U.S. base camps here in northern Kuwait, one of the main things that the U.S. Army will want to do now is detect those and go out and destroy them, Aaron.
And Just again, just to put the headline on this, everybody is fine. The missile was destroyed, and what you got was a very bad scare, and what it raises is a number of, excuse me, interesting and difficult questions. Fair enough?
Exactly, that's correct, yes. Incoming missile destroyed, no chemical agents detected, no damage, no injuries, and it must be said, as far as the U.S. troops here, all have been through these types of drills many, many times, and a lot of them, in fact, because it was nighttime, simply donned their gas masks, got back into the sleeping bag, went back to sleep for the 40 or 50 minutes that the chemical alert lasted. So that was even more surprising than the attack itself, I think, Aaron.
You gotta love them. Carl, thanks a lot. Carl Penhall, you've had quite a night. Thank you very much. The other developing story that's been going on, if you are just coming into the coverage of the day's events, there was an attack or an incident. I'm not precisely sure what the right word is here, particularly as the facts unfold. At Camp Pennsylvania, where the 101st Airborne is, 13 Americans were injured in this incident. But that's, believe me, not the half of it as it unfolds. Charles Clover is with the Financial Times. He's embedded up there in Kuwait with at Camp Pennsylvania, and he's on the phone. Let's just put the lead on this. What's the lead right now on this story?
Well, we're being we're being a bit limited in what we can release at the moment. I mean, there's a lot of us in the camp saw what happened and know a lot more than we can say at the moment, because I'm an embedded journalist, and so I'm subject to some rules that normal journalists aren't. But the main information is still that a U.S. soldier is being held and questioned in connection with what is definitely what was an attack on the command structure of the 1st Brigade of the 101st Airborne here in Camp Pennsylvania. And the main, I mean, the most of the information comes from what we saw and what was later confirmed in a briefing by the commander, Colonel Ben Hedges, who's the commander of the 1st Brigade, who, confirmed most of the details that we already knew and allowed us to release some of the information already.
All right. I'm sorry,
Charles. A lot
Charles.
more will probably be coming out in the next few hours. Yes.
Just go ahead and tell me the details that you can tell me. What happened? What you saw? What happened?
Well, I had started. We were all sleeping in tents, and suddenly there are 3 loud explosions in succession right nearby. What we're used to is having surface-to-surface missile or Scud alerts where sirens go off. We all grab our gas masks and helmets and flak jackets and jump into bunkers outside the tent perimeter. So that's what we did. But the anomaly was that there were no sirens this time. There was just the explosions, and we weren't sure what they were. We assumed they were missile hits or something like that. After a few minutes, it became clear that there were people inside the tent perimeter that knew something that we didn't. We were outside in the bunkers, and we were being told to come back into the tent perimeter, and they were obviously searching for an attacker inside the perimeter or just outside. So suddenly everybody's potentially a target. A bit of confusion. The soldiers acted very professionally, though, quickly brought order to the situation. The training kicked in, even though it later turned out a number of their commanders had been wounded in the attack. What had happened was somebody had thrown 3 grenades into 1 grenade each into 3 tents where some of the commanding officers were sleeping. The grenades, at least 2 of the grenades exploded. 13 soldiers had fragmentation injuries. 2 of them had also been shot. So there was some small arms fire as well. Later on, I witnessed an American soldier being detained and questioned. It was later confirmed that he was indeed a suspect and in the attack, And you know, the theory. Yeah, I mean, I can't really say too much about it, but the main theory is that that he was the perpetrator or among the perpetrators.
Do they?
There are search patrols still fanning out across the camp to try and find out if there were anybody else involved.
Okay, and I'm going to ask questions, and I know you may or may not be able to answer them, and if you can't, say so, and we'll move on quickly. Do they suspect there is more than one perpetrator?
I can't really say that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I get it. Well, in any case, they are trying to sort that out, and they are looking for it. All calm there now.
All is calm here now. I mean, the soldiers are obviously, you know, everybody here knows that one of their own was detained in this.
What was the reaction to that?
You know, that he's a suspect.
What was the reaction to that?
I would say shock, complete disbelief. You know, soldiers just wandering around saying it's crazy, it's crazy. You know, it's insane.
As you've been,
nobody can really believe this.
You've been up there for a while. Did you see any? Has it been a particularly tense? I mean, the whole situation is tense. Obviously, was there anything that seemed out of sorts up there, out of the ordinary up there?
I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say that. I mean, these guys are all professionals. I mean, they're obviously a bit antsy about getting involved in the war, but most of them really,
sure,
want to do it. And they're here to, and I would say the only source of sort of nervousness and anxiety is when are we going to get there? Because at the moment the front is very far away, and we're still in Kuwait, and that was really the only. I wouldn't say that there's a lot of tension except for just sort of, your usual everyday give and take between the officers and the NCOs and the enlisted men about, where's this piece of equipment and stuff like that, That's the only sort of tension I've witnessed.
Okay, Charles, as you can both develop and release more information, we'll talk to you again. Thank you for your good work. Charles Clovers with the Financial Times and one of the embedded correspondents. And I'm sure he never imagined that the first filing that he was going to do on all of this would involve an incident where an American soldier is the suspect in an incident where 13 other Americans are hospitalized, 2 with gunshot injuries, the others with fragment injuries from hand grenades. Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon. Retired General Wes Clark is with me in Atlanta, and let me bring you both in. Jamie, there are 2 incidents on the table, and we might as well start with the one we were talking about just now, the Camp Pennsylvania incident. Can you add anything to that at all?
Well, I mean, there's a word for what happened here. It's called fragging, which is to attack or assault a fellow soldier with a fragmentary device or a grenade. It was something that, we used to hear about happening back in the Vietnam War when disgruntled soldiers were seeking retribution against their commanders. I mean, that's clearly what's happened here. Now, the question is, what is the motivation? Is it, in fact, a disgruntled soldier who's unhappy about the way he was treated? Is there a political motive? Is there a terrorist motive? It's obviously a shocking development and not something that is very common in today's military, where where all of the people serving there are volunteers. We can only speculate about it. I can just tell you that they don't really even have many details back here at the Pentagon. One of the phenomena we're seeing is that it takes several hours for this information to work its way back through the chain of command, and since we have access to sources of information that are almost instantaneous, we're hearing things from the embedded reporters long before anybody here at the Pentagon knows whether they're true or accurate.
I think it is fair to say, just as we listen to Charlie tell the story, that there is more known right now than he's able to report, given the rules of the game that he can report now. That reporting, as he said, will probably be released in short order, but they're trying to assemble as much information as they can. I don't want to leave this yet, Jamie, and move on to the other, but I do want to bring General Clark in. It's hard to almost know what the question is to ask you, except to say, first of all, your reaction to it. You must be...
Well, shock,
yeah,
anger,
yeah,
concern, concern first for the people who've been injured. Secondly, for the combat status, ready status of the brigade. It sounds like they went after the brigade commander's tent or the battalion commander's tents or something. So before that brigade can move, got to sort out who's in charge and what happened and so forth. So it definitely throws a crimp in it. I'd like to know why the chain of command, if this is true, why didn't we know this guy was on a short fuse?
Yeah.
What was it about the unit? There are a lot of questions that people will ask, but right now the major thing is settle this down, get the unit back on an even keel. If you have to put in replacement officers for those who've been injured, do so. Let them get a grip on the unit before you take it out to war.
In general, good to have you with us again tonight. It's a tough way to say hello. Jamie, back to you. The other incident, the one that Carl Penhall was reporting on, do you have anything more on that?
Not really,
Okay.
Aaron. At this point, it's, you know, what the main focus here at the Pentagon is what's going on with the war, and what is going on essentially is that the U.S. and British forces are slowly, methodically on the ground, chipping away at the Iraqi opposition and making their way on what is clearly looking like it might be the climax of this campaign in Baghdad.
In 3 days, lead elements of the U.S. and British invasion force have crossed the Euphrates River and pushed more than 150 miles into Iraq, about halfway to Baghdad. But Turkey's refusal to host U.S. troops has left a key military objective unmet, opening a northern front. That means the vital Kirkuk oil fields north of Baghdad remain unsecured and vulnerable to sabotage. Pentagon sources say it will be days before the shock and awe air campaign can neutralize Iraq's air defenses to the point that U.S. troops can be flown in. Meanwhile, the ships with equipment bound for Turkey have been ordered to Kuwait. In the south, the U.S. strategy is to speed the advance on Baghdad by capturing as few Iraqi prisoners as possible and avoiding taking major cities, including Basra.
In cases where we can bypass or isolate and continue the operation forward and hope then that that element or that location falls without pitched combat, I think that's in everyone's best interest.
Images from the battlefield show the U.S. military is basically having its way with Iraq's poorly equipped and demoralized frontline forces. Even so, at some southern cities, such as Al-Naziriyah and Basra, U.S. forces have encountered Iraqi troops who are fighting and inflicting casualties before giving up. U.S. commanders believe those Iraqi forces may include Republican Guard elements designed to stiffen their will. But aside from 9 oil well fires set in the Rumaila oil fields before the ground war began, so far U.S. troops have encountered no nightmare tactics, including no chemical or biological weapons.
There will be surprises, but we have not yet seen them.
The psychological campaign appears to be paying off. This satellite photograph released by the U.S. Central Command shows what appears to be 700 Iraqi troops lined up in the desert, just as U.S. leaflets instructed them to do if they wanted to surrender.
Leaders from several regular Army divisions surrendered to coalition forces, and their units abandoned their equipment and returned to their homes, just as the coalition had instructed.
More details have been provided on how the war unfolded, with U.S. and British special forces taking down Iraqi military outposts and seizing key oil terminals where weapons and explosives were found. This photograph shows an Iraqi ship that was discovered attempting to lay mines in the northern Persian Gulf, while here a U.S. AC-130 gunship sinks an Iraqi patrol boat with a devastating blast of cannon fire.
And Aaron, just to put this in perspective, the U.S. forces on the ground have moved farther than any single movement in the 1991 Persian Gulf War, and they've done it in a quarter of the time. And I will add just one thing about that Patriot missile intercept. You know, in 1991, the Patriot missile was seen as a big hero of that Gulf War. But in fact, after the war, we discovered that it was really ineffective against Scuds. But a lot of research has gone into that, a lot of improvements in this new so-called PAC-3 version of the Patriot, which uses hit-to-kill technology actually does seem to work, and that might have made the difference in this incident. Aaron?
Jamie, thank you. I think the other day, somebody in Kuwait, I think it was someone said that in the Kuwait case, they were 4 for 4 with Patriots. They'd throw 4 up there or 4 blasts of them. I think they go up in pairs, don't they? And and they'd knock four missiles out.
Yeah, well, one thing we should be careful of, they gave us the same sort of statistics last time, and they turned out not to be accurate. Now, there's a lot more evidence this time that these really work, so we'll have to review the evidence afterwards, but it does appear that they do have an effective anti-missile defense on the ground this time, which they didn't have last time.
Jamie, thank you very much. Jamie McIntyre has got the watch again tonight at the Pentagon for a while. There was a point today where I flipped on the TV set, and as you take a look at Baghdad on a Sunday morning there, and I saw that our colleague Nick Robertson had gotten out of Iraq and had made his way across the border, and we'd be lying if we said we didn't. We care about our guys. They're our friends and our colleagues. Nick's with us now to talk a bit about his journey out. Nick was expelled along with the whole CNN team. CNN is the world's television network. It's what they watch in Iraq, and they don't necessarily like what they see. Nick, we thought you did pretty good work.
Apparently not good enough or too bad, one of the two anyway, whatever it was, Aaron. The Iraq's Minister of Information told us he was closing our office and we were going to have to leave. It was interesting coming out of the city today. You know, we got a chance to look around. Our government minder, who's always at our elbow whenever we're out there, was in a different car, so we were able to take a better look at the city. We were able to see all the Ba'ath Party activists who were out on the streets loitering sort of menacingly, really, with machine guns, Kalashnikovs on street corners, manning barricades and small sort of trenches. Now, some of these guys were young men, perhaps 16, 17 years old. Some of them much older. They didn't really look like a fighting force, more a sort of home guard, not the sort of thing, not the sort of force you'd put out on the streets if you had the United States Army headed towards your front door. But that's the force that we saw out around Baghdad, more of a home guard. Now, as we left the city, the main checkpoint coming into the city, you would think it would perhaps be heavily fortified. Just one guard on each side of the road. That a surprise. And as we left Baghdad and headed west to Jordan, fewer and fewer military installations along the road. The real impression we got, Aaron, was that Baghdad is the place that Iraq wants to defend. That's where we saw the majority of the military capability that we saw this particular day. Aaron?
Nick, I know you're not crazy about talking about yourself here, but let me ask you a couple of questions. Were they threatening at all to you when they told you it's time to get out?
It was very clear that we had to go. When we went back to the Ministry of Information to see the Information Minister to petition him personally, and we were literally shouted at by his deputy, the director at the press center, who said that we were worse than the American administration, and screamed at us at the top of his voice in the press center so everyone could hear, "Get out of Iraq, get out of Iraq now." It was getting on towards nightfall, and it was just too dangerous to drive up what used to be known as Scud Alley at night, so we decided to stay, and he told us that if we did stay, we'd be staying illegally. Now, a number of his deputies did take a much kinder position, although they couldn't go against him. They just sort of gave us the nod and the wink that if you stay, you'll be okay. It's clear, Aaron, at this time that there's real pressure on some of those senior Ba'ath Party officials, the people who will be, who will perhaps be among those who, if they're still around when coalition forces arrive in Baghdad, may well find themselves being rounded up, and may very well feel themselves under threat from Iraqis who will be angry with the Ba'ath Party. Aaron?
A couple more, Nick. Was it a specific thing you filed, or was it something about the coverage generally that seemed to have them so upset?
It wasn't any specific thing. If one looks back at CNN's track record in Iraq, we have had an office there going back to the last Gulf War. We're the only Western news organization that's done that. Yet in the last few months, we've found that a number of correspondents have been banned from coming to Baghdad. Richard Roth from the UN, Chief International Correspondent, Christian Amanpour, our own Wolf Blitzer, and then they banned our own Baghdad Bureau Chief, Jane Araf. So it's been progressive situation. Other news organizations have been able to have greater numbers of representatives. We've been restricted to 4 international staff. They've just really given us a very hard time. What it appears, and what we've seen in the last few days, Iraqi officials have had to come out and, for their own domestic audience, try and explain away images that have been appearing on CNN. Images such as Iraqi soldiers surrendering, images such as Bradley fighting vehicles plowing through the Iraqi desert headed towards Baghdad. They have got a lot of pressure on them at this time. So while they came to us with a number of issues that they said pointed to our lack of professionalism, really these were fabricated, unfounded notions that, when discussed with our other colleagues, they just laugh at it, Aaron. It's clear there's a huge amount of pressure on them. It's exceptionally disappointing for our team. We've worked tremendously hard to be there. We think it's hugely important to be in Baghdad at this critical time, and we will all reflect on this for a while.
I don't think we've shown it yet, but there's a shot of you and your group as you come across the border, and there's someone there to meet you, and there's a big hug exchanged. I know you're frustrated that you're not back in Baghdad. I know you well enough, but it must have been nice just to be safe.
It's always a great feeling, Aaron, to feel that you're safe, but if you give in to that, then it kind of gets comfortable and maybe you don't want to go back. And I would like to go back, and I will only do it when I feel it's as safe as we've been up until now. I don't think that there was any threat on our lives, if you will. I think the biggest threat was that if we overstayed our welcome anymore, we could have well ended up in jail, and I don't think that's the right place to be at this time in an unpredictable situation, and somewhere that may well turn out to be a coalition target. So this is not the time to go pushing Iraqi officials and pushing the regime. The intelligence services play a much greater role with journalists at this time. There are divisions appearing within these services at this time, as the junior members think perhaps they can get a better future if they're nice to the journalists, where more the older hands, if you will, have taken a much more hardline attitude and will do perhaps take much more extreme measures. It is a precarious situation.
Just about 30 seconds or so left, Nick. What are you going to do tonight?
Well, it's already the morning, and I think I've spent my night working yet again. I think I've been up over 24 hours, had half an hour sleep last night, 24 hours yesterday. I guess I'm going to sleep the day, Aaron.
I hope you do. At the risk of being self-indulgent, on behalf of myself and all of your colleagues here and around the world, you did spectacular work until they threw you out, tireless and smart, and we are all very proud of you and very glad that you are safe in Jordan tonight, Nick. Thank you very much. Nick Robertson, go get some sleep.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank the team. It was a great team.
Thank you, sir. Nick, who many of you know, covered the war in Afghanistan and went in, actually was one of the journalistic heroes of here at CNN in the first Gulf War, smuggling in a satellite dish that allowed us to broadcast out. He's done good work. We're proud of him. We've gone about a half an hour here. For those of you just joining us, we'll catch you up on where the day has gone. Excuse me, and then we'll continue on. Heidi Collins has that duty. Heidi.
Thanks, Aaron. Checking the latest developments now. U.S. Central Command says a U.S. soldier has been detained and is being questioned after a grenade and small arms attack at a camp for the Army's 101st Airborne Division. 13 people were wounded in the attack, 6 of them seriously. More explosions could be heard in Baghdad tonight as coalition bombs and missiles hit the Iraqi capital. Earlier in the day, new video from Abu Dhabi television gave the world a closer look at the damage done by previous coalition strikes. U.S. precision-guided bombs helped to inflict fresh damage on Baghdad and illuminate the skies over the capital city. Several hundred of the big bombs were dropped in yet another display of shock and awe by coalition aircraft. A fiery show of defiance by angry Iraqi civilians. Iraqi TV showed a group setting ablaze U.S. leaflets dropped across Iraq by U.S. aircraft. The leaflets urge Iraqi military to surrender and encourage civilians to stay home. Americans against the strike on Iraq continue to vent their anger in cities across the country. In New York, police scuffled with protesters after some of them refused to clear the area. A much different scene, though, in Clarksville, Tennessee, where more than 500 people turned out to show their support for U.S. troops. The 101st Airborne is based at nearby Fort Campbell. In Paris, police estimate about 90,000 people took part in an anti-war demonstration there today. Some of them rallied outside a McDonald's, citing it as a symbol of American influence. And a similar protest took place south of the U.S. border. This demonstration staged in Mexico City. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. Now back to our coverage of Strike on Iraq with Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Thank you, Heidi, very much. It's a Sunday morning in Baghdad now, about 6:30 in the morning. Excuse me, in the Iraqi capital, you see the sun coming up there. The night was relatively quiet, and one of the questions we'll try and sort out tonight is why that might be. But certainly the country itself has not been quiet. A short time ago, there were air raid sirens in Mosul, which is to the north. I suspect many of you are becoming familiar with the map of Iraq, far more familiar than you were a few days ago. Brent Sadler is in the north of the country, and he's been reporting on the complex activities up there, which really have several storylines running through them. Brent, it's good to see you today.
Thanks, Aaron. Yes, indeed. Overnight, more airstrikes against Mosul, where we just had confirmation that an air raid warning siren and all clear has gone within the past half hour or so. Overnight, more aircraft, anti-aircraft fire could be seen from a distance and flashes around Mosul. We do understand from Kurdish sources on the ground here that the kind of targets the coalition have been hitting now for 3 consecutive nights have been command and control targets, also leadership targets. For example, in Mosul, one of Saddam Hussein's palaces was targeted within the past 24 hours. Kirkuk Air Base, that could be very important for U.S. troops once a northern front gets underway, and that's still expected. And also military barracks and military intelligence headquarters of the Iraqi establishment. But no sign at all still, as we watch here, the northern front still quiet, that there's any significant changes at all in the troop concentrations along about a 500-mile front line that separates the Iraqi army under Saddam Hussein's control from the Kurds who control the territory I'm speaking to you from. 3 Iraqi army corps are in control of the other side of those hills. As I say, 120,000 men. They have not very good equipment. They do have tanks, heavy artillery, rocket launchers, according to Kurdish military sources, and they're still holding firm. Aaron.
Brent, just hang on for a second, okay? I want to come back to you for a second, but we're getting in now, and I mean that literally. They are coming in literally as we speak here. We're trying to get them in the system. Pictures from, I guess this would be the Camp Pennsylvania attack incident. General, maybe you'll give me a better word at some point. These are appear to be video phone pictures. You can see the debris strewn around everywhere. As you have probably heard, or if you just joined us, I'll tell you now, that's the first quick shot of what it looked like. An American soldier, one American soldier, is now in custody, and as far as we know, that soldier is suspected. There may be others, but we only know of one. Excuse me, of firing at officers and throwing 3 grenades. There are 13 wounded. They have been taken to a medical center, and they're being treated. 6 of those injuries are considered serious. Again, 2 were shot. The others suffered injuries when the hand grenades went off. This is reminiscent, General, of a fragging incident in your first war, the Vietnam War. They've probably gone on in every war. These are the first pictures we've seen. If we could drop the banner for a second, I don't know if we can do that, because there's some stuff underneath there that I'd like to see. Thank you guys very much. General, as you look at it, because you always see these things a little differently than I, what do you see?
Well, it looks to me like somebody dragged a lot of stuff out of the tents afterwards and searched and tried to get the people out and Looks like there was just a lot of haste in sort of getting things out. Maybe some of it was blown out by the grenade blast. But it looks like there's a piece that's got damaged there. That looks like I can't quite tell what it is. It may be some kind of a khaki sprayed cooler or something.
Again, these are the first pictures coming out of there, and we are seeing them literally. They have just come in. We're seeing them for the first time, and so we just kind of work our way through them together. See anything else?
You don't see the tent shredded, and you would think if the grenade had gone off inside the tent, you would have seen fragmentary holes in the canvas of the tent, which it strikes me as odd.
Right. I guess. We don't know, I guess, if that was the tent or if that is the area, if you will. That maybe we don't have a specific shot of the tent, or I assume these tents are pretty good, but I also assume that a grenade, if it goes off, is going to put a hole in something.
These tents aren't Kevlar. I mean,
right.
The grenade is going to knock a hole in it. I just looking at it there, of course,
we're going to put it up again.
It's clear that something's come out of it. I mean, that's not the way the troops live normally in the field with all that stuff thrown over there. So somebody's either searched the tents and ripped through there or whatever. Looks like there's probably a guy guarding it there to make sure maybe it's being treated as evidence. So there's somebody standing guard there to make sure none of it gets moved.
This Camp Pennsylvania, is a part of a series of camps that are sitting out in the Kuwaiti desert. We were there a month ago and in fact flew over the area. There's Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. They are all named after cities or states, I guess, that experienced serious losses on 9/11, and it was the way the military chose to honor the victims of 9/11. Someone once asked me why New Jersey, because many of the people who died in the World Trade Center attack lived just across the river in New Jersey. And as you can see, they are just plucked out there in the middle of the desert as we flew around them. I'm not sure which one is Pennsylvania that you go by. Go ahead.
But what's interesting here, Aaron, is if you look at the picture now, what you're seeing is these berms that have been pushed up around.
Right.
And there are positions there to secure the berm on the edges. These are big areas. To go out and get the command tent suggests somebody who knew where the command tent was, but they all pretty much look alike. And they're in the middle of nowhere. So there was a report, the first report said Iraqi Special Forces.
Right,
sounded implausible, but...
Well, it did to me too. The first reporting is always tricky, and there's kind of impulse reporting. Your first instinct is that somehow someone penetrated the perimeter, some bad guy penetrated the perimeter, and so when we heard about an hour and a half ago that it was an American in custody, and we were sitting right here and we heard it on the air, I think my head literally jerked back. Because maybe while it should have occurred to me, and perhaps it had occurred to you, I don't know, it had not occurred to me. You jotted down a note earlier wondering if this group had been in Afghanistan. Why was that?
Well, you wonder what the level of tension is in the group. And sometimes you just have, somebody might reach a breaking point in terms of stress. I mean, I've been in units, not in wartime, where you get delayed battle stress. In some case, we've seen a guy 15 years after Vietnam, senior NCO, just lose it in a unit. And who knows why? It's some combination of personal and factors and that have impacted with what's happened in combat, and they just lose it. And we don't know what this is, but I was asking, is this a unit that's been under unusual stress?
There is a fair amount of reporting that's been done on this, and some of it, because of the embedding rules, has not been released yet, but we know at least two reporters, Jim Lacey of Time magazine, who actually helped carry some of the wounded out, some of the injured out, and Charles Clover of the Financial Times were both in the area, and they are doing reporting. So it won't be long before we know more of the details we suspect. But these are the first pictures that have come out of there, and this is the area. It's up in the desert. It is. It seemed like an hour at least once you got off the main road and then you just drive through the desert, through nothing really, for miles and miles and miles, and then you get to this complex of bases. There's actually quite a bit of distance between them, and those are the berms that, and you can see the fencing too, that there's those two berms and then the fencing in between them that form the perimeter out there, the security zone, and then this there was a tremendous, not so much anymore, it's been moved out, there's a tremendous amount of weaponry. You see Patriot batteries there. There were tanks, trucks, the whole 9 yards, if you will, that were loaded up there waiting for the war to start. And now some of that, a lot of that, because we know the 101st, some of the 101st has already moved across, so it doesn't look quite the same as it did then. But those are major bases up in the northernmost part of Iraq, not far from, or Kuwait rather, not far from the border. And coincidentally or not far from this enormous junkyard where all of the debris of the first Gulf War, all of the Iraqi tanks and trucks and everything that was destroyed at the very abandoned and ultimately destroyed at the end of the first Gulf War, is parked in an area that's not far from there as well. Anyway, these are the first pictures from Camp Pennsylvania, which experienced, no matter how you slice this and dice this, it's a tragedy when this happens.
It is a tragedy, and we, hope it's not true. Hope it didn't happen. Hope this kid that was detained didn't do it.
It's a crazy, yeah, I think you're actually right. I mean, it's now somehow oddly more comfortable to think that somehow there was either a security lapse of some sort. There are a lot of Kuwaiti contract workers who came in and did some of the work in the camp, did some of the food service work. When we were up there, trucks were coming in and out, IDs were checked. It's hard to imagine that intense security checks, were made on everyone who came in. I mean, all of a sudden, at first, I'm sure, and I remember when we were talking about this earlier, the families in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where the 101st is based, were upset that somebody could somehow have penetrated the perimeter, and now you almost find yourself hoping that it was somebody who penetrated the perimeter, rather than one of their own guys.
Well, there's nothing worse than a betrayal, and this comes across as a betrayal if it was done by someone on the inside. And so it will have to be digested by the unit. It's going to take leadership down there to get the unit to focus on its mission and to work through this process.
I want to talk more about that tonight too, actually. It's an interesting way to look at it. These pictures, when these pictures came in, we were in the middle of a conversation with Brent Sadler, who is up in northern Iraq. Brent, why don't you just quickly take us to where you had us before, and then go ahead and finish up, okay?
Okay, Aaron, yes, as I was saying, the lines behind me still static, 120,000 Iraqi troops in 3 corps stretching across about a 500-mile front line. Kurdish special forces working with American special forces on the ground here to try and find out what it would take to get defections, surrenders from some of the officer corps elements that commands that those 3 corps, that 120,000 Iraqi troops on the other side of the hills behind me. Now also the other issue here, many loose ends to this story, is the issue of Turkish troops in northern Iraq. There were reports 24 hours ago that Turkish troops had crossed into the border in addition to the troops the Turks have had here for the past 5 or 6 years in anti-terror operations along the border. Well, last night Turkey's ambassador to the United States said that there had been no extra troops crossing into northern Iraq, and that lined up with what the Kurds were telling me on the ground here. Now, in addition to all that, my sources here tell me that the United States war planning has now got so exacerbated with the Turkish situation. As we all know, Aaron, for weeks have been problems about getting ground bases, delays over parliamentary votes, airspace conditions, and so on and so forth. Well, it seems now that there's a plan to put special forces, several hundred, staging through Jordan, flying about 2 hours from Jordan across the western Iraqi desert into northern Iraq, as an advance of possibly other elements of the 101st. Yeah, go on.
Brent, I'm sorry. Somehow you got the short straw today, but I'm going to interrupt you again. I think we've got. Do we have other pictures? Is that what it is, David? Okay, we think we're going to get some pictures now, or very quickly at least, of the suspect, the young American suspect in this incident at Camp Pennsylvania, where the 13, we ought not forget that, you've got 13 American soldiers, and presumably given where the attack took place, these are senior officers, and here they have this young man sitting covered and guarded. We don't know his name yet, and interestingly, lots of pictures are coming out, and not a whole lot of information is coming out. Go back and re-loop it if you can again, and we'll get one more look. There's not a whole lot to see, but you can see him being guarded. What must he be thinking, or what must he have been thinking? I guess both questions apply. We don't know his name, we don't know his background, and we don't know why, if in fact he did what it is believed he did, why he did it. But those are the pictures as they come in, and again we are seeing these for the first time with you now. It's just an unsettling thing, General. I mean, there's so, you know, what, I mean, there's so much at stake for so many people, and then to have this sort of thing happen, it's just so sad.
It is unsettling, but you know, our leaders have to be able to deal with things like this. These things do happen, not like this, and you hope it never would happen like this. But you're dealing with human beings, and human beings have points at which they snap and they break and they have problems. They have personal problems, and really, you know, as long as you've had armies, you've had people who had to deal with the different personalities and the stresses and strains of the individuals that serve under them. Somebody's the leader of that soldier. And we don't know what his rank is, but right. Presumably he's in a squad, and there's a squad leader who counsels him and talks to him and knows his family and so forth.
You know, if I don't, you were suggesting earlier, it seemed to me, that somebody, his squad leader, his sergeant, his lieutenant, his captain, his somebody, should have picked up the signs.
You would think so. But, you know, every case has to be looked at individually. Someone's going to have to go back and unwrap this one and figure out why we didn't pick up the signs.
And that was
assuming that he did it.
Right. That again, and it's an assumption. And again, if you're the general or the senior officer in that position, that's one of the things you have to go through. It's not just the evidence against the individual and why he did it. It's why the system of managing these people, and you've got hundreds and thousands of people, and they're armed to the teeth because they're going to war, why the signs weren't picked up.
Well, that's right. And the reason I use the word betrayal, which is a very strong word, is these people are armed.
Yes.
I mean, we trust our soldiers. They're with us. They're part of our team. We know them intimately. And we give out weapons and ammunition. They clean those weapons. They're around. We don't take the firing pins out of the weapons. We're not locking the ammunition up somewhere else. This is serious stuff. We're getting ready to go into combat. So, but you know, Aaron, it comes back to the two things about the military. It's the mission and the men, or women in this case. But we've got to be able to do the mission. The commander of the division, Dave Petraeus, is going to be focused on the mission. He's going to want to handle this in the context of the overall responsibility. He's not going to stand down the division from its mission. You have to take a certain part of it, pull it off to work this. But there's a mission here to be done.
But as we think about the 13 people who are in the hospital, and we don't know precisely how badly they have been hurt, and there is a mission that has to go forward, the other thing you said that just jumped out at me is that one of the things now that the leaders, whoever the leaders are, because this was an attack on the leadership of this group, whoever the leaders are, have to, in a sense, put the pieces back together. They've got a very riled up, angry, flustered, all of the imaginable things, and they have to calm them down and get them focused, right?
That's exactly right. Now, of course, we don't know who the leaders are, so I mean that's a huge difference, whether it's the squad leader he went after, or the platoon leader,
right,
or the brigade commander here. And you know, the response from the division and the effect on the mission is going to be different depending on what level the tension was expressed between them.
Just one more question on this and we'll move on. And I ask you this question about 10 times a night in all sorts of different things. Has this incident now made its way to Qatar and the Central Command? Do they know?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Okay.
They knew the instant we knew because they're all watching our network.
Okay, so they know because they watch television. But I mean, has there been a sort of official chain of command information flow?
Certainly.
That has gone to Doha,
This
to
is
Qatar?
a serious incident. It'll go up on a serious incident report instantly.
And so someone had to knock on General Frank's door and say, one more thing you need to think about.
Yeah, and in this case, they would do that. Absolutely. Yep.
And you think of all the things that have to be managed at all levels of this thing, and then this is the pictures you're looking at now are the pictures of the Camp Pennsylvania. The first picture is to come out of there. There are obviously a couple of embedded correspondents there and camera crews there and video phones there, and you just see, well, we don't know what tent this took place in, but again, the facts of it are, apparently the facts of it are that someone walked into the tent, fired off some shots. 2 of the 13 were hit by gunfire, and then 2 or 3 grenades. We've heard both. The last reporting we had was 3 grenades were also thrown in there, and 2 of the men are injured, have taken gunshot injuries. The rest were injured by the fragments of the grenade. They have all been moved to a medical unit. We have a correspondent on the way, we believe, to the medical unit, by the way, and so we'll be getting more information on the condition of those people. That always us to be and is our first concern is to update you on the condition of the people who were hurt. The 101st is based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. David Mattingly has been at Fort Campbell, and when we last talked to him a little bit ago, this was a very different story with a very different lead on it. David, do they know now what we have been reporting? And they must be. They're watching television, right?
That's right, Aaron. They're very much aware of what's going on now. The families I talked to tonight are actually having the difficulty finding the words and describing exactly how they feel now about this. The wives, some of the wives that I spoke to on the telephone began breaking down at times in tears as I talked to them on the phone. And they are trained to prepare for any number of bad things that can happen to their husbands in wartime, but something like this is just inconceivable for the 101st Airborne, a unit that is so glorified and a unit that has such a rich history and is so known to be so professional. Something like this, very, very hard to take. And there are signs tonight that the folks here at Fort Campbell are closing ranks somewhat. We were asking to speak to some wives. We approached them to speak to us tonight. They were advised not to speak to us. We know this is a difficult time and we respect that. We were also asking to attend church services tomorrow. That has been denied to us, saying that it was inappropriate at this time. A base spokesman says it has been very traumatic to families here and a blow to morale at Fort Campbell. Now, all of this coming on a day when morale was so high for some families here. A rally was held not far from here earlier today. People turning out by the hundreds, waving flags and signs in support of soldiers. The 1st Brigade that was affected is just one of 3 that makes up the 101st Airborne. But tonight, everyone at Fort Campbell now sharing in that shock. A base spokesman says to us to expect a news conference early tomorrow afternoon outside the base here. Hopefully we will learn a little bit more about the investigation and what the findings are into what exactly happened at Camp Pennsylvania. Aaron?
David, nice job. David Mattingly at Fort Campbell. Nicely done. And again, we understand the sensitivity there, and we gently ask these questions. We gently ask for permission to do these things, and they say yes or no. If they say no, we say thank you very much and move on. It's just it's a tough way to. There was a moment last night, General, when we had put together a husband and a wife on the telephone, and it was this happy and joyful moment. Looking at the pictures of the parade reminded me of that, and how quickly, when you're talking about war and all of this, how quickly things can turn. And so you go from this great, looked like a lovely Saturday afternoon down in Kentucky, and all of a sudden it's a very different day.
War has tremendous ups and downs, and the key here is you've got to keep it steady. got to keep your emotions in check. You got to be focused on the mission. Got to take care of the troops to do the mission. And Tommy Frank's he has an XO that probably got called immediately when this happened.
Executive officer.
Executive officer, who then went through the calculations. Do I wake him up? This is the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Do I wake him up? Does he need to know this? He's going to say, who were the people who, can I tell him this later? What's he going to do when he gets it? Let's pass it back up to the Department of the Army. It's an Army issue. They're responsible really for the maintenance and morale and so forth of the force. Franks may or may not have been awakened, but somebody in the chain of command took care of it for him.
All right, we'll come back to that as we get more information. We'll get more information relatively soon, I think, because now the pictures are coming out, and certainly the information will come out fairly quickly, and we'll pick that up. Somebody here said to us today that a friend of theirs said that as they watch now, they keep a map of Iraq in front of them, and I get that. Everybody's getting a geography lesson about this country. Qasr is a city that you've heard a lot about. It's the only deep water port. It was a very key place for the coalition troops to take for a number of reasons, not the least of which is if you control the port, then you can bring all sorts of humanitarian aid in. Well, today, after a somewhat more complicated effort than people imagined at first, the city fell to the coalition. CNN's Christiane Amanpour reported the story.
Helicopter flight over the port of Qasr reveals the area is relatively quiet. And down below, British soldiers do some war tourism, looking at one of those giant billboards of Saddam Hussein. Taking Qasr was a joint operation. The 15th U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit was under the command of the British Royal Marines Commando Brigade. Now, U.S. Marines rest at the port after more than a day on the move. Some, like 21-year-old Corporal Jeremy Archer, had feared the worst.
I expected a big war, I guess, but they're all giving up, so it was easier than I thought.
Not all are giving up, though. About 3 kilometers away from the main port, there are pockets of resistance. The commander of the U.S. Marine unit sent up Cobra helicopters and fired artillery to destroy the Iraqi fire.
They did resist, but once it appeared that they would have to deal with some overwhelming firepower, they would have a tendency then to give up.
The British commander says the resistance is isolated.
It hasn't been a particularly cohesive fighting force. It's been a D-30 gun firing a few rounds prior to its destruction, or a group of individuals firing.
It took longer than expected to secure Qasr, and the military says it's still mopping up small pockets of resistance in the town. Nonetheless, the military says it plans to bring in the first elements of humanitarian aid, perhaps within 48 hours. Qasr is Iraq's main commercial port. It lies at the mouth of the Shatt al-Arab waterway, which flows into the Persian Gulf. This was an important strategic target for Allied forces and will be the main port of entry for relief and other humanitarian goods. Just yesterday, Iraqi ministers vowed that Qasr would never fall, but hundreds of soldiers have given themselves up, and now they are POWs under US and British control. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, at the port of Qasr in southern Iraq.
CNN's Jason Bellini is embedded with the Marine unit, and he was also involved in the effort, or he was involved in covering the effort. Let's not mistake anybody's roles here. We'll talk to Jason in a moment. First, Heidi Collins updates the headlines of what has turned into a busy and very complicated day in this war with Iraq. Heidi.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN Center in Atlanta, and here is what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. An American soldier is being detained in connection with an attack on the 101st Airborne Division. The Pentagon says 6 out of 13 casualties in the attack are serious injuries. Someone tossed grenades into tents at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait and opened up with small arms fire. Inside Iraq, U.S. forces are now halfway to Baghdad, and the closer they get, the more resistance they will find. Marines exchanged fire earlier as they ran into Iraqis outside Basra. Pentagon officials now say the H-3 airfield in western Iraq is the only airfield under U.S. control there. Earlier reports had 2 airfields in U.S. hands. But what the Pentagon will not say is how the troops got there. Iraqi officials report more than 200 casualties in Baghdad today. They say that's the aftermath of more than 24 hours of intermittent bombing by the U.S. and Britain. And while the presidential statues at bombed-out government palaces remain intact, it is not clear whether the same can be said for the man himself. The shock and awe bombing also reportedly knocked out some power lines in the capital overnight. A live picture there at Baghdad. There are fatalities in northern Iraq. The region is outside government control. The Pentagon says it was targeting a terrorist camp with ties to al-Qaeda. Those are the headlines making news at this hour. You're watching CNN.
Jerks back at news like that. It's all very sad. We've spent a lot of time on our watch talking to Walt Rogers on a grainy video phone as he and the unit he is embedded with, cavalry unit, has been making its way first very rapidly, then last night stuck in the mud. And that's Walt Rogers. We could barely see you in the graininess of the video phone for several days, but we've got a satellite dish to you now. Walt.
Hello, Aaron. Let me try to give you a broad military picture of what's happening across the southern expanse of Iraq, from where we are east all the way to Al-Najaf. Imagine, if you will, a target in the distance. That target, the bullseye, is Baghdad. Away from the target across the southern sweep of Iraq, you've got archers swept out. Stretched out. Imagine all of those archers having arrows. All of these arrows are flying toward the target, the bullseye, Baghdad, at the same time. But they are not all going the same way. Sometimes one arrow will pause and wait for another arrow to flank around it. Each of those arrows is an American military unit, either the United States Marines or the United States Army 3rd Infantry Division. Sometimes they slow and stop, while the other arrows pass them by, fold in front of them, fold in back of them. All of these arrows are flying. All of these U.S. Army and Marine Corps military arrows are flying toward Baghdad. That is what we are seeing. When resistance is encountered, one arrow will stop. There seems a determined policy on the part of the planners in the Pentagon and here in the command centers here that when resistance, Iraqi resistance, is encountered, one arrow will stop there, will not engage, that is, close force-on-force engagement. They'll stand back. The U.S. forces, the Army, in our case the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, will fire an artillery barrage to protect the tanks and make sure that the tanks and the Bradley fighting vehicles do not come in immediate head-to-head contact with the Iraqi units which lie ahead. Now, we saw that yesterday. 7th Cavalry was moving north down this road behind me, north towards Baghdad. There were certain topographical features we can't go into at that point for security reasons, but the 7th Cav was moving down this road. They discovered an Iraqi unit ahead of us. They didn't know the size at the time. It turned out to be a rather large unit, battalion size. That unit put up resistance anytime the American reconnaissance helicopters flew close. They fired shoulder-fired missiles at the helicopters, and there were a few mortar shells fired in the direction of the 7th Cavalry. That being the case, the Army's standoff weapons, the big artillery, started shooting ahead. The net result of yesterday's engagement here, and it was more than a skirmish, is we believe that in a battalion-sized unit, we may be looking at upwards of 200 dead Iraqi soldiers over my shoulder, just a few miles in the distance. And by the way, the artillery keeps rumbling. There was a heavy bombardment last night, and while we've been on the air, I'm not sure you can hear it, but I can hear 155s in the distance. That is American artillery pounding that Iraqi unit, or the remnants of the Iraqi unit, softening the way for when the Pentagon and when the commanders here give the orders to go forward. But again, we're just one arrow flying at the bullseye Baghdad, and other units we've seen sweeping around us to the west. Other units we know are sweeping around us to the east. These arrows are constantly flying towards Baghdad. Presently, our arrow is in a pause position.
Okay.
Aaron?
Okay, Walter, here I'm gonna ask you to step aside a little bit, and we have been so we can see the men of this unit. We have spent, all of us here who who have watched this from the comfort of Atlanta over the last several days have spent a lot of hours with these guys. Maybe if you can widen out a little bit.
Forward, we're told that they are taking very heavy small arms fire from the Iraqi unit on the ground just a mile or so up the road. Those Iraqis are firing shoulder-fired missiles, small arms fire. One officer told us it was like Black Hawk Down, except there are no Kiowa helicopters down, and so far we can report no U.S. casualties. Back to you, Carol.
Walter, that Humvee that was fired on by a rocket-propelled grenade, did it destroy the Humvee, and how many soldiers are in the Humvee normally?
Well, I can't tell you that until I see the vehicle in terms of its destruction. I can tell you that a Humvee is a soft-skinned vehicle, and an RPG should be devastating in an attack against a Hummer like that. As I say, it's a fiberglass door. That's what we're riding in. There's no protective covering to speak of. Soldiers inside the vehicle, however, would have on their body armor, and that should protect them from anything but the worst possible hit. How many soldiers were in at the time? Again, we can't tell you that. I just don't know. But again, repeating what we've just learned, a U.S. Army Humvee with the 7th Cavalry up the road, which is behind me, north of here, was moving toward an Iraqi position. It took an RPG, according to senior officers in the 7th Cav. The vehicle obviously would have been badly damaged, but no U.S. soldiers were injured, according to the officers with whom I've spoken. Carol?
And Walter, the 7th Cavalry halfway to Baghdad right now. And is it safe to say that you're being met with ever more resistance?
Well, I think what you're going to see from here on out is the cavalry fighting its way northward, and I mean that quite literally. The Crazy Horse Troop of 7th Cav just moved out a short while ago. They're Bradley fighting vehicles. There's never been any illusion, even before the border was crossed from Kuwait, that there would be a fight and that the Iraqis would fight the closer you got to Baghdad. And I think what you're seeing, I'm not sure we're halfway there yet, but I think what you're seeing is the Iraqis in small units so far, although we've had battalion-sized resistance, they are indeed putting up a fight. Carol?
Can you tell us more about that Iraqi vehicle, that pink pickup truck with the NYPD bumper sticker on it that was captured earlier this morning?
That was a real hoot, Carol. It was about a mile down the road behind me. What happened was, as the 7th Cav was moving forward, it again encountered resistance, but that truck did not look too badly damaged. What it was your standard Japanese pickup truck with except it was painted pink, but it had a 7.62 millimeter light machine gun mounted on the flatbed area. And as the cavalry was moving forward, it encountered that. It's not clear how much fire was poured down on the truck. The truck still looked in pretty good shape. The 3 or 4 individuals inside surrendered. At least 3 surrendered. We think the other was wounded. As a matter of fact, we know one of the Iraqi soldiers was wounded. But the best thing about that pink pickup truck with a machine gun was right on the windscreen, right side, you had a great big blue and white NYPD bumper sticker, except the Iraqi army or the Iraqi soldiers put that on their windshield. Carol?
You know, there's all sorts of speculation about why they might have done that. This just must have been a bizarre sight for the soldiers there.
I guess it is, but remember, Carol, sometimes these guys fight in, the Arabs in this part of the world will fight in Nike tennis shoes, and there are products, it's a real dichotomy. In the Arab world, there are American products, American symbols like New York PD, which are still hailed as something valuable and something they like to associate with. American commercial products, the very same thing. This while they're shouting Allah Akbar and screaming death to the Americans. It's one of those bizarre contradictions which you get in every war, but this one is more pointed because we're here and we saw it. Carol?
Walter Rogers reporting live from south central Iraq this morning. Anderson?
All right, well, we are going to go to Bill Hemmer, who is in Kuwait City at this hour. It's 4:05 here on the east coast of the United States. It is just after noon in Baghdad, 12:05 in Baghdad or so, as well as in Kuwait City, where we find Bill Hemmer. Bill, what's the latest where you are?
Anderson, hello. Welcome to another day. It is Sunday here, as you mentioned, just a few moments past the hour of noon here in Kuwait City. A member of the 101st Airborne Division killed earlier today by one of his own. I want to show you an image here of a suspect now being detained and held for questioning after what's being described to us as a small arms and grenade attack was launched inside of one command post of the 101st Airborne Division. Now this group had been camped out about 2,000 strong, we're told, in northern Kuwait when this attack was launched, again by a member of the 101st Airborne Division. The identity of the suspect not revealed, but what we do know, one soldier is dead as a result. 2 others wounded, treated at the scene. They are said to be recovering at this time. But in addition to those 2, 10 others have been medevac to a local Army hospital. They're now being treated. Some of those wounds, we are told, are said to be quite serious. We talked with a member of the 101st Airborne earlier today. This is how he described what he saw at the scene today. All right, apparently we don't have that, but I can tell you a lot of these guys in the middle of the night were asleep at the time, Anderson. They were awoke by the sounds of the grenade explosions and also the small arms fire. There was a Time magazine reporter inside with the 101st at the time. He describes a series of facts that we have not independently verified here at CNN. But he says it took about 45 minutes to locate the suspect. At the time he was found hiding inside of a bunker. Again, all this happening about 2 o'clock in the morning. But as a result, one person now being held for questioning as a result. It's possible, and again, this is not verified either, it's possible there may be another member of the 101st involved.
Bill,
That's something we're trying to
we must interrupt.
at this time.
We've got to go back to Qasar. We apologize because now we're seeing the aftermath of those airstrikes that happened just a short time ago.
That's right. Those strikes occurred about 5-10 minutes ago. We were watching it live, didn't actually see the explosions. They happened off camera. We heard at least 2 impacts separated by a couple of minutes. What we're seeing is obviously smoke rising out of an area that we have been watching a lot over the last several hours. In case you are just joining us at this hour, for the last 2.5 hours or so, at least a platoon-sized group of Marines, perhaps larger, has been watching. They apparently took some sort of incoming fire they believed from the direction of these buildings. They did not go in on foot. Tanks came in, shot up at one area off to the side, to the right of the screen that you're seeing now, a sort of a burn area. We saw machine gun fire, I believe 1 round of RPG fire into that area. Then the airstrikes were called in. Right before the airstrikes were called in, the camera crew, the Marines, even the tanks pulled back so that they would not be affected by any munitions that were dropped. And the live picture, smoke rising from the impact zone for at least 2 of those munitions.
And we can't tell exactly what it hit, but we believe there was a building back there or a line of trees. And we believe about 100 Iraqi forces, 100 soldiers, Saddam Hussein's army. Republican Guard, we believe, because earlier a Republican Guard commander surrendered, but the rest of his troops did not. They stayed behind, would not come out of a building or a group of trees. So that's when the airstrikes were called in. And as Anderson said, the tanks were pulled back in preparation for that. A short while ago, we heard the roar of the planes overhead. And then we heard the explosions, at least 2 of them.
Yeah, we did hear 2. It's simply impossible to know how many or how few troops were in this area. We have the statement, the British reporter on the scene was told the Republican Guard commander who surrendered had said some 100 or 120 or so troops were there. That is simply no way to know at this point, nor do the troops on the ground, the Marines on the ground who have been watching this, who have been taking care of this situation. They simply don't know.
And you might imagine they have to approach this area once again to see if it's secure. At least somebody does. So maybe the tanks will roll in again. Unfortunately, General Clark has left us, but you might imagine they would do that.
As General Clark mentioned, the difficulty with sending a tank into an area like this is that the speed of the tank is one of the greatest assets it has, and when you are suddenly in a confined area, you're not able to utilize the speed. Also, if you start getting into city streets, especially if they are narrow city streets, you have a very difficult problem with mobility. Also, the turret, simply moving that turret around creates, you simply can't do it in a very confined area. So,
right, and you can't exactly look inside the building to see what's in there from a tank, so that would be very difficult. Qasar has been oh, I don't know, a crawl on the U.S. military side for the past couple of days. They do have it under control, but they've run into these firefights along the way. If you remember 24 hours ago when Anderson and I were on the air, there were pockets of resistance then. They were going from building to building in the port city, looking for snipers, looking for people who were armed.
Right. We have Jason Bellini has been in this area for the last at least 24 hours that I know of, probably even longer. We'll probably talk with him a little bit later on in this broadcast. We'll try to get him up sometime the next hour. But there has been some question about exactly the situation in Qasr. It is fair to say, according to U.S. officials, it is largely secure. There are, as Carol mentioned, these pockets of resistance, as they said. The new port was secured first. The old port is where some of the pockets of resistance were. Yesterday, about 24 hours ago, at this time, we saw Cobra helicopters, Marine Cobra helicopters, firing into some buildings. Apparently, they had taken some small arms fire, as Carol mentioned, Marines going building to building.
We're going to cut away for just a second, Anderson, and go to Tom Bentier, who's in Qatar at the command center. He has more information on an incident of friendly fire. Apparently, a Patriot missile took out a British warplane. Tom, what more can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you within the last 12 or so hours, the British have now confirmed that they indeed lost an aircraft. They won't tell us how many were on board this aircraft or exactly where it was lost or even what type of aircraft. But just a few moments ago, the chief spokesman here in the Coalition Media Center confirmed to CNN that they indeed did lose an aircraft, and it was, as they think, taken out by a Patriot anti-missile missile.
Tom?
Evidence is beginning to come to light that one of our aircraft returning from operations over Iraq last night may have been engaged by a U.S. Patriot missile battery.
So this is a friendly fire incident as far as you know it right now?
The evidence is beginning to appear that this may very well have been a friendly fire incident.
Can you tell us what type of British aircraft this was?
We're not disclosing that at the moment.
So we don't know what type of aircraft, we don't know the number of losses, but the British do believe that it was a Patriot missile battery that took out their aircraft during night operations as it was returning from operations inside Iraq. Now in 24 or 48 hours we have seen two incidents involving British aircraft. Two Sea King helicopters collided somewhere in the Persian Gulf just yesterday, killing all on board. They were on force protection operation. Basically, these helicopters took off from the aircraft carrier and were providing early warning detection for the possibility of any missiles coming in towards these aircraft carriers. They apparently collided mid-air and everyone aboard was lost. Also overnight, we have an incident involving the 101st Airborne. Apparently, one of the soldiers allegedly threw hand grenades inside the command bunker and exchange of small weapons fire. He was taken prisoner, being questioned. One of the U.S. soldiers was killed in that incident. Another dozen were wounded. So 3 incidents in the last 24 hours or so that probably gives some grave concern to military planners.
And I have questions for you about each one, Tom. First of all, let's go back to the British aircraft that was shot down by that Patriot missile. Do we know if it was engaged in combat?
Well, if it was returning from a mission in southern Iraq, it's pretty fair to assume that it was involved in hostile operations. The group captain did tell us that it was returning from an operation inside Iraq, so it's fair to assume that they were involved in some type of offensive operations inside Iraq and returning to base when it was apparently fired on, as they say, by a Patriot missile battery. So outside of that, returning from an operation, that's about all we know.
And Tom, these Patriot missiles lock on to a target, correct? Can you explain to us sort of what that means?
Well, I'm not an expert in Patriot missiles, but I do have some experience around them. They are used traditionally, and they have been used in this campaign to shoot down Scuds. Scud missiles, Iraqi missiles that were fired from inside Iraq towards Kuwait. They have engaged those missiles and shot them down on more than one occasion. So this is a device that is used against incoming missiles. It's quite strange that apparently, if it proves to be true, that this British aircraft was targeted by the missile battery.
Tom and Tier, we're going to let you go. Thanks for your information. We want to go back to Qatar because we're seeing new live pictures.
The fighting as far as this
particular episode, the British reporter on scene.
That's correct, over.
Well, there you have it, Martin. We started some 4 hours ago at the beginning of this with a fairly substantial firefight. We've gone through tank fire, airstrikes, and now we're collecting prisoners of war. The US Marines are out there now, mopping up, and as you heard the Staff Sergeant say, it looks as though this particular operation in terms of aggressive opportunities is now over.
And in case you have not been following along with us over the last 2 or so hours, this has been an operation which has captivated much of our coverage and much coverage throughout the world, both in the United States television, Arab television, European television. These images carried live really across the world. What we saw, a platoon at least of Marines took some sort of fire, they believed, from an area that there were some buildings in. They took up defensive positions. Tanks came in. Tanks shot up the area using some heavy machine guns. Then an airstrike was called in. And as we've just heard, the British reporter on the scene saying they are now taking some prisoners and that the operation is essentially over. It has been, and what you're looking at on the screen, you're seeing one individual walking toward what were those buildings. We don't know who that individual is. They're moving quite fast. It doesn't necessarily look like a soldier. We're simply not sure. But what is significant about this is that this was just one small operation in a much larger area where operations are going on. It is not an operation that has brought to a halt all military activity in that area. General Wesley Clark, who was with us earlier, pointing out that simply other units would just go around this area where this operation was taking place, let the Marines on the ground deal with this, and the further operations in the area of Qasr would continue along. And there have been, over the last 48 hours or so in Qasr, sporadic pockets of resistance and small arms fire and the like being taken by various forces, British, US Marines, and they have been essentially
walking across with a white flag.
Yeah, we're listening to the British pool reporter right now. That figure in the distance is apparently walking towards troops holding a white flag.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to get more airstrikes. He's coming back. Go ahead and tell him.
And you're watching the situation live along with us at Qasr. And of course, we're not exactly sure what's going on, but we heard the British reporter say there may be more airstrikes on the way. Just a short time ago.
That's all right.
Let's listen.
We apparently have one Iraqi with a white flag. You can probably see him. I can't. But the other thing is that there's some talk here. We might get a Harrier back and there might be another airstrike. Just let me check on that.
Possibility of a Harrier jet coming in.
Getting the Harrier back?
If you want to get a sense of how long this has been going on,
Do we know which one it's going to hit this time?
Notice the water bottles by the Marines who are laying down. This has been going on very long. It is very hot, and they have been in those positions on the ground for many hours now.
Huh?
Attention all networks, AP is about to feed a soundbite from RA on the missing RA plane.
Again, we had heard from the British reporter on the scene that the operation seemed to be over. Now he seems to be saying that they are perhaps waiting for another airstrike. Obviously another airstrike perhaps being called in because they feel there is still some, there are still some forces there who have not given up. We saw about a minute or two ago one figure walking to the left of the screen, apparently with a white flag. Couldn't see it from our vantage point, but according to the British reporter on the scene.
Apart from the two vehicles we saw earlier a few minutes ago, Francis, no. There was some reports here that in fact British troops may well be on the ground clearing the area. but the latest speculation is that there may in fact be another airstrike. The Harrier that peeled off may in fact come back here and deliver another bomb. That is unconfirmed, but whilst the situation certainly for the most part appears calm here at the moment, it's fairly obvious that despite what the Staff Sergeant said, there are still precautions to be taken, and this situation is still very much live and is evolving as we speak.
You are listening to the voice of David Bowden, a British pool reporter. Pool reporter meaning that all news outlets have access to the images and the sound that he is collecting at this scene. So you hear...
I think what he was doing was checking the lie of the land, because of course he has 4-2 Commando waiting. They've just cleared the other side of the river. They need to be in here so that they can help set up for the humanitarian aid, but they're not going to do that while this place is still under the control of the 15 MUV, the US Marines, until they move on to their next task. Then obviously there's not a hole for other people to come in and fill. At the moment, the status quo pertains. They are still here. 4-2 Commando are doing what they initially set out to do, which is sweep from where they were put ashore on the Al Four Peninsula all the way across to here. They're now pretty much here, according to the Deputy Commander, Steve Cox, who told us this morning. And we're just being told that we have to go back on the other side of the berm. It looks like a rerun of what we have just had again. It looks as though the idea of another airstrike is in fact now up and running once again. I am going to leave the microphone. I will come back up on the telephone as soon as I'm able to.
All right, you can see that they're taking cover again as the Marines gather their guns and their bottles of water to go behind a protective wall at Qasr. We're going to stay with this picture, don't worry, as we await a second round of airstrikes at Qasr. We want to go to south central Iraq now to check in with Walter Rogers, who again has more information, and I see fire burning behind you, Walter.
Yes, Carol, the fire which you see behind me is the remnant of an Iraqi Army ammunition dump, which was positioned fairly close to the road along which the 3rd Squadron, U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, has been traveling. There is still a remnant of that Iraqi battalion up there. They've been shooting small arms fire and shoulder-fired missiles at the U.S. Army's helicopters, so we now are given to believe that this unit will be calling in Air Force close air support. An airstrike should be called in perhaps in the next few seconds. We're not sure, but we do believe that whatever's left of that Iraqi unit up there, which was once battalion size, is about to face a terrible pounding from the air. The Air Force can operate today because there's an almost unlimited ceiling. That was not possible yesterday, so it was not possible to call in the jets yesterday. Nonetheless, there are some Iraqi soldiers up the road. A short while ago behind me, a U.S. Army Humvee was traveling up that road. A rocket-propelled grenade was fired at that Humvee. We're told there were no U.S. casualties, which is a rather fantastic event because the Humvees are soft-skinned and an RPG is a relatively formidable weapon. One of the officers here told me that those who fired that RPG at the U.S. Army Humvee are no longer existent on this planet. Back to you, Carol.
So I couldn't hear you for just a time, so you're awaiting airstrikes as well, Walter.
That's correct. We've been told that the position which you see behind me, where the plumes of smoke from that ammunition dump, which was hit several hours ago, still coming up. There are pockets of Iraqi resistance there. There's the remnant of a battalion. It is not clear how many Iraqi soldiers are up there. They're hidden in a grove of trees and some small buildings in the area. So we're given to believe that close air support is being called in, which is to say the place is about to be bombed and strafed, and any of those Iraqis left in there are going to face some very serious firepower from the air.
Oddly enough, Walter, there's almost the same scenario is going on right now in Qasr. There's a grove of trees and a group of buildings. Don't know how many Iraqis are hiding there. Airstrikes on the way. You know, it's just strange that it's almost the same situation where you are.
Well, of course, in a situation like that, any army, and in this case the Iraqis who are left in that battalion, even this army unit has never been able to identify what battalion it was, but they take advantage of whatever cover, whatever topography they have, which works to their advantage. What they have to their advantage is a small grove of trees, actually, and remember this is our spring here. Those trees are in full leaf, so they have some camouflage, the Iraqis to hide in from the visual sightings from tanks and Bradleys here on the ground. And then you have the ubiquitous low flat mud huts that are used in this part of the world as housing, and that's where the Iraqis are. As I say, close air support has been called in where artillery had been used in the past. The U.S. Army helicopters, the Kiowas, have been firing on those Iraqis intermittently this morning, but it's been difficult for the Kiowas because they fly low to the ground. Yes.
Walter, we're going to pause and listen. We hear the aircraft coming to Qasr now.
Ever been on the ground and you hear this overhead, it is an extraordinarily ominous sound, and one can only imagine what must be going through the minds of anyone in those positions in the Iraqi forces as they hear this. General Wesley Clark telling us a few moments ago that often when there is not the expectation of receiving ground fire, often a plane will circle overhead for quite some time, looking at the target, trying to decide, well, it looks
the Marines are coming back, Anderson.
It looks like they've decided not to drop more munitions, because we know that because before the Marines had pulled back to behind some sort of retaining wall, protective barrier. Looks like whatever airstrike was going to happen is not happening now, and they are resuming their positions.
Yes. Shall we go back to South Central Iraq and continue our talk with Walter Rogers and pending airstrikes there? Walter? Is that you getting out of the car, Walter? Walter, can you hear us?
As we wait for Walter, what you're watching is some fire burning in the distance, smoke rising. Okay, let's go back to Qasr. Listen to David Bowden. Sounds like David.
No, stop. I'm back on the microphone now. I don't need to be put through on the phone. Yeah.
You're listening to David Bowden, British Pool reporter.
Bye. Bye.
Just to, if you are just joining us, it's kind of confusing. What you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen is a video image of the 7th Cavalry, where Walter Rogers has been reporting about some conflict that they have been encountering there. On the right-hand side of your screen, you are seeing a live picture from Qasr, where for 3 hours or plus or minus a few minutes, Marines have been trying to deal with a situation of what they are often terming sporadic resistance. We have seen at least one airstrike called in. We have seen one tank peppering an area with machine gun fire. We are not sure what is going on at this point in Qasr. There's a British pool reporter, David Bowden, on the scene. We do not have direct contact with him, so we just sort of listen to him as he gets on the mic and talks. And we are trying to bring both of these images to you at the same time. They are happening in very different places with completely different troops, but they offer two pictures of what is going on in Iraq. Let's listen to David Bowden.
There was a convoy of friendly vehicles on the road in the area, and obviously nobody wanted the potential for a disaster, a friendly fire disaster, so that has now been aborted. The US Marines have now come back up to the top of the berm, which is where we are now. Many of them have been stood down. I can see, 1, 2, 3, a fraction of those who were up here at the beginning of the day when the firefight was at its most intense. It appears to have calmed down a little bit now. Soldiers eating their MREs, meals ready to eat for the uninitiated, getting it all out of their little boxes and having lunch. Everything a little bit more relaxed now, but we've had a very, very tense morning. Some 4 hours or so of a fairly intense battle, a lot of ammunition expended, and the whole gamut of weaponry from personal weapons, M16s, all the way through tanks, mortars and javelin missiles, right up to F-18 and Harrier jets delivering bombs on this battlefield.
Fascinating pictures. Do we have Walter Rogers on the phone right now from South Central Iraq, because he is awaiting airstrikes right now? Walter, are you with us?
Yes, Carol, I'm here, and if our picture is holding, what you're looking at is a fire from an airstrike, actually artillery strike, a number of hours ago. That's an Iraqi position which is still on fire up there. The Iraqis were ensconced in a grove of trees, substantial grove of trees, plus some small buildings. That unit is about to be bombed and strafed again. The 7th Cavalry has called for close air support, and again, you can see an M1 Abrams tank rolling through your frame at this point. And as I say, there is the remnant of an Iraqi battalion up there in the distance by that smoke. The Army is preparing to push on through, perhaps have to fight its way through. But before that call is made, it's expected that close air support will be coming in. That is the Air Force, and they will be bombing or strafing what's left of that Iraqi position up there. Carol?
Is that aircraft over you, Walter?
We can't see the aircraft. It's going to be very high. It's going to come visually out of the sun. We've just received word, Carol, that after initiating the airstrike, it has now been canceled. So, but even if it were not, we couldn't see it because the planes come in very high, straight down. We saw that in the war in Afghanistan. The latest word is the airstrike, which we were told not 10 minutes ago is coming, has now been canceled.
All
Again,
right.
According to the same Army source.
All right, Walter, thanks so much for your report. And it's strange that we're seeing smoke from different locations. Qasr is in the southeastern part of Iraq. Walter is in the south central part of Iraq. The smoke you're seeing in Walter's picture, which will be on the left-hand side of your screen, is coming from an Iraqi munitions dump that was exploded by U.S. forces. The smoke you see on the right-hand side of your screen from Qasr came from airstrikes, and we don't know exactly what the target was there, but there was word that Iraqi soldiers were holed up in a building or behind some trees in that area.
And that smoke on the left-hand side of the screen, Walter's saying there, somewhere around that smoke, the remnants of an entire Iraqi battalion who were laying in wait in what he described as a grove, discovered by the Kiowa scout helicopters that is moving in advance of the troops in the 7th Cavalry. Again, we're going to continue to follow both these situations on the screen, and let's go to David Bowden in Qasr right now. This is David Bowden, a British pool reporter, about to interview, we believe, Marine Sergeant, Staff Sergeant on the scene in Qasr, the firefight that we've been following for the last 4 hours. Again, this is not a reporter who we are speaking directly to. This is a British pool reporter whose video is available to various news networks, and so we do not have the ability to actually talk to him. We just have to wait for him to initiate the interview. But you can see behind the Staff Sergeant a number of Marines still laid out in position, as they have been for 4 hours now, baking in the hot sun. They're now drinking water. We saw some MREs being passed out. Certainly seems that the situation has calmed down from the firefight that we saw shortly ago.
I know it's strange just to see them sitting and eating their MREs right now.
And again, this is just one small group of Marines in one small spot in Qasr. There has been sporadic resistance, we have been told, on and off.
Hello, John. Lerma, L-E-R-M-A. He's part of the 15mu. What company are you with? Fox Company. And you are what, a platoon commander or something?
Platoon sergeant.
Platoon sergeant, Fox Company.
So it seems like we're going to hear from Platoon Sergeant Lerma from Fox Company, U.S. Marines.
Okay.
If you've ever wondered what it looks like before an interview starts, this is it. Not very interesting.
No.
Okay, you're looking on the left-hand side of the screen. You're seeing 3 Iraqis. One of them carrying a white flag. This is from South Central Iraq, where Walter Rogers is. Walter, what can you tell us?
Anderson, there have been bizarre things here all morning. The 7th Cavalry has witnessed. What you're watching now are 3 Iraqis trying to get back to their village, which is up the road, and they're carrying a white flag, not so much to say to surrender, but please don't shoot us. And of course, the Army has gone out of its way to not inflict any civilian casualties. And as you can see, the 3 Iraqis are about to walk past an M1A1 Abrams tank.
All right,
Those
Walter.
guys are just going home, Anderson.
All right, Walter, let's listen to David Bowden, who's talking to a platoon sergeant.
Exactly. We had been receiving sporadic fire from that location for the last 2 days. Yesterday we led a convoy out of this area down to the Old Port area. We were engaged at that point, and we had numerous sightings of individuals. We had been passing intel reports back, getting debriefed at that point. When this morning when sunrise came up, we noticed a couple of silhouettes of bodies that were up in the window. It was the first time we got a good actual visual on bodies instead of shadows and figures, you know, not being able to actually ascertain who they were. Once we've got eyes on those individuals, they began signaling down to a 4-man group that was on the ground located close to the building. At that point, those 4 individuals started opening fire. We had everybody man the line, and we started immediately providing suppression down on that, getting our weapon systems into place. Once we got our weapon systems into place, we attempted an AT-4 shot, but that was way out of the range, so we fell short, so we brought the Javelin weapon system up to bear. The first shot went a little bit long, second shot direct impact to that building. Once that building was hit, then it became very apparent that there was a lot of movement in that area. We had troops start moving back and forth. We began engaging with the machine guns, and just people started just popping out of everywhere. I had Iraqi soldiers that were located in the vicinity over there to the left of our left lateral limit. We started engaging them. Second post over there began engaging fire at that point. Then once we realized that we were dealing with a lot larger force than we expected, we started putting up our observation posts. They started relaying information and really started bringing the combined arms into effect in order to get control of the situation.
Let me just interrupt you there, just to confirm. Who fired first? Did you see these people in this building and decide you were going to take them out, or did they start firing at you?
Once we saw the individuals in the building, and we saw them start calling down to the 4 individuals, automatically they came with a posture. We let off the first burst, and automatically they started returning fire towards us.
And then, of course, it escalated rapidly. We had tanks here, we had ultimately airstrikes. This went from being what was a smallish skirmish, I guess, at the beginning, to a full-scale, 4-hour-long battle.
Yes, it did. I mean, we have unconfirmed reports of different Iraqi officers stating that troop strength, I mean, all of that is unconfirmed. I'm sure as this unfolds, the picture will become a lot clearer of what exactly was in there and who was operating in there. But it rapidly escalated into, like you said, from a skirmish into a full-scale battle.
You will know better than most that when the plans were drawn up for this conflict against Iraq, the idea was for you guys from the 10am to get into Qasr and get out in a matter of hours. We're now moving into day 3. These guys are slowing you up, aren't they?
Well, no, actually, the original plan was us to roll into Qasr, and we were to be here from anywhere from a 4 to 8 hour period, or as you were, a 4 to 8 hour span of days. It's always uncertain as long as how we're going to be here. I mean, the situation is unfolding, and as the battlefield unfolds, we make adjustments. We could be here anywhere from a couple of hours to many days. I mean, we're not going to move through until we thoroughly have provided and secured this area for the non-government organizations to roll in. We want to make sure that they have the ability to roll in here unimpeded by any type of threat, so that we can get that humanitarian aid in here and start getting that humanitarian aid out to the people that need it.
What's your best guess then, given what's happened here this morning, about how close you are to that objective? Is it still dangerous out there?
I really can't speak above my level what's going on as far as the whole area down here. As far as me at ground level with my squad, there's always a threat. I mean, we don't adhere to reports from anybody that the threat has gone away, this area is secured. We're always maintaining our posture here on the platoon level to ensure that we here are always constantly ready for a fight, because it could pop up from anywhere.
Did it surprise you that Iraqi soldiers that it had been predicted would just hold their hands up and surrender, and put up such a fight, and have caused you so much problem this morning?
Nothing out here surprises me. I mean, we prepare and we anticipate the worst, and we always focus our training and focus everything that we do out here to anticipate that. What actually happened here, who knows? I mean, you might have had a rogue bunch that just decided to separate from the individuals. I mean, because we've got reports, unconfirmed of course, at our level of divisions giving up. There's always going to be a few that are going to remain to the cause, and I mean, that's why we maintain the posture here on the platoon level that we do.
Just clear something up for me. When we were speaking earlier in the middle of the battle, you mentioned 15-20 people you saw in the distance. What happened to them? Where did they go?
Right now we have reports that we have individuals that are starting to move towards Objective 5, where
Objective 5 is what?
Objective 5 is basically a staging area for POWs and any detainees that we have.
And is that out on what became the battlefield this morning somewhere?
Somewhere located in that area.
So if we swing the camera around, Mike, perhaps we could have a quick look at the area we're talking about just behind us, what was pretty much the battlefield this morning. It now appears to be all quiet, but Staff Sergeant, for a while this morning, you were concerned that there were people popping up all over the place, and you had no idea who they were.
Yes, I mean, like I said, as a battlefield unfolds, I mean, anything could happen. Anything that's out there is always going to be always be taken in with the greatest amount of concern. I mean, we're never going to approach a situation as Marines where we assume anything. Anybody out there could be giving up. They could be fighting until we definitely get confirmation and we get visual on what exactly they're doing. We're always going to go into the posture and expect the worst.
Staff Sergeant, we've all had a very busy morning. I'll let you go and get some food and water and prepare for whatever might be coming your way. Back to you.
All right, you have been listening to David Bowden, a British pool reporter who has been following this skirmish in Qasr for the last 4 hours or so. You've just been listening to Staff Sergeant Nick Lerma with Fox Company, the U.S. Marines. And when you consider that man has been engaged in a firefight and has been in active combat for the last 4 hours, he seemed remarkably composed, at least to me. He basically was describing what we have been seeing live on television for the last 4 hours or so. This unit of the Marines was in this area. They saw figures moving in this building that was flying an Iraqi flag. They seemed to be taking an offensive posture. he's in fact, in Sergeant Lermer's words, he says they came with a position. Marines opened fire. The Iraqis returned fire. Suddenly, according to Sergeant Lerma, people began popping up all over the place, he said, out of the building. They called in a Javelin weapon system, hit the building, and engaged with machine guns, also then called in an airstrike later on. So that is what a brief explanation, as best as I can, of some of what Sergeant Lermer has been saying has been going on over the last 4 hours or so in this one position, in this one part of Qasr, where we know there has been sporadic resistance for some odd 48 hours or so since the area was first taken. Qasr is on the Kuwaiti border, of course, about 300 miles southeast of Baghdad. We are going to be joined now. We're going to stay with this picture on the right-hand side of your screen, but we're going to be joined by Chris Plant, who is at the Pentagon. There's a lot of other activity going on in this region. There has been an incident of friendly fire, as well as an incident of a member of the 101st Airborne, the Screaming Eagles, killed. It appears at this point by another soldier serving with the 101st Airborne. So we're going to get an update right now on both of those things from Chris Plant. Chris, let's start with this friendly fire incident. What can you tell us?
Hi, Anderson. It looks like there are yet more fatalities in a non-combat situation from last night. So far in this conflict, there have been 2 Marines killed in actual combat and a number killed in accidents. It appears that last night we had what are probably our first friendly fire fatalities. 2 British aviation officers apparently killed when a U.S. Army Patriot missile was fired, destroying the airplane near the Kuwaiti border. The airplane was on its way back in from a combat mission at the time of the incident, and it's under investigation now. It's clearly a problem with airspace management or identification of friend or foe. We've been getting reports throughout the day and throughout the last several days that Iraqi missiles have been coming across the border. Patriot missiles have been fired to intercept them. Patriot missiles originally designed to shoot down airplanes. They're an anti-aircraft missile originally. The Patriot PAC-3, which is currently fielded in the region, is designed to intercept incoming missiles. It's very effective, certainly, at taking down airplanes, and it appears that that's the case in this situation. Friendly fire, an unpleasant fact of war. In the 1991 Persian Gulf War, of 146 Americans killed, 35 of those were killed as a result of friendly fire, and of 16 Brits that died in the 1991 conflict, 9 of those were from friendly fire. It's one of the most unpleasant parts of conflict. Certainly the U.S. military refers to it as fratricide, which is the killing of a brother. Anderson.
Which certainly goes to show the bonds that exist in combat. It is, of course, as you said, just one of those things that happens, and yet is sort of a mystery every time it does. Let me just ask you, and I'm not sure how much we know about this particular Patriot battery. Is it manned by people? I mean, is it a visual sighting? Do we know how the orders happen that something is incoming and the Patriot is fired? Do we know anything about the procedure, at least in this case, that took place?
Well, my understanding of the Patriot system is that they have radar detection systems. Radar systems are set up along with the missile batteries themselves. The radars detect incoming aircraft or missiles, and it is capable of responding automatically. And my understanding also that there is an option where there is human intervention or oversight as to whether the missile fires or not.
Okay.
This battery it's a U.S. Army system. It has been upgraded significantly since the 1991 Gulf War, when the system was promoted by the Pentagon as having been very effective in knocking down missiles, both headed toward Israel and toward Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. In the end, it turned out that it was not at all effective in intercepting missiles in flight. Certainly with an aircraft, however, it's a much easier game for a highly advanced missile like this one, Anderson.
And Chris, just as you were speaking, we were showing this graphic of a Patriot intercepting a missile, an animation, and obviously, as you said, it can intercept both missiles and aircraft. Let's talk about this other incident, which until this incident we've been following in Qasr was really sort of the story of the morning. This incident in Kuwait that took place with the 101st Airborne. Bring us up to speed on what you know about it.
Well, another very unpleasant situation in Camp, Pennsylvania, home to members of the 101st Airborne. An enlisted man, for unknown reasons at this point, attacked the command tent where the colonel in charge of the brigade and his staff were operating. Apparently 2 hand grenades, some of the details still being fleshed out here, but apparently 2 hand grenades tossed by this man into the command tent, killing one of his fellow soldiers, injuring 12 more, a number of those very seriously. They were, a number of them, I believe 6, were medevaced by helicopter to area field hospitals where they underwent surgery and extensive medical care in an effort to keep them alive. One of them died after being medevaced. The colonel in charge was also wounded in the attack in the arm. It appears, although again details are a little bit hard to come by even a number of hours after the fact, it appears that the culprit, the assailant, was also wounded when he was taken into custody by his fellow soldiers. Some videotape that we've seen of him indicates that he may have been shot in the leg when they were apprehending him. His motivations, again, utterly unknown. There are a lot of rumors flying around about what might have happened, but the fact is that it's not clear, at least to us here, what his actual motivation was for this. You can see him sitting here, having been covered with a poncho after having been apprehended by his fellow soldiers here. When he was being carried back to this area where he was being held, it was clear that he had been wounded, probably in the leg, apparently by a gunshot wound. The Army is investigating. It's being handled as a criminal matter, not as a terrorist attack or anything other than a simple criminal act. There's no explanation for what might have motivated him to do this at this point in time.
And as you said, it is an ongoing investigation, a criminal investigation, military. I guess the bottom line, he is in custody and is no doubt being questioned at this hour. We should just point out also, Chris, that Ryan Chilcote, CNN's Ryan Chilcote, who's been traveling with the 101st, he got some reaction from some of the troops he is with. Understandably and obviously, they were shocked. One commander told Chilcote, and I'm just reading this from, it says, the commander said, "You come here to face the enemy, not to face other soldiers, but the unit is larger than the individual. They will be all right. They will move on." And they are certainly seeming to do that at this hour. Chris Plant at the Pentagon, thanks very much. Carol?
Henderson, right now we want to take you live to Baghdad once again, because for the very first time, the Vice President of Iraq, Taha Yassin Ramadan, this is the first time we've seen him, because a lot of news organizations were reporting that he was killed in the first bombing attack on Baghdad. This is the highest-ranking Iraqi officials to appear. We're going to listen in for a short time.
Not because I want from them to. ما عندي أمل في هذا النوع من الحكام أن يكون عندهم موقف بعد الآن. In fact, I have no hope to have such a stance or attitude from those. أملي وثقتي تزداد بالجماهير العربية. All my hope and belief is getting firm from the people.
This is on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a press conference. Taha Yassin Ramadan, the Vice President of Iraq, who we have not seen, as Carol just mentioned, in quite some time. We're awaiting a translation, so we're going to try to bring that to you as soon as we can. Just a little background on who he is. The former leader of the Popular Army, which is a paramilitary force, reported leader of military action to crush the Shia uprising in southern Iraq. That in 1991. Of course, that in the region that, part of the region at least, that we have been focusing on so much in the last couple hours around Basra. Also apparently oversaw the killing of the Kurds in northern Iraq in 1988. So has already survived several assassination attempts over the years. You might remember, as the man who suggested an actual duel between Saddam Hussein and George W. Bush in October of last year. Again, this is a press conference. First time we have seen this man. It was believed by several people and reported on other networks that this man might have been killed in the first bombing.
The big bunker buster bombing in Baghdad.
Let's listen in.
حول سير العمليات العسكرية.
About the progress of the military operations, that it's going very satisfactory. and it's from Iraq point of view, and it has been proved to us that the American and the British administrations designed their strategies and war plans, built their strategy on information they received from traitors, which they like to call opposition, and information from intelligence services from some of these Arab countries we talked about, that Iraq is divided in every respect, between clans, districts. There's division, claim there's division between the people and the army, the leader and the leadership, the party and the people, and this illusion. They believed at first by concentrating their troops, by amassing their troops, and by threatening aggression, that would be sufficient to meet their intentions of changing the situation and installing a regime that is similar to those regimes that are collaborating with them at the moment. And when things reached a boiling point and nothing was achieved, they said, okay, let's launch few missiles for about 3 days maximum, and then it will be all over. Therefore, we see them now in panicking, blocking the media from finding out what's happening on the military front, under the context, under the pretext of securing and protecting the source of information. They claim that they're on their way to Baghdad.
تجاوزوا 160 كيلو أو 180 كيلو باتجاه بغداد.
They even claim that they're about 160 to 180 kilometers away from Baghdad.
أنا أقول لهم
I said to them,
في الاتجاه اللي هم ماشيين به
the direction they're taking,
ليستمروا إلى 300 كيلومتر.
Let them progress up to 300 kilometers and get all their tanks and marines.
ولن نتحرش بهم قريبا.
And we will give them enough time, we'll not engage with them.
ولكن أي تماس مع أي قرية أو مدينة عراقية سيجدون كما يجدون الآن في قصر.
When they come into contact with any village or town in Iraq, they will be met with the same resistance they are meeting now in Qasr and Shuyukh.
بعد ساعات ستجدون الأسرى الذين تحرشوا بسوق الشيوخ الأسرى الأمريكان ستطلعون عليهم في التلفزيون العراقي.
You see the American captives on Iraqi television, those who
وستشاهدون الأفلام الدبابات والناقلات
tried
المحروقة على حدود سوق الشيوخ وهي قضاء صغير.
to invade Suq Shuyukh, and you will see their burnt armors and vehicles, and this is the place where they claim that is 160 kilometers from Baghdad in the desert. This is the first city where they came into contact and they were engaged. Another subject which I did not want to talk about, but I think now I need to inform the media. That this was the first town that they manipulated and created unrest in 1991. Perhaps they relied on that background by trying to approach this particular.
Earlier today, when that happens, how does that affect strategy? How does that change anything?
It's not going to change a whole lot. You have to, there's over 1,000 aircraft that have flown already, hundreds a day and night, and they all have this identification friend or foe capability. It could have been that did not go as planned, and the Patriot unit thought it was in fact an enemy missile or aircraft, but this is going to happen.
From which they cannot escape. He was frightening to behold, a walking corpse. He was shot through the back in a firefight and died in less than a minute. Sigmund Freud divided the forces in human nature between the eros instinct, the impulse within us that propels us to become close to others, to preserve and conserve, and the thanatos, or death instinct, the impulse that works towards the annihilation of all living things, including ourselves. For Freud, these forces were in eternal conflict. He was thus pessimistic about ever eradicating war. All human history, he argued, in civilization and its discontents, is a tug of war between these two instincts. Taste enough of war and you come to believe the Stoics were right. We will, in the end, all consume ourselves in a vast conflagration. There is a constant search in war to find new perversities, new forms of death when the initial flush fades, a rear guard and finally futile effort to ward off the boredom of routine death. This is why we would drive into towns in Bosnia and find bodies crucified on the sides of barns or decapitated and mutilated. It is why those slain in combat are treated as trophies belonging to the killers, turned into grotesque pieces of performance art. I know soldiers who to this day carry in their wallets the identity cards of men they know they have killed. They take them everywhere. They show them to you with the imploring look of a lost child. They will never understand. The job of killing allows our senses to command our bodies. The killing whips fighters into greater orgies of destruction. Hedonism and perversion spirals out of control. Those who work hard all their lives are reviled as dupes and fools. They haunt the soup kitchens. The loyalty they express to the state or to the institutions they worked for has left them as beggars. They collect pensions when they are paid that amount to a few dollars. The normal order is turned upside down. Decency, sobriety, honesty, and moderation no longer pay. Better to give yourself up to the lust of war. In war, we deform ourselves, our essence. We give up individual conscience, maybe even consciousness, for the contagion of the crowd, the rush of patriotism, the belief that we must all stand together as a nation. In moments of extremity, to make a moral choice to defy war's enticement, to defend love, can be self-destructive. Shakespeare shows this in Antony and Cleopatra, as he does in the final defeat of Coriolanus. In the rise to power, we always become smaller. Power absorbs us, and once power is obtained, we are its pawn. As in Richard III, the all-powerful prince who molded the world, we fall prey to the forces we thought we had harnessed. When the mask of war slips away and the rot and corruption is uncovered, when it turns sour and rank, when the myth is exposed as fraud, we feel soiled and spent. It is then that we sink into despair. In the Arab-Israeli 1973 war, almost a third of all Israeli casualties were due to psychiatric causes, and the war lasted only a few days. A World War II study determined that after 60 days of continuous combat, 98% of all surviving soldiers will have become psychiatric casualties. They found that a common trait among the 2% who were able to endure sustained combat was a predisposition towards aggressive, psychopathic personalities. During the war in El Salvador, soldiers could serve in the Army for 3 or 4 years or longer, virtually until they psychologically or physically collapsed. In garrison towns, commanders banned the sale of sedatives because of abuse by troops. In this war, the emotionally maimed were common. I interviewed a 19-year-old Salvadoran Army sergeant who had spent 5 years fighting and suddenly lost his vision after his unit walked into a rebel ambush. The rebels killed 11 soldiers in the firefight, including his closest friend. A couple dozen soldiers were wounded. He was unable to see again until he was placed in the Army hospital. I have these horrible headaches, he told me, sitting on the edge of his hospital bed. There is shrapnel in my head. I keep telling the doctors to take it out. But the doctors told me that he had no head wounds. I have seen other soldiers go deaf or stop speaking or simply shake without being able to stop. War is necrophilia, and this necrophilia is central to soldiering just as it is central to the makeup of suicide bombers and terrorists. The necrophilia is hidden under platitudes about duty or comradeship. It waits, especially in moments when we seem to have little to live for and no hope, or in moments when the intoxication of war is at its pitch to be unleashed. And when we spend long enough in war, it comes to us as a kind of release, a fatal and seductive embrace that can consummate the long flirtation with our own destruction. War ascendant wipes out eros. It wipes out all delicacy and tenderness. And this is why those in war swing from rank sentimentality to perversion with little in between. When we see this, when we see our addiction for what it is, when we understand ourselves and how war has perverted us, life becomes hard to bear. John Steele, a cameraman who spent years in war zones, had a nervous breakdown in a crowded Heathrow airport in 1994 after returning from Sarajevo. He understood the reality of his work, a reality that stripped away the self-righteous, high-octane gloss. I came back from Sarajevo, he said. We were in a place called Sniper's Alley, and I filmed a girl there who had been hit in the neck by a sniper's bullet. I filmed her in the ambulance, and only after she was dead, I suddenly understood that the last thing she had seen was the reflection of the lens of the camera I was holding in front of her face. A year after the war in Sarajevo, I sat with Bosnian friends who had suffered horribly. A young woman, Liliana, had lost her father, a Serb who refused to join the besieging Serb forces around the city. She had been forced a few days earlier to identify his corpse. His body was lifted, the water running out of the sides of a rotting coffin, from a small park for reburial in a central cemetery. She was emigrating for Australia soon, where she told me, I will marry a man who has never heard of this war and raise children that will be told nothing about it, nothing about the country I am from. Liliana was young, but the war had exacted a toll. Her cheeks were hollow, her hair dry and brittle, her teeth were decayed, and some had broken into jagged bits. She had no money for a dentist. She hoped to fix them in Australia. Yet all she and her friends did that afternoon was lament the days when they lived in fear and hunger, emaciated, targeted by Serbian gunners on the heights above. They did not wish back the suffering, and yet they admitted these may have been the fullest days of their lives. They looked at me in despair. I knew them when they were being pounded by hundreds of shells a day, when they had no water to bathe in or wash their clothes, when they huddled in unheated, darkened flats as sniper bullets hit the walls around them. But what they expressed was real. It was the disillusionment with a sterile, futile, and empty present. Peace had again peeled back the void that the rush of war, of battle, had filled. Once again they were, as perhaps we all are, alone, no longer bound by that common sense of struggle, no longer given the opportunity to be noble, heroic, no longer sure what life was about or what it meant. The old comradeship, however false, that allowed them to love men and women they hardly knew, indeed whom they may not have liked before the war, had vanished with the last shot. Moreover, they had seen that all the sacrifice had been for naught. They had been, as we all are in war, betrayed. The corrupt old Communist Party bosses who became nationalists overnight and got them into the mess in the first place had grown rich off their suffering and were still in power. They depended on handouts from the international community. They knew the lie of war, the mockery of their idealism, and struggled with their shattered illusions. They understood that their cause, once as fashionable in certain intellectual circles as they were themselves, lay forgotten. No longer did actors, politicians, and artists scramble to come and visit during the ceasefires, acts that were often ones of gross self-promotion. And yet, they wished it all back, and I did too. A year later, I received a Christmas card. It was signed Liliana from Australia. It had no return address. I never heard from her again. But many of those I worked with as a war correspondent during the past 20 years did not escape. They could not break free from the dance with death. They wandered from conflict to conflict, seeking always one more hit. By then, I was back in Gaza and found myself pinned down in another ambush. A young Palestinian 15 feet away was shot through the chest and killed. It was time to break free, to let go, to accept that none of this would or could come back. And I knew then it was over. I was lucky to get out alive. Kurt Schork, brilliant, courageous, driven, could not let go. He died in an ambush in May of 2000 in Sierra Leone, along with another friend, Miguel Gil Moreno. His entrapment, his embrace of Thanatos, of the death instinct, was never mentioned at the sterile and antiseptic memorial service staged for him in Washington. Everyone tiptoed around it, but those of us who knew him understood that he had been consumed. I had worked with Kurt for 10 years, starting in northern Iraq. Literate, funny, it seems the brave are often funny. He and I passed books back and forth in our struggle to make sense of the madness around us. His loss is a hole that will never be filled. His ashes were placed in the Lions Cemetery in Sarajevo for the victims of the war. I flew to Sarajevo and met the British documentary filmmaker Dan Reed. It was an overcast November day. We stood over the grave and downed a pint of whiskey. Dan lit a candle. I recited a poem the Roman lyric poet Catullus had written to honor his dead brother. By strangers' coasts and waters, many days at sea, I come here for the rites of your unworlding, bringing for you, the dead, these last gifts of the living, and my words, vain sounds for the man of dust. Alas, my brother, you have been taken from me. You have been taken from me, and by cold chance turned to shadow and my pain. Here are the foods of the old ceremony, appointed long ago for the starvelings under the earth. Your brother's tears have made them wet. Take into eternity my hail and my farewell. It was there, among a few thousand war dead, that Kurt belonged. He died because he could not free himself from war. He was trying to replicate what he had found in Sarajevo, but he could not. War could never be new again. Kurt had been in East Timor and Chechnya. Sierra Leone, I was sure, meant nothing to him. Kurt and Miguel could not let go. They would be the first to admit it. Spend long enough in war and you cannot fit in anywhere else. It finally kills you. It is not a new story. It starts out like love, but it is death. War is the beautiful young nymph in the fairy tale that when kissed, exhales the vapors of the underworld. The ancient Greeks had a word for such a fate, ekpyrosis. It means to be consumed by a ball of fire. They used it to describe heroes. Thank you.
say thank you very much to Chris. I have made a terrible blunder in my way, and I realize that we need to end before too long in order to allow time for book signing. However, I think it's very important that we follow up this discussion with remembering what Chris said about love is the most potent enemy of war, and what happens to those who, as Chris Hedges has talked about, survive war and attempt to come back to something like love and life. And so I want to give some time to Kate to talk to you about that and her work, and perhaps we'll reduce, if with you all's permission, we'll reduce the book signing a little bit. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
I watched your faces as you listened to Chris, and I watched the feelings that people were showing. As a clinical psychologist, that's what I do with my life, is I am with people, and I look to see the effects of words, the effects of violence, the effects of war, of trauma on people. And the message that I want to give and bring to you today is one of hope, that the effects of violence are the same no matter what the cause of violence. Whether my career started out working with men and women who had been sexually abused, who had experienced domestic violence. In the 20 years of my career, I've been to countries where I've worked with people who have had refugee experiences from Vietnam, from Cambodia, from Afghanistan, from Iran, from Iraq, from Bosnia, Serbia, Northern Ireland, South Africa, Turkey, Israel. And what I've seen across all the cultures is that the healing components of what can be given to humans are the same. I work in places like I was in Taiwan yesterday, and I don't even understand the language, but I can see how people can come together, how they can reclaim their souls, that the effects of violence does hurt your mind, hurt your heart, hurt your body, hurt your connections with others. And as a traditionally trained psychologist, I was trained to talk to people, to help them make sense of their experiences. But I found that that wasn't enough, that it wasn't enough to help people just understand some of the lust for war that Chris talked about, some of the effects of violence, the nightmares, the shattering of relationships, the inability to take the risk to trust again. And I became trained in a method of experiential psychotherapy where I witness with people in groups these experiences of horror that are replayed, that are not just kept inside the psyche, inside the mind, but using teams, trained teams of other psychologists, social workers, humanities people that are joining together with our work now. We recreate the scenes of horror, face them together as a community, and find new ways to come together, put new endings to the haunting images that people carry around from experiences, from internal experiences of something like incest between one person in the family and another person in the family, to the horrors of war. My own experience includes that of family addiction and childhood sexual abuse. So I come from a place of speaking from knowing that healing can happen. And again, seeing it time and time again, the experiences of people taking in a group the ability to try to trust again, to speak of their horrors, to put it out and share it, until we can face the violence that happens, till we can really name it and look at it and speak it without shame, speak it without blame. It just stays stuck. It stays inside the humans. And so the model that I work with, the therapeutic spiral model, is a way of sharing that in community, sharing the horrors so that you see not just the horrors, but you see the moments of healing. And what I've seen is that in all the places I've worked around the world, the moments of healing are the same. People let down the defenses, they look in each other's eyes again, and they're willing to take the risk to love, willing to take the risk to reconnect, to find their souls, to connect with a sense of spirituality, and to reach beyond the horrors that are now being repeated again. As I was flying home yesterday on the plane, I was hoping to get home before war broke out. I was in Australia on 9/11, and so I was away from my country on that day, and I didn't want that to happen again. I wanted to be able to be home with the people that I care about, with the people that care about me, to feel that safety of connection. And we've started a nonprofit organization, Therapeutic Spiral International, 3 years ago. And the goal of our organization is to create teams and create communities of healing, so that people can come together in this way of experiential therapy, in a way where you don't just talk and analyze what happened, but you actually use drama, use art, use sound and music, use expression to be able to bring back the life into people. As Chris said, you lose your feelings, you lose your humanness when you experience violence, no matter what kind of violence it is. And if you can go back to that moment and change it by now re-experiencing the coming together of humans, the being able to go beyond it, it becomes an experience that is more ecstatic than the addiction of war. The ability to really be with other beings as they're able to risk again after unspeakable horrors. One of the reasons that talk therapy, doesn't work for trauma survivors is that the horrors that have happened are beyond words. The latest research shows that trauma, violence, no matter how it's experienced, no matter what the cause of it is, it damages the structures of the brain. That the unprocessed traumas, the stories that Chris shared, the things that you all know for yourself that we'll see on television in the next few days, damages the structure of the brain, and the experiences get held in the emotional centers of your brain, stuck back here in the limbic system. It's not accessible to words. There's not a way into the brain through just talking about things. You have to involve your body. You have to involve your emotions. You have to involve the contact one-on-one to another human being to have the experience that caused the brain damage, the neurotransmitters to be off, to not work right, to be able to shift around to the frontal cortex so words could become important again. Words of meaning that you have, that the sense that you make, so that the myths do get broken, so that you can speak new truth and can speak about the horrors of what happens. I've seen the shattered psyches, the shattered bodies and minds and spirits of the humans that have gone through the worst experiences imaginable. For many years, I listened and I watched and I heard stories of sexual trauma. And then I started working with refugees. And I found there that the acts that humans can do to each other, the tortures, the religious and political persecutions, are so far beyond anything that you can truly hold in your mind to believe happened. And then what I saw is that you can also find the healing for those experiences. I have now witnessed, thousands and thousands of times of people coming together in community to be able to risk again, to try to find the way past the horror, past the terrors. The experience of violence for everybody is one of terror. That's the core experience, being terrorized and being helpless, that causes mental health, psychiatric problems such as post-traumatic stress disorder. That wasn't even a diagnosis until 1984. Even long before, many, many centuries and centuries of war. And then finally, the effects of violence got a name, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's a mental health response, a psychiatric response to real trauma. It's not people making up things that happened. They actually experience a trauma, the nightmares, the flashbacks, the body memories, the ways that the trauma continues to haunt are real. They're not people being crazy. They're people trying to work through. Their brain is trying to work through the old experiences. And I chose the title, The Therapeutic Spiral, because violence is like a tornado that's out of control. You have a sense of not having any control. And so to spiral begins to give an image that people can bridge, that you can choose to spiral. And most importantly, you can choose to spiral slowly and deeply into the experiences of horror that you want to have healed. And you can spiral back up with new words. It's not enough to just, hold the images. They need to be shared with other people, and to slowly, step by step, find the ways to hold them in consciousness. So instead of walking across an enemy line alone, in the replay of it, in the re-experience of it, you would walk now with somebody playing a role of a guardian angel, of a good enough mother, of your best friend who didn't die. And it doesn't change the reality, but what it does is change the images, change the feelings. You get a chance to cry and to grieve and to rage with other people, not to just have to hold it all in. The way Roberta and I have connected is to bring the principles of clinical psychology that I use in the therapeutic spiral model with the humanities, to bring it even more into the community. I've worked with therapy groups. I've worked with large groups of 200 people in South Africa. We had, men and women, mostly women, who had walked 7 and 8 miles to get to the workshop because they heard that maybe there was just something new to learn about how to help bring healing to their people, to their families. And the hunger for that is so huge. And so as I worked with these larger and larger groups, my question became, how do you take it beyond therapy? How can you take it out into the streets, the healing that I've witnessed in small therapy groups, in groups of people of 25? How can we take it out and reach into the community? And I think the humanities is the answer for that. The literature that can come out of people's sharing their stories, the dramatic performances, the creative expressions that can help people not only share the horror stories, but find the celebration of the reconnection, of being able to come back together again. That anthropology is in itself a reason, a support for experiential treatment as being a treatment of choice for trauma. The traditional methods of healing from shamans all over the world, Native American ones, Korean shamans, Aboriginals, they all have experience at the core of the healing. They do rituals, they do ceremonies. The priests, the shamans, they take on the energy of the evil that's being faced. And now, clinical psychology research is showing why that's true, why experiential therapy is the treatment of choice. And it's because of what trauma does to the brain. And talk therapy cannot access that in the same way. I mean, if you want to stay in talk therapy for 7 years and do, psychoanalysis for 5 days a week, you'll probably have that experience because you'll learn to trust again. You'll learn to be able to connect one-on-one to a human. You'll be able to share your stories. But we're trying to find through a new program, Action Against Trauma, how to bring it into the community. So it doesn't have to be an elite way for people to heal. How many people in the world can do one-on-one therapy? I mean, it's not even a conceivable idea for that. But how you can bring people together in larger groups to have new experiences together where they will take the risk to trust, to find faith, to connect with others. That's what I've witnessed, and that is the message that I want to share today. As I did hear the stories of horror, and as I looked out at your faces, I saw the despair. I saw the fear of us coming into war again, of that becoming now prevalent in our faces. But if we can look at it and stare it in the face and really look at the evil and name it, we can, I believe, find hope to stop the generational transmission of trauma. That's what happens. You know, you have a trauma that you don't deal with, and you don't mean to pass it on. You mean to do whatever you can to try to make it better for the next generation. But as long as it stays locked inside, it gets passed on. It gets passed on to our children, onto our societies, onto our culture. That's why war keeps repeating. You know, it's not just the lust for the violence and the power, but it's that we don't know how to do it any differently. And so to help find new experiences, and I've been able to find that, you know, people do that all over the world. They're happy to come together in new ways, to really find the way to become human again, to connect with their own spirits and with the spirits of the other people. And I'm not sure how my time is, so I think I'm just about at an end here. No, that's good. It's, I mean, it is, because the essence of what I wanted to say is about the hope. I mean, you know, my book takes you through step by step of, you know, how you can practice experiential therapy in a safe way. But that's not really the message I wanted to bring here today. Most of you probably aren't clinicians. Some of you may be. And the book is helpful just in being able to understand about trauma. But to leave you with the message that we don't have to end in despair, that as we watch the images of the violence that will occur on the television, and we'll be impacted by that. You can get secondary PTSD just from watching it on the television. You know, in many ways, we as Americans are a very privileged society and a privileged group of people. And I've seen that as I've gone around the world and seen the lack of privilege. And I believe we have a responsibility as a culture to reach out with messages of hope. I mean, if we could only spend the money that we're spending on the bombs in humanitarian aid and truly make a difference. But we can only do that one person at a time. So each person can take their own responsibility for finding those new experiences, whether it's through a therapy model or through a community practice or through however you connect, is the message that I hope to leave you with.
All right, now we have the terrible quandary of signing or questions. And what do you guys want to do? Are you going to tell me what you want to do, or are you going to ask a question? Okay, I think what we'll do, we have 15 minutes, right? Okay, and I know this is against the rules, but I come from the foundation, so I can take the heat later. If this is okay with you, I'd like to have 10 minutes of questions, and then we'll stay a little bit later to do book signing. Is that all right? Okay. Okay.
Back here, they have to get set up.
Okay. Okay. Let's. Okay, I'm really sorry, but we just all have so much to say. Okay, and no, you guys have questions. All right, questions. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Chris, let me just say I felt your words were perspicacious and brilliant and true. Here we are, a small group of people, you know, get the word out. But with the immensity of the media just drowning us, how do you get that word out? How do you demonstrate to more Americans of what that triumvirate is doing in the White House?
The problem in wartime is that it always begins with the destruction of culture, of our own culture. And the most effective way the state has to accomplish that is by taking away our language. And it gives us the words and the cliches by which we speak about the experience we're undergoing, so that it becomes very hard to think outside the box. And I don't own a television, because I don't want those phrases pounded into my brain on 24-hour news cycles. The war on terror, countdown with Saddam, showdown with Iraq. Once you rob language, once they give us the words by which we have to speak about what we're undergoing, it becomes almost impossible to express the disquiet that we feel, and I think that many of us feel. We saw this in Bosnia, and in a place like Mostar, where you had young men who had grown up together, who had gone to school together, attended each other's weddings, slept in each other's houses, sitting in trenches often a few yards apart where at night they could still speak to each other, killing each other. Yet they didn't have the words by which they could express what it was they're doing. When you asked them why they were fighting, they spat back at you those kind of cliches that were pounded into them day after day after day after day. And I'm not picking on the Bosnians because now we're the same. And what it does is turn the other into an object. It denigrates the other. It turns the other into a caricature. And when we go to war, of course, the other side is doing the same. So that until you can recreate an authentic language, and that has a lot to do with allowing authentic culture, which is always about self-examination and self-critical, to again become ascendant or at least have its proper place in a society, you are rendered mute. I think we've all become, in wartime, like Othello, who's so consumed by jealousy that at one of the final moments before he turns to kill Desdemona, he says, "Goats and monkeys, goats and monkeys." The most poetic man in Venice, a man who wooed not only his love but the state with words. And that's why in Bosnia or in Cyprus you do not have peace. You have the absence of war. In Bosnia, or with the Turks and Greeks in Cyprus, students learn different histories, both of which are a lie. And this is, of course, touches upon the brilliance of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, where, although the torturers and the killers of the apartheid regime were given an amnesty, to do so they had to confess their crimes. And what they were doing is returning to South Africans' language, a narrative, a common narrative by which you can build and maintain peace. And it's always the same disease. I woke up a few weeks after 9/11 and I looked around New York with people driving down the street waving big obnoxious flags, and I thought, we've all become the Serbs. And that's what's so terrifying about war. It doesn't matter whether I'm in Argentina or Israel or Bosnia or El Salvador. It's the same disease, and we have it.
But I want to ask you, one of my concerns is that we not only export war, but we import it. After the war is over, you bring back a culture of 300,000 soldiers who come back, and caught in that patriotism is a new cycle that begins again, which
Right.
means that we just continue in this.
You touch upon, for me, a very important point. And you know, when we look at the destruction of war, we always look at the physical destruction. You take Bosnia, which I covered, the bridges, the buildings, the infrastructure. But probably more dangerous is that unseen psychological destruction. And one of the benefits that we as a country have from the legacy of our debacle in Vietnam is that because it was a defeat, we have not permitted Vietnam veterans to mythologize the war the way we have with World War II veterans. They suffer more trauma because of it, but they also speak a lot more truth about war. And they have a lot to tell us, and we're not listening. It has been done since the Iliad, when Nestor got up and talked about the age of heroes. We look back on past conflicts, we elevate and exalt those that carried it out, the greatest generation, And what we're doing, in essence, is creating and perpetuating that myth of war. I grew up in a family, my father and all my uncles fought in the war, one of whom fought in the South Pacific. He was in the regular army in 1939, eventually was wounded, and never recovered. He never was able to hold down a job. He was a burden on our family. It was particularly difficult because as an alcoholic, and my father and mother did not drink, and he drank himself to death in a trailer. And I don't think that's an uncommon story. That's a silent story. That's what war does. So, yes, we bring back people who are maimed and brutalized, and then we discard them, and we don't listen to them. War is always about betrayal. It is about betrayal of the young by the old, and it is about betrayal of soldiers by politicians.
Question for Kate? Yes. Just to make sure.
Kate, what would you recommend for people who are... What?
Talking to the mic.
Okay,
Talking to the mic.
Oh, here. I'm okay now? Oh, okay. Yeah, people who live alone, are isolated, and who are so traumatized that they can't watch television, they can't read the newspapers, they don't have the benefit of groups like yours. What would you recommend for people like that?
Right. I mean, that's where I see that, you know, each individual human being can start trying to reach out. That if you find your courage, if you can build up your courage, you know, to reach out to the people that are isolated, to reach out to the people that, because of their own traumas, can't even leave their homes. To take that responsibility, to be able to for yourself to say, oh yes, I see that person that's drinking themselves to death in the trailer. Yes, I see the person who is, you know, that looks crazy all the time, and to ask them about themselves, you know, and just begin the process of being human with another person. Little small things like that are what can make a difference. Thanks.
Let's have one last question for either. Okay.
There are traditional ways of trying to heal people after trauma, I'm thinking of situations like Rwanda and Mozambique. South Africa is not the only model. To what extent have you drawn from traditional ways of healing in your work? I mean, it's not just our society and psychotherapy that creates this.
That very much the therapeutic spiral model. We worked with a Native American shaman for 3 years in the development of the model, so that we've incorporated some of the principles of spirituality, of ceremony, of ritual, of the natural ways of people coming together, non-verbal movements, dance, so that, you know, it is in many ways a returning to some of the Aboriginal, the indigenous cultures that I've seen with the people. And where I see that the people embrace the experiential methodology the quickest are the cultures where they're still practicing traditional healing methods. And that it is about, you know, finding the public forum to be able to confess, to own, to say what the perpetrations that have happened have been. You know, only then. And that's what the traditional practices are about. They were all communal. You know, they were all communal, and they all involved body, mind, spirit, and connections with both a spiritual belief beyond something human and the connections among the different humans. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm sorry that we don't have more time. I think we could probably have this be a seminar. Yes. We'll move the book signing back there. Please stay and ask any questions. We need to vacate this area, however, at this time. Let's give everybody a...
You're watching Book TV's coverage of the Virginia...
You're watching Book TV's coverage of the Virginia Festival of the Book. In an hour and a half.
On the next 15 minutes.
The
101st Airborne Division.
Reports of a pilot who allegedly parachuted into the Tigris River. The Iraqi army then immediately sent out 4 little speedboats searching the riverbanks of the Tigris, also checking all the columns of the bridge. Some of the soldiers were actually firing rounds into the water just along the banks. This all apparently in an attempt to find or even kill whatever pilot might have parachuted in there.
Chris, just going out on a limb here, they didn't find any pilots, did they?
No, they didn't, at least not during the roughly 1 hour period that the press was allowed to watch. Then the Army decided at one stage that the cameras obviously had seen enough and asked us all to leave that area and retreat to the ministry building.
Yeah. Chris, tell us if you had any indications of a plane in the area, whether you saw anyone parachuting, and how much lead time you were given before you actually took your pictures.
We were at the time currently under air raid alarm. Also, there were and still are at this stage aircraft audible over the city center of Baghdad, and there are numerous explosions going off on the outskirts of town. Nothing is apparently hitting the town center at this stage, but on the outskirts, southerly direction, western, eastern direction, around the outskirts, some very heavy detonations going off there. We have not seen any planes. So that there is a possibility that there might have been a plane in the vicinity and possibly somebody has ejected out of that. But then again, I was not able to ascertain for sure if anybody had actually seen this in person who could confirm this to me. This is just some people who had heard.
Chris, you don't have to answer this. Do you think it was a staged event?
Well, as you just said, I don't have to answer this, but I will try and answer this. I cannot tell you. Maybe somebody parachuted into the river. After all, there was some slightly burnt piece of cloth drifting down the Tigris River, which could have been the remnants of a parachute. I am not sure. But then again, maybe somebody parachuted and maybe we have one lucky pilot who did not get caught.
Did you or anybody that you're associated with talk to any person that says they saw a chute and a pilot?
I've personally spoken to about 30 to 40 people on that bridge. Nobody had seen the parachute personally. They had all just heard that somebody else had seen it.
Okay.
And Chris, once again, how much lead time were you given, and did they come and get you, and how much time between the time you found out about this and the time you were taking pictures of it?
Basically, by the time we learned, I don't know how much time might have passed after a parachute drop, if there ever was one, but it took us about 6 minutes to physically just run up there with our cameras.
Chris, I want to switch subjects a little bit. I heard an earlier report today that you gave, and you were talking about, I think it was a reporter who was asking you, or an anchor who was asking you about the Iraqi civilians, the ones that are in Baghdad that you're running into on a daily basis, and their feelings about the U.S. military campaign. You know, we've been hearing reports that civilians outside of Baghdad are very happy and are grateful to the troops and so forth, the coalition troops, that is. Can you give us any, can you shed some light on that, Baghdad citizens?
Well, my general feeling on this is the more Allied troops the locals have in their respective town or village, the more freely they might want to talk about their real feelings. That's all I can really say about this at this stage.
Chris, do you have a minder with you? Somebody that stays by and keep an eye on what you say?
At all times, sir.
Okay.
All right, Chris Jumpbelt from German television, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
All right, we're looking at the skies around Baghdad, and there have been reports, as Chris was also telling us, of some planes in the area, some blasts. We also have reports across the wires, Reuters reporting some blasts on the outskirts of Baghdad, presumably some sites that coalition aircraft are taking out. But in addition, we saw this yesterday, some blackened skies in the background here, as it looks like some oil trenches once again may have been set on fire.
All right, well, it is 8 o'clock in the East Coast time, 4 o'clock p.m. Baghdad time. We're going to continue with our coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I'll be taking off. I'll be back in about an hour. Julian rejoins.
Okay, 4 o'clock in Iraq.
A manhunt's underway in Baghdad for two. Pentagon says no planes were lost in the area. Is this just another case of Iraqi propaganda? And one American soldier is dead and another injured after a vehicle accident in southern Iraq. We'll bring you the latest on that story as it develops. Plus, B-52 bombers leave from England and more reports of bombs heard in Baghdad. What's in store for Iraq? We'll bring it live to you this morning. It's all part of our continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Yes, okay. 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west. And what is it, about 4 o'clock?
It's 4 o'clock now in Baghdad.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. A lot going on here this morning. Just an update. If you're just joining us right now, I'm going to give you a few developments as things are unfolding there in Iraq before we go to Kieran. Forces within 100 miles of Baghdad. We're looking at the 3rd Infantry Division right now, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force on the outskirts. Some of our experts are saying that they may hit Baghdad by as early as Tuesday. Intense firefights in 3 cities, Basra, Qasr, and Najaf. Royal Air Force B-52s, we had live shots of that already, en route from the United Kingdom on their way to the Persian Gulf. Destination unknown, about a 6-hour flight. Of course, by the time they get there, it should be close to evening in Baghdad, as it is right now. Also, a blast out of CENTCOM. Fortunately, not terrorist-related, a work-related incident over there. And Iraqis also claiming POWs, prisoners of war. They say they're going to have photographs of prisoners of war. Of course, the Pentagon here in the United States is denying anybody has been captured at this time. And also, unfortunately, one more soldier dead, another injured in southern Iraq. Apparently, that might have been due to an accident, not
a vehicle accident.
Yeah, not any enemy fire. So those are some of the things that are going on. Right now, you're looking at live shots of Baghdad, and we're going to go to Kieran Chetri for the latest war developments. Good morning once again, Kieran.
Good morning to you guys. Well, we do have the latest now on Operation Iraqi Freedom. A huge, massive campaign, for the most part, is going very, very well, but there are a few minor setbacks to talk about. One of them, that U.S. soldier that was killed, another hurt in a vehicle accident in southern Iraq. We're being told the soldiers were from a support unit that was attached to the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. CENTCOM says it doesn't appear that hostile fire played a part in the crash. They're not releasing the names until family members can be notified. Also, one American soldier is dead after a grenade attack in Kuwait. Happened at Camp Pennsylvania near the Iraqi border. And one of our own troops is being held as a suspect now. 13 others are injured, 3 of them seriously. Iraqi troops launch a massive search along the Tigris River after reports from witnesses that coalition pilots may have ejected over Baghdad. The witnesses are claiming the troops came down by parachute, but the Pentagon is saying it has no reports of any pilots involved in the coalition ejecting over the capital, Baghdad. CENTCOM says a Patriot missile may have shot down a British plane near the Kuwaiti border. The aircraft disappeared over the Persian Gulf early this morning. There is no word yet on the fate of that crew at this time. Those are the latest headlines in Operation Iraqi Freedom. I'm Kieran Chetri. We head back to Studio B right now for more.
Thanks, Kieran. Nice job.
Thank you very much, Kieran.
Thank you so much.
Boy, we had a scare about an hour ago, guys. We told you about this. David Lee Miller was just putting his mic on, ready to do a report from CENTCOM there in Doha, Qatar, when word was there was an explosion near the gate. He's with us again to clear this up for us. Apparently an accident, David Lee?
That's right. There was a very loud blast about 2 o'clock local time. Of course, people here can't help but think the worst, myself included. But as it turns out, this was apparently just an accident. It was not in any way terror-related. It was a gas cylinder that apparently exploded at an industrial plant about 1 mile outside the compound here at Central Command, but people here are understandably nervous. Security is high, and for a few moments here, people thought that something terrible had happened. At the end of the day, it was an explosion, and apparently there were no injuries. Now, on to more pressing matters. In the wake of reports coming out of Baghdad that they've sighted 2 Western airmen parachuting down to the central part of the city, there is a manhunt underway by the Iraqis looking for what the Iraqi officials might have us believe are downed airmen. They're also claiming that they're soon going to put on television some of the coalition prisoners of war. But we're getting a statement from Washington, Defense Department official there saying there are no reports of Western pilots ejecting over the Iraqi capital. And a spokesman here at CENTCOM in Doha told us that there are no missing coalition aircraft, with the exception now of an RAF plane that might have been struck by friendly fire. The CENTCOM spokesman said, let me quote him now, "We have no reports of unaccounted for coalition aircraft and personnel except for what was released earlier today by the UK forces of a missing Royal Air Force crew and aircraft." Now, concerning that aircraft, apparently what happened, it is believed at this time that it may have been hit by a U.S. Patriot missile. The time the aircraft disappeared, a U.S.-controlled Patriot was in fact fired. The British officials here are not releasing further details. We do not know precisely what type of aircraft this was or how many crew were on board. The only thing that we can tell you about that is that the crew is unaccounted for. One very important additional note, though, a British spokesman did say that that plane was not shot down by enemy fire. In another development now, in the aftermath of fighting in the Iraqi port city of Qusar, British officials here said that these pockets of resistance that we're seeing are really no surprise. And they also said that the closer that the Allied forces are getting to Baghdad, it is likely that they're going to meet with more resistance, especially if they do in fact encounter Saddam's elite Republican Guard. Meanwhile, we're getting reports that Iraqi troops continue to surrender. Right now here at Central Command, we're getting word that there are a couple of thousand of prisoners in custody. And British officials here say that a large contingent of Iraqi troops north of Basra are now preparing to give themselves up. And finally, right now, as we heard Julian mention just a few moments ago, it appears that 1 American has been killed and another injured this morning. Apparently, those injuries that took place a few hours ago were the result of an automobile accident. The soldiers were from a unit attached to the 3rd Infantry Division. And that's the latest from Central Command in Doha, Qatar. Now back to you guys in New York.
All right, David Lee Miller, of course, with the latest and the best from Doha, Qatar, outside of CENTCOM. And apparently, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, there will be a briefing from CENTCOM, not necessarily by Tommy Franks, but by one of the coalition leaders there, I think around 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 2 o'clock Eastern time.
Correct.
Okay, good enough. A lot going on over there in the Persian Gulf, of course, in Kuwait City. Adam Housley is live there with more information on that grenade attack, apparently by a member of the 104th Airborne. Adam, what's going on right now?
You're right, Julian. The information is still coming in. The latest we're hearing now from the Washington Post is that apparently they may have found this guy, the soldier who's accused of doing this, about 1 hour after this morning's 1:30 a.m. attack, hiding in a bunker when there was an incoming missile warning that had gone off. About 1:30 this morning, of course, the attack happened. We have some pictures of the chaotic scene that came in. The storyline so far from the military and from people that were there goes like this. About 1:30 this morning at 3 separate tents somewhere in the middle of Camp Pennsylvania, which is out in the middle of the Kuwaiti desert, some 20 miles from where we're at right now. Grenades were rolled into, 1 grenade into each tent, and they exploded. 13 soldiers were there. 1 was killed. 11 were injured, pardon me. 3 of those serious. Again, 1 killed, 11 injured. 3 of the injured are said to be serious and were flown out of the area on military helicopters. Now, that happened again about 1:30 this morning. The actual person arrested or taken into custody about 2:30 a.m. is said to be a soldier also from the 101st. He said they may, according to some of the soldiers out there, he may have been disgruntled, upset because he wasn't going forward with the rest of the crew, and that he also may have been reprimanded in recent days. The Army, of course, is is reacting to something like this.
2 of the Screaming Eagles were treated on the spot and released. However, 11 of them had to be medevaced out, meaning transported by helicopter out to various various combat service hospitals in the area. A suspect was found, and this suspect is being questioned by the United States Army Criminal Investigation Command.
Camp Pennsylvania is one of the major encampments out in the middle of the Kuwaiti Desert. There are a number of them that are still there and will be there for a number of months as the war continues to the north across the border. Many of the 101st are still here and preparing to go across in the coming days, actually, to support the 101st Screaming Eagles that have already gone into Iraq to fight the war. We're also hearing more about the missile systems that are being looked for. As you've seen here live on Fox News, we've had several launches in our direction. In fact, 12 missiles of some sort have come towards Kuwait since the war began. We've had 10 warnings overall, so you can spread those missiles out across most of those warnings. We've had 1 or 2 that were false alarms. But now the military is continuing to say they haven't found all the batteries that the Iraqis have. There's some concern that they may be driving towards Baghdad, and they may still be able to reach us. In fact, some of the military intelligence that I've gotten in recent hours talks about how potentially once the U.S. and the coalition forces surround Baghdad, we might be in store for more launches in this direction. That's one reason why the Patriot systems are still in play and still along the demilitarized zone and will remain there. The 2 different missiles we've had launched towards us in the recent days have been, of course, Scuds, which right now the latest is only 2 have come this way, and also Ababil 100s, which are shorter range missiles, also can be driven around basically on a trailer and then fired off from there. Again, 6 missiles shot down of those 12 fired toward us by the Patriots. That goes with the news today of this Royal aircraft that may have also been taken down now, and yet another tragic event here in the Kuwaiti Desert. Back to you guys in New York.
All right, Adam Housley, thank you very much. Also wanted to give you a report that the Pentagon, from General Myers, well, I guess that would be out of CENTCOM. No, Myers is at the Pentagon. Right. Saying that there are no crews missing, there are no planes that are missing in any efforts going on with Iraq. So any kind of report from the Iraqis that there are some pilots who have parachuted into the Tigris or anywhere else for that matter, there's no credence, no credibility to those reports.
Yeah, I think that report is kind of fragmented anyway in terms of
as we've pointed out all along.
Yeah, and number one, they're talking about perhaps some aircraft activity around Baghdad. If they heard any kind of explosions on the outskirts, I mean, it seems kind of ridiculous to me that if anybody parachuted on the outskirts of Baghdad, they're going to be swimming down the Tigris River into the center of that activity. Also, if you notice something about this picture here, these soldiers here.
The first and most important step is the process we normally work. This obviously, today, something, assuming it was a Patriot, and that hasn't been confirmed yet, something probably went wrong in some way. But we're in an incredibly busy environment. I mean, the number of aircraft flying around. The American who's here before me, the general, is saying 2,000 sorties in a day. I mean, that is really busy with every pilot focused on what they're doing. The first thing we're going to do is look in to see if there's something obvious that we can fix instantly, something that went wrong, easily identifiable. If we can't work out immediately, we'll make sure everybody is fully briefed on the procedures, but the investigation will go on and we'll find out what happened. And if we can't fix it today or tomorrow, it will be fixed. At the back.
Mike McCarthy from Sky News. I appreciate that you can't go into any detail about this particular incident, but is there any background information that you can provide us with that sheds some light on how this kind of thing can happen? What kind of mistakes might be made that will lead to this kind of incident?
Well, I think it's fair to say that when we've done the planning and we work together, we train together, that what we've tried to do is actually identify all those potential problems in advance. Something apparently might have gone wrong. But I do come back to the environment we're in. You've got to remember that if it was attacked by a Patriot missile, the country we're in now has been attacked every day since I've been here with missiles inbound. So we're not in a benign environment. You know, there are missiles coming at this country daily as a threat. So nobody would look around and say, well, there's no threat, why does something happen? People have to react in a hostile environment. Mistakes can happen. I think that's really all I can say on that.
General Frank said he's using overwhelming force. You're using minimum force.
If you get it right, then they're one and the same. That you will overwhelm the enemy with the minimum amount of force. The shock and awe, which I know you're going to refer to next, as we discussed this earlier, the way you should look on shock and awe from our point of view is, well, the coalition point of view, it isn't the primary aim. The primary aim is the legitimate military target. But when you target something you've got to, using minimum force, that will bring on shock and awe. One bomb to someone relatively close will be shock and awed. When you're attacking a lot of military targets, the ones you have to, that is going to introduce a lot of shock and awe. And I think that's worth just bringing that one out.
Captain John Fines of the Royal Air Force taking some very pointed questions about the fate of a Royal Air Force jet that may have been taken down by U.S. Patriot missile. He said the investigation goes on. He also provided some statistics I don't think we've heard before about the percentage of precision-guided weapons that are being used in this campaign versus Desert Storm. He said 90% this time around compared to 10% in 1991. And they went on to talk about a new type of weapon, a Storm Shadow, that is being used. He said it is being used effectively, which he says allows to deeply penetrate the ground and take out command and control centers. We're going to get back with David Grange in a moment to further reflect on what the captain had to say. Let's get back to Bill, though, who has some breaking news out of Kuwait. Bill?
Paula, getting word from Captain Stuart Upton. He works with Central Command. He's a U.S. Marine down in Qatar, putting out just in the past 45 minutes the news that a U.S. soldier has been killed in southern Iraq, apparently the result of a vehicle accident. There was no indication, they say, of hostile fire at the time. So one soldier killed, a second one injured. The injured soldier, we're told, has been medevac, taken up by a helicopter, now being treated at a U.S. Army hospital here in Kuwait. So again, a member of the 3rd Infantry Division killed in a vehicle accident at some point earlier today in southern Iraq. Let's get back to southern Iraq. One of our embedded journalists back with us, Jason Bellini. Last check, Jason, you were with the Marines, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. I believe you were in and around the area of Qasr. I'm not sure what progress you've made since then. Jason, good afternoon. What's happening?
Good afternoon, Bill, and all that is correct. I am still with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. And as you've been reporting, there's been a lot of fire that they've been taking from the neighboring community of Qasr. The Marines themselves are based at the port itself. That's where they have their headquarters set up, and they were really hoping not to have to go into the town. Well, because of the problems they've been encountering with the sporadic fire and the incidents like happened earlier today, they're coming into town to actually hit some of these targets. One location where they believe many of these individuals who've been taking the pot shots at them are located. It's the Ba'ath headquarters here in Qasr. So right now, this attack is underway. We've been hearing sporadic gunfire. We've been hearing loud explosions. It's quiet right now for the moment, but they're planning this operation to be going on for the next few hours. It just kicked off a short while ago. Bill?
Jason, when they describe these pockets of resistance, I'm not sure how many you've seen, but it appears to me you've seen an awful lot. At some point, are they all extinguished and accounted for? And in other words, are they done with and able to secure that area? And at what point does that happen? Do you know? All right, it looks like we lost him. Jason, I don't know if you're still on the line or not. Jason Bellini with the 15th MEU in southeastern Iraq. Going to try again, Jason. I know it's a bit tough at times, but do you have any indication as to when these pockets of resistance will cease? All right, Jason Bellini is traveling with the 15th MEU. Apparently we lost the connection there, but we'll try and reestablish it when we can. Paula, quick note, John Fines, the spokesperson for the RAF, shortly after the time when we left that briefing, he started talking about this videotape that we've been watching from Baghdad. He says these are just the games that the Iraqis play, his words, and that the Iraqis are simply shooting at water. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. Back to Art Harris now, who you tried to hook up with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, one of our embeds. Art, what's the latest from there?
Hello, Paula. Can you hear me?
You're on the air.
On the Euphrates River at a checkpoint. I've been
Okay, Art, you're drifting out. We heard you're somewhere along the Euphrates, as you can imagine. A lot of technical challenges making that happen. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with the very latest on that report that Bill just illuminated, that now it appears as though the Rockies sort of did well, what's the correct word to use here? Yeah, let me show the picture, and then this might make better sense to you. At the top of the hour, of our 7 o'clock hour, you saw Iraqi soldiers shooting into the Tigris River. They said they were shooting at downed coalition pilots. Well, now it turns out there is nothing to substantiate those claims. A U.S. military official says it has no reports of a plane downed over Baghdad. The British Royal Air Force also said it has no reports of coalition planes down in Baghdad. Both said all planes were accounted for, which leads us to the prospect that one of our experts said could very well have happened this morning. The Iraqis creating or staging this scene to further buttress what we are expected to see. If the Iraqis come through with it, they say they're going to parade some American prisoners on Iraqi television later today. More details on that after the short break.
Do you know what unlimited means in the neighborhood? It means you can call your brother in Toledo for 2 minutes, and your mother in San Diego for 2 hours, and the pizza guy down the street right now. And every call is the same. Call anyone in the country, talk as long as you want, as often as you want, for one low monthly price. Rack 'em up, people.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
Speed dates. Meet your match before the buzzer. So what do?
Lawyer. And you?
Flex on sales rep.
Excuse me?
I sell these frames. They're flexible, see?
Careful.
It's okay. They spring back.
I'm a teacher, and you?
Flex on sales rep.
Huh?
Flex on frames. They don't get bent out of shape.
Oh. I'm in public relations.
Flex on sales rep.
What?
Flex on frames.
Wow.
Be the most interesting. Wear the most interesting eyewear. Flex on by Marchand.
Earlier today, long before a lot of folks on the U.S. side were up and at it today, we had the experience here in Kuwait of watching a live pool feed, which is essentially a group of reporters with photographers who are going into Iraq right now and feeding their report and their story out in a way that anyone around the world can take it and feed to their own viewers. We here at CNN made the decision to take this what in essence was a firefight, and at times it was rather fierce, between U.S. Marines on one side and Iraqi soldiers on the other. This is a location in southeastern Iraq, outside of Qasr, that town we've talked about for the better part of the past 3 days. The reporter at the time was David Bowden. He was hunkered down nearby, and this is part of his report from earlier today on what he saw with his photographer, this firefight.
We're assessing the situation here. There are people running up and down with messages. They've got binoculars on the area, but this situation has not come to a halt yet. This is ongoing. It is not yet declared safe. I tell you, I overheard, and you can probably hear that those shadowy figures, they've got eyes on them, as they say here now. Mike, do you feel you're safe enough there? Mike Donnelly, my cameraman, do you feel you're safe enough where you are? He says so. You probably saw that, Simon. It's a difficult call. We're trying to cover the war here, but at the same time, as I say, this is not a soap opera. It's not being done for television. It's being done to carry out the mission here. We're simply bystanders. We're tagging along. It is not easy to operate in these conditions when there is nobody firing at you. It is more difficult, of course. Adrenaline will be pumping. There is a life-threatening situation here. So it's very, very difficult to operate in these conditions, certainly for the soldiers. Marginally less so for us, obviously, because we're just a few yards back from what is de facto the front line. But it's very hot, very difficult, very dusty, and the sand, as you know, and dust gets into everything. I just ask you what's happening.
Roger, right now we just got a confirmation that we've got some pop shots. I guess somebody's trying to return fire with the tanks onto the tanks over. I believe the first tank's about to take a shot right now. There we go. Apparently there's somebody back there apparently that wants to keep going.
Word has just gone down the line here to keep your heads down. Shots are coming out of the building still. But obviously the US Marines are not satisfied that that building is safe, so they are still pounding it, and I suspect they will take it down brick by brick if necessary.
That was David Bowden, the reporter on the scene for that firefight that we watched for the better part of 2 hours. It was nonstop coverage, middle of the night back in the U.S., and it was really something to see and experience firsthand, live with a report in the images from southern Iraq. Paula, in a moment, Dan Leaf, the Major General from the Air Force, will join us here live on CNN. We'll talk to him about the very latest throughout the entire region. He will update us in a moment on all the stories we've been talking about. See you in a couple minutes, Paula.
Thanks so much, Bill. Back to Ken Pollack now in Washington, D.C., our expert from the Sabin Center, the Brookings Institute. Welcome back, Ken. You probably just heard Walt Rogers reporting that now there is confirmation that the Iraqis indeed are using women and children as human shields as American troops advance north. How deep of a concern must this be for the coalition forces?
Well, I think it's obviously got to be a very serious concern because, as I was saying before, one of the great ironies of this war is that the coalition forces do care deeply about the safety and security of Iraqi civilians, whereas Saddam's forces absolutely do not. Walt said something interesting there, Paula. He said that the Iraqi army units were being stiffened by elements of what's called the Saddam Fedayeen. Saddam Fedayeen are one of Iraq's internal security forces. They're run by Uday Saddam, Saddam's oldest son, the unstable, savage older son of Saddam Hussein. Uday, well, let me put it this way: in a country where Saddam has taken the dregs of society and used them for his internal security services, Uday really scraped the bottom of the barrel in putting the Fedayeen Saddam. He went out and found all of the angry, disenfranchised young men he could, gave them weapons, gave them a little bit of training, and put them into what is basically a goon squad. And all they do is they incite fear into people, they keep internal order in the country, and they do some of the worst jobs that Saddam has for any of his internal security services. And it's pretty fitting that it would be Saddam Fedayeen who would be going out and rounding up women and children and using them as human shields to protect the actual military forces. And this really complicates the mission for the U.S. forces.
Well, let's talk about that for a moment, because Walt couldn't give us any specific information without compromising the safety of coalition forces, but he did say there is a plan to work around it. Now, at the time that this happened, there was a call for combat air support. In a broad sense, what do you do when you encounter this?
Well, I think what Walt indicated is exactly this, just that. You don't want to take this force on. What you want to do is you want to isolate it, prevent it from impeding your forward movement, but also put it in a position where there is absolutely no military reason, no military necessity to actually assault the force. And hopefully, if you can isolate the force itself, convince it that it is no longer relevant, it's not going to be able to stop you, you might be able, over the course of time, to convince the soldiers to lay down their weapons, because you don't want to start getting into a firefight with a bunch of Iraqi soldiers who are protected by women and children.
Let's come back to what you witnessed along with us at the top of our 7 o'clock hour when we saw Iraqi soldiers firing somewhat indiscriminately into the Tigris River, the river that wraps itself through Baghdad, and they claim they have captured 2 American pilots. Now, I do need to say that the Joint Chiefs of Staff earlier this morning and ABC News denied that there are any missing coalition pilots. What do you make of what we saw play out here? Some pretty arresting pictures of fishing vessels crisscrossing the river and Iraqi soldiers firing into the river.
Well, assuming that CENTCOM and the JCS are right, and we have no reason to doubt them, pretty good at counting for their own planes, it does seem that this is a staged operation by the Iraqis. It looks like the Iraqis are trying to demonstrate that they did shoot down a coalition pilot. And I think that they're trying to do that for 2 reasons. First, they're trying to buck up their own internal support. They're trying to say to their people, we're fighting back, we're causing casualties to the Americans, all is not lost for Saddam's cause. Because their belief is as long as they can sustain the image that Saddam isn't Saddam's regime isn't over, that they still have a chance out there, they'll be able to keep support for the war going internally. In addition, they're trying to create the image that the war is costing the United States and Britain casualties in hope of destroying popular support for the war in the United States, in Great Britain, elsewhere around the world. Saddam knows he can't win a military victory against the United States. He's got to win a political victory, and that means convincing the countries that are supporting the war that the war is too costly to continue to support.
Well, let me ask you this now that, and I'll say right now what General Meyer said on ABC. He said, quote, "We have nothing to substantiate that claim by the Iraqis that any pilot has bailed out of his airplane over Baghdad. All planes are reported safe at this point." Once you hear these details, isn't it quite obvious to you people see right through this?
Well, actually, Paul, this is one of the problems that we've encountered with Iraqi propaganda for decades, which is the Iraqis don't really care. The Iraqis will pretty much say anything. And part of the problem is that there are simply a lot of people out there who will believe it. They will hear the U.S. saying one thing, and they'll hear the Iraqis saying another. And many of them will believe the Iraqis because that's what they want to believe. In other cases, they'll say, well, the U.S. says one thing, the Iraqis say another, who are you going to believe? You know, they're one saying one saying the other, who knows what the right answer is? And this has been the secret to the Iraqi success. You know, remember, all through the 1990s, the Iraqis were claiming things like, 1.5 million people had died from the sanctions, despite the fact that all of the statistics, including Iraq's own statistics, suggested that that number was greatly exaggerated. The Iraqis never cared. Their point was that as long as they could keep putting the information out, some people would believe it, and that's all they needed to do. And this time around, they're probably counting on the same thing, that you'll have some people who believe the Americans, others will believe them. And if they can do that, that's a victory for them.
Ken Pollack, thanks so much from the Sabin Center at the Brookings Institute. We'll get back to you a little bit later on this morning. Right now, we head to Atlanta, where Leon Harris is standing by at CNN Center.
Good morning. CNN has learned that Iraq is using women and children as human shields. We'll have more details on that in just a moment. Right now, here's what's happening at this hour. 2 RAF pilots are missing and appear to have been killed by friendly fire. Military officials say it looks like a British Tornado was shot down by Patriot missiles. The plane disappeared near the Kuwait border last night. The RAF says this incident will not divide the coalition. Rather, it will make it stronger. An American soldier is suspected in an attack against his own division. One soldier with the 101st Airborne is dead after hand grenades were thrown into 3 tents at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait. The suspect has reportedly been under observation as a disgruntled soldier for some time. Iraqi civilians in Qasr welcomed coalition forces Saturday as they took control of the strategic port city. Resistance from some isolated groups of Iraqi troops in the region led to some fierce fighting. That is over now, though. And Iraqi television showed Saddam Hussein again today. Saddam was shown wearing green military fatigues, meeting with senior military officials. But, of course, there's no way to definitively know when or where this meeting took place. Iraqi officials say that the video proves that Saddam did survive the Allied bombing attack on Wednesday. And demonstrations around the world continue this weekend, and there are for and against the war we're seeing. In Paris, protesters marched to say no to war. French police estimated the crowd there at 80,000. Meanwhile, a pro-war rally for America Saturday in Raleigh, North Carolina. About 300 people turned out to support the U.S. troops there. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. I'm Paula Zahn. Developments are coming to us very quickly on the war with Iraq. One of the most disconcerting developments came to us just a few minutes ago from our embedded reporter Walt Rogers, who is with the 307th Cavalry heading into Baghdad. He reports that Iraq is now using human shields to protect Iraqi positions from coalition bombing and coalition attack. Women and children are reported to have been seen being herded around an Iraqi installation. And we are also learning that another U.S. serviceman has died. Bill Hemmer is standing by in Kuwait City with details on that. Bill, what have you learned?
Yeah, Paula, here is what we know, the latest developments throughout the area. Again, we urge our viewers to stick with us here on all this because the movement on these stories comes fast and furious. In Baghdad right now, Paula, I want to get you up there quickly. Iraqis searching the Tigris River. Media reports on some Arab networks report they are looking for a downed coalition pilot. Iraq claims it's holding U.S. prisoners. The Pentagon says no planes have been shot down and no U.S. prisoners have been taken. Northern Iraq now, U.S. forces have staged air attacks on the cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. U.S. troops have been unable to get into and secure the important oil fields in that area, and certainly that is an effort that is ongoing. Paula.
Thanks so much, Bill. We'll get back to you in a couple of minutes. We'll be looking at the fighting from all corners of Iraq, north and south, and beyond the borders. We have our embedded reporters covering the war from their unique vantage points with U.S. military units. Walter Rogers is with the 37th Cavalry moving to Baghdad. Kara Phillips is on board the USS Lincoln, and Jason Bellini is with Marines in southern Iraq near Qasr. Now, we call your attention to some video that was just broadcast live by Al Jazeera Television. We are trying to make sense of this. This is after we saw the Iraqis patrolling the Tigris River, shooting into the river, looking for what they said were downed coalition pilots. Now we are told that they have set fields on fire along the riverbank to flush out coalition pilots. Now, it is important to note on an appearance on ABC News, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Myers, had this to say, according to Reuters: "We have nothing to substantiate that claim by the Iraqis that any pilot has bailed out of his plane over Baghdad." He went on to say all planes are reported safe at this point. Now, if this ends up being nothing, it would follow and track with what some of our experts have told us so far this morning, that it is often a tactic of the Iraqis to create an image to the rest of the world that they are costing American lives. Let's go to Barbara Starr at the Pentagon for more on this. Barbara, is the Pentagon confirming anything?
Paula, they're saying the same thing they've been saying for the last couple of hours since these pictures emerged. No information that leads them to believe there is a U.S. or coalition crew down over Iraq. We have spoken to senior Pentagon officials here this morning. We have spoken to senior military officials out in the region. They all say the same thing. No evidence that any of this is true.
Can you give us any update on what is believed to have happened in Baghdad today during the daylight hours? A lot of conflicting reports. Have there been any airstrikes to our knowledge?
Well, there have been, there are press reports of a large explosion, I believe, in the western edge of the city much earlier today. Airstrikes could resume at any point. The U.S. has had some daylight raids over Baghdad. Always a key issue, their assessment of the air defense picture over Baghdad. It's a very heavily defended airspace. Still, radars, surface-to-air missiles, air defense units, anti-aircraft artillery. Over the last several days, the U.S. feels it's taken out a lot of that anti-air system, that air defense system, but it's still a place where U.S. pilots are very cautious, and that's why you've seen a large number of those cruise missiles being used from Navy ships and submarines. That allows the U.S. to attack the targets without risking air crews over Baghdad. At this point, though, every reason to believe, many officials tell us that all U.S. and coalition air crews are safe and accounted for.
Barbara, coming back to the air defense system, isn't it true that the Pentagon conceded, though, it will be several days before they really think they have degraded that system?
Well, they are indeed cautious at all times. One of the key factors in figuring out for them figuring out whether they've sufficiently degraded the air defense system is also the command and control system, the communications that the Iraqis use. Now, the U.S. knows it has successfully struck many communications nodes. It believes that largely now communications have been degraded. They have noted very little radio traffic by the Iraqis, and they believe that is because this communication system is in disarray. But officials still are cautious because much of the Iraqi military communication system runs on an underground fiber optic system. There are fiber optic nodes, and it's very difficult to know whether or not this fiber optic system has been sufficiently damaged. The Iraqis are very capable over the years in terms of redundancy. They put in a lot of overlaying systems, so if something were to get destroyed, they have another route of communications. A lot of concern about that fiber optic. That may be what they're trying to assess at this point in trying to understand how much communications is still up, and therefore how much air defense is still out there.
Finally, Barbara, I think we got about 15 seconds left. What is the latest from the Americans about that downed Royal Air Force plane that the British officials just told us they suspect was shot down by a Patriot missile?
There is confirmation by all accounts here that it was an accident shot down by a Patriot missile. No one knows exactly how this happened. The routine method of operating is all aircraft in the region basically send out a signal on an assigned channel or transponder, if you will, saying that they are identifying themselves as a friendly as opposed to a foe. That information then is usually registered instantly by any surface-to-air missile capability the U.S. would have on the ground. So no indication yet as to how this accident happened. Recovery missions still underway, we are told, to try and get to the wreckage site and recover the remains of the British crew. It is said to be in Kuwaiti space, so assets are moving up there to try and get to that site.
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. If you please stand by, we'd love for you to give us a better fix on what it is we witnessed in Baghdad as we saw Iraqi soldiers burning some of the brush alongside the river. They claim they have captured 2 American pilots. As soon as you have more information, we'd love to get back to that. Bill, the other footnote I want to share with our audience now is what the spokesman said from the Royal Air Force, that in spite of this accident, that this will have no effect on the joint operations. He said the British Air Force controls the U.S. Air Force, they control us. He said we are completely integrated, we escort each other, we refuel each other.
Yeah, pretty astounding comment. I mean, a strong vote of endorsement toward this campaign right now between U.S. and British forces, Paul. We can talk more about that with Major General Dan Lee from the U.S. Air Force. He is essentially in charge of the entire air campaign out of Camp Doha here in Kuwait. He is our guest now as well. Good afternoon to you. First of all, there are a lot of people on the record right now. I want to get you on the record as well. All aircraft, are they accounted for right now?
As far as we know, all of our aircraft and aircrew are accounted for.
What about pilots? Are they all accounted for as well?
Exactly, yes.
What can you say then about this Patriot incident from earlier today, about the rules of engagement, knowing that missiles have come from the north into Kuwait, knowing that there are sometimes hundreds of aircraft in the air at one time? What are the rules of engagement for firing a Patriot missile?
Well, I can't comment on the specifics of today's incident. I can say it's a very complex environment, as you just described. Offensive and defensive operations going on simultaneously, a very large force on the ground and in the air. We do have specific rules of engagement to prevent blue-on-blue or friendly fire incidents, and they're being constantly re-examined, and if it turns out that that was the problem here, a problem with rules of engagement, they will be modified.
Would this, we'll call it an accident, would this accident cause you to pause for any reason?
We can't afford to pause. We have to prosecute the campaign to take the Saddam Hussein regime out of power as quickly as possible, begin bringing relief to the Iraqi people. And so, no, we won't stop. We won't stop until we're finished. We'll modify on the fly.
I want to move to a different area then, because I know our time is precious here. Walter Rogers is reporting in central Iraq right now that the Iraqis, based on the army commanders he's with, are using human shields, women and children, to help protect a certain group of Iraqi fighters. How is it that the Air Force now goes in and engages the Iraqis, the enemy in this case, from your position, knowing that there are women and children on the other side?
Well, first of all, it doesn't come as any surprise to the coalition military that Saddam would use tactics like this. We know he's done it in the past. He has absolutely no concern for his own people. So we have thought through this kind of circumstance. The real key is to have as much information as possible, as much situation awareness about the attacks we're going to be prosecuting, and then to execute them carefully. It'll never be perfect. Warfare is a messy, dangerous, horrible circumstance, but we are doing the best we can through information intelligence, our sensor capability, and then the rules of engagement to try to avoid unnecessary loss of life.
I have to think something like this will impede your progress. I mean, how could it not?
Absolutely. It is an impediment. That's why Saddam Hussein is using it and his forces. But that won't stop us. It may slow us down slightly, but we'd be slowing down from an incredible pace. I don't think an Army land force has ever advanced as rapidly as this force has into Iraq.
Even surprises you, I take it.
Yes, it does. I'm very, very impressed.
We were shown a couple pieces of videotape from Tommy Franks yesterday about building structures on the ground being blown up by coalition aircraft in the air. It has been said for many months now that the Iraqi government may be holding and hiding weapons of mass destruction, possibly in these storage areas. How do you know, prior to dropping a bomb on one of these warehouses, that it may not occupy weapons of mass destruction?
Well, we have been concerned about that, and again, work to build our knowledge of the enemy. We'll never have a perfect knowledge of the enemy situation. They don't let us come check before a combat, but our attacks have been designed to limit any potential negative effects of striking a facility that might have weapons of mass destruction. The aim points carefully picked, the weapons matched to the aim points. Again, I don't want to make war sound surgical. It is not. It's dirty, ugly, messy business, and there is risk in it. But we've done everything humanly possible to try to limit those types of circumstances or any other unintended consequences from our combat action.
And once again, knowing that there has been no evidence found just yet, either the use of weapons of mass destruction or evidence on the ground, what does that indicate to you right now?
I think it indicates we still have work to do in terms of discovery. I believe we will discover weapons of mass destruction.
Beyond a reasonable doubt?
In my mind, yes. And I also believe that we don't know what Saddam or whatever the remnants of the regime are, what their next step will be. Clearly, using women and children as human shields is an act of desperation. Their next act of desperation may very well be weapons of mass destruction. We're doing everything to be ready, to be prepared in a defensive posture against that, but also to maintain our offensive posture, continue prosecuting the attack on his forces, and bring this to an end quickly so that we can begin to assist in the revitalization and the rebuilding of Iraq.
Listen, we're out of time here, but I want to get back to my first question to you about these reports about a downed pilot possibly somewhere over Baghdad. What's to explain the images we're seeing in the Tigris River then?
I would say the confusion of war explains that. They don't know what's going on, what inspired the Iraqis to undertake this search, and it could just be show. It could be propaganda. We don't know.
General Dan Leaf, thanks for talking with us. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you.
In Kuwait. Paula, back to you now in New York. Much more in a moment here in Kuwait.
Thanks, Bill. And we go straight to Baghdad, where we're joined on the telephone now by Roland Higgin-Benjamin from the International Committee of the Red Cross. Welcome, sir. Delighted to have you with us. Can you describe to us whether you've heard any explosions in the last several hours?
Yeah, we have heard the sirens going on today in the daytime for the second day in a row. They were first at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and then now in the early afternoon there were sirens, and we have heard deep thud of distant explosions a few times, not to be identified clearly from what direction from where I'm sitting now.
When you say distance explosions, you think far beyond the Baghdad lines?
No, within the city, definitely. Baghdad is a very widespread city, but I heard it distinctly from where I am now.
And have there been any hospital runs in association with that? Yesterday, when the sirens went off, we immediately heard reports of ambulances whirling toward hospitals. Any activity?
Yeah, we regularly visit the hospitals as far as security permits. Our doctor goes around to assess potential needs. Our main purpose is certainly not to put our statistics on the number of casualties, but we need to know also the number of people taken in order to be able to provide the sufficient equipment for surgery. And the figures that have been made public recently correspond to what we have found out when we went to the hospitals. Today in the morning there was somewhere around 30 people who had been taken in one hospital for care after the air raids of last night. There have been numerous air raids over last night, but much less casualties than the night before.
Are you able to tell us what people are being treated for?
Yeah, people are many times being treated for wound excisions, and we have seen a few cases where they needed serious surgery. And amongst the people who had been wounded, there have been a few cases of women and children.
And what is the Red Cross's primary responsibility right now in Baghdad?
Well, we have two main concerns, which are mainly making sure that hospitals do have the surgical equipment available to perform operations, and the other thing is making sure that water and electricity are not disrupted, because this has dramatic consequences. And we are very concerned right now about Basra, because the city has been deprived of electricity for exactly 48 hours now, since the high voltage cables were damaged by the hostilities around 20 kilometers out of the city. And as a consequence, the water pumping station stopped operating, and now the city has been without water for 2 days, and this is reaching the character of an emergency. We need to gain access to the water pumping station in order to be able to operate it with backup generators until the mains can be repaired.
You mentioned that sirens went off at 9 a.m. Baghdad time today, as well as 1 p.m. How much are you concerned about the safety of your colleagues?
Well, of course, we do take care not to be out in the open whenever we hear the sirens. We have built sand sacks around the ground floor of our premises, and in case there should be very heavy bombing, we go downstairs and sit in the rooms and operate from the rooms on the ground floor. Most people in Baghdad actually do not have basement houses. Here are not built with basements as a rule, and people just sit on the ground floor.
Roland, we have time for just one more question. As we look at this live picture of Baghdad at getting close to dusk now, we see this large black cloud of smoke hanging over the horizon, and we are just seeing a small sliver of the city. Can you describe to us how many of these black clouds you have seen, and whether you believe this is indeed some oil trenches or trenches that have been dug to light pools of oil? Do you have any way of knowing that?
Yeah, definitely they are not far at all from where we are located now, and some colleagues of mine have seen them as they were driving about to attend to the jobs. They are definitely ponds of oil that have been set on fire and have produced these very high columns of black smoke, and we can smell it very distinctly where at the place where I'm speaking from now.
Can you tell us how many columns you can see or have seen throughout the day?
I think they have been, like what I could see from my location, between 12 or 15.
And are these some of the same locations you saw yesterday, or do you think these are new ones?
It seems to me, well, they are on the same side of the city. They are not all around the city. They are on the same side that I can see from the place that I'm sitting in now, and it was the same position yesterday.
And can you tell us what part of the city that is?
I'm not very good at geography. I'm sorry. I can't give you a sense of orientation. That's why I'm sorry.
And finally, sir, are you aware of any people being treated for respiratory problems related to this high column of black smoke?
I haven't yet heard about any case that would have been referred to a hospital, but definitely anybody who would suffer from bronchitis or asthma or any such condition would have difficulty breathing right now, because it's something that you can smell very distinctly. One other thing that we noticed at the hospitals was that many cases of patients had been actually admitted not for surgery or casualties for wounds, but because of conditions related to stress caused by the ongoing conflict. People were admitted who needed, stress therapy practically. Or people with a heart condition or difficulty in breathing also suffered because of the anxiety during the current hostilities.
And a final question for you. You say that the people you have seen have not had water for 2 days. If this goes on, how bad could things get?
Well, these people are in Basra. They are not in Baghdad. It is a city of Basra in the south that does need access to water. Of course, people do keep containers of water for drinking water, but one cannot go on for very long. Regular family needs water for everyday life, and it needs to be reestablished.
And then a final question for you. When you talked about military sirens going off at 2 points today, did you hear explosions preceding that?
I was not aware of explosions preceding it. I was aware of explosions right after it. But I must say that since I was most of the time on the phone, I was not really concentrating on what was going on outside. And we had closed windows. If explosions are in a distance, you don't really get it.
Well, you've given us a wealth of information. Roland Hugginen-Benjamin, we wish you the best of luck for what you need to deal with in the days to come. Thanks so much for your time today. Coming up, did a U.S. soldier turn on his own military unit? We're going to take a closer look. And U.S. Marines face some resistance in the port of Qasr, plus getting the oil well fires under control in southern Iraq. We'll take a closer look. All that and much more. Stay with us for continuous war coverage.
Let's say one phone company provides you long distance and a completely different one has your local service. Now, you probably pay too much for both of them, but you let it slide until you discover that with the neighborhood, you can get unlimited local and long distance together for one low monthly price. And just for good measure, extras like caller ID are included.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st. Over 1 million have joined.
How about you?
Where do you get your pet's flea, tick, and heartworm medications?
Oh, what a hassle. I take the dog, drive to the vet's office, then sit and wait.
I just call 1-800-PET-MEDS, and my pet's medications are delivered right to my door.
Wow, I paid a lot at the vet's office.
And I paid a lot less.
1-800-PET-MEDS guarantees the lowest price on all your pet's medications. Order online or call now.
CNN Today, noon Eastern. The latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom from the man in charge of America's war in Iraq, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Live, CNN Today, noon Eastern.
Back here in Kuwait City, live again. It is Sunday afternoon. There are reports right now in northern Iraq of more shelling in and around the Kurdish-controlled area. That's where CNN's Ben Wiedemann has been stationed for the better part of 2 weeks now. Ben, good afternoon to you. What are you seeing and hearing there?
Yes, Bill, we're hearing fairly sporadic but intense gunfire in this area, an area that's been relatively quiet for several weeks now. But what we've seen, for instance, is mortar fire coming into the positions that we were occupying yesterday at the bridge that separates the Kurdish from the Iraqi territory. We've been watching Iraqi soldiers on the hills behind us digging more trenches, bringing up mortars and heavy machine guns, testing their weapons, testing their range, digging up the road to Mosul, laying mines on that road. At the same time, we've seen an intensification of the U.S. air activity around the city of Mosul, which is about 28 miles to the west of us. For the first time early this morning, there were U.S. air bombardments of Iraqi frontline positions, indicating that there may be an intensification of the pressure on the Iraqi positions in this area. Bill?
Keep us posted. Ben Wiedemann again, northern Iraq. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. There's been a lot of talk about what the U.S. military will be up against in the days to come. Joining us right now, Colonel Mike Turner from Colorado Springs, Colorado, with a broad view of how this campaign looks at this hour. Welcome back, Colonel Turner. First off, your reaction to some of Walt Rogers' reporting from earlier this morning when he said that military sources have told him they now can confirm that women and children are being used as human shields. And they're actually being put in front of Iraqi military installations.
Well, Paula, I think earlier we heard General Lee say that this is really expected. It truly is. I have to believe that U.S. military planners have included this in their planning. and they have contingency plans for this kind of situation. Certainly we have to pause, we have to take stock of the situation and respond appropriately in a tactically sound way, but in a way that is humane and very careful not to injure civilians if at all possible not to, and to avoid these kinds of confrontations whenever possible. I suspect somewhere in this mix is an effort to completely isolate this location so that they don't have to engage those kinds of forces, but I really don't think this is a surprise to anyone in the coalition planning staff.
And without giving away any military plans or anything that might possibly help those forces aligned against the United States, what would be a tactically sound way to deal with something like this?
Isolate them completely and bypass them. Rather than try and confront them, simply seal them off, make them militarily irrelevant and tactically irrelevant, and move past them. When you are attacking with such an overwhelming force as we are, I suspect it's simply isolate that situation and move on so that they're not a threat to your rear after you pass that location.
General Tommy Franks yesterday during his news conference warning if tough times ahead, particularly when you have this very coordinated ground campaign going on at the same time as the air campaign. What is your chief concern?
Well, it's not a concern. It just becomes a more integrated, more complex operation. What you've seen so far is essentially a detached, deep interdiction campaign by the coalition air forces. As friendly forces begin to move into the proximity of Baghdad and begin to compress onto Baghdad, you'll begin to see the air campaign actually attach itself to the ground operations. We actually saw a circumstance with the location where the civilians are involved where we actually devolved the air campaign down to a close air support scenario where the aircraft were actually being called in to try and engage the troops, and the good news is they were called off, as I understand it, by Special Forces troops.
Come see the new Land Rovers at your local retailer.
Serious about your landscape? Lawn Doctor's patented turf tamer equipment keeps your lawn beautiful. We also offer tree and shrub care to ensure your entire landscape looks its best. Keep your course green for less than you'd expect.
You're watching ABC 7, New York.
Good morning from Doha, Qatar, the home of U.S. Central Command. We'll have comprehensive war coverage this morning, including interviews with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Richard Myers, and the commander of British coalition forces, Brian Burridge.
The mission of Operation Iraqi Freedom will be achieved.
From ABC News, this is a special edition of This Week with George Stephanopoulos. War with Iraq. Now, reporting from the Persian Gulf, George Stephanopoulos.
Here are the latest developments in the war with Iraq. British and U.S. officials say a Royal Air Force plane has been shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile. This marks the first friendly fire incident since the combat began. The crew is missing. Meanwhile, coalition troops have faced a fierce battle in Qasr. Street-to-street guerrilla fighting is reported, along with strikes by coalition tanks and aircraft. Yesterday, U.S. officials said they had won control of the port town. And at a rear base in Kuwait, a U.S. soldier was killed and 13 wounded when grenades were thrown into a command tent. An American soldier is being held as a suspect in that attack. And now for more on the friendly fire accident involving that British plane, I spoke earlier today with Air Marshal Brian Burridge, commander of British coalition forces. Air Marshal Burridge, thank you very much for joining us.
That's okay.
We've now had the first friendly fire incident of the war, a Royal Air Force plane shot down by a U.S. Patriot missile. Do you now have a clear idea of what happened?
What we do know is that one of our airplanes returning from an operational mission in Iraq, just approaching the Kuwaiti border, was engaged by a Patriot. And beyond that, we know that the aircraft has crashed, but we don't have any more details at the moment.
So nothing on the crew?
Nothing that I can say at this moment, no.
Well, sir, if you could just try and describe how something like this can happen. I know there were friendly fire incidents in the first Gulf War, and a lot of money was invested in technology to prevent this from happening again. Any sense of what went wrong?
Not really. You know, all I would say is that when you're in combat operations, both on the ground and in the air, life moves very quickly, and information moves fast, and it's easy for things to become confused, known as the fog of war. And as long as there's humans in the loop, there will always be the fog of war.
This also comes on the heels of 2 helicopter accidents in the first 2 days involving British aircraft. Do you have any more information on those incidents?
Only that they too had just returned from one had returned from an operational mission, one was going on task, and it seems it was a mid-air collision.
You know, it seems like in these early days, at least, the British are sharing bearing a disproportionate burden of the casualties. Has this been a blow to morale in any way?
No, not at all. You know, these things happen. In war, we're right at the edge of the envelope of performance, and a military coalition is the most intimate alliance I can imagine. You share the risks, you share the dangers, and you share the rewards, and you know, you share responsibility for each other's lives, and that's been the way it is between the UK and the United States for some considerable time. So, no, we just take this in our stride and we get on with the mission.
As you review what's happening here, though, do you think it indicates the possibility of a weakness in the strategy? Perhaps you're putting too many aircraft up in the air at the same time?
No, I don't think so. We've got a lot of experience in how to deal with these large packages and how to deal with the air control of it. And it's just one of those things. It doesn't indicate any weakness at all.
Now to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Moments ago, I spoke with Air Force General Richard Myers. General Myers, thank you for joining us. I want to begin by getting your reaction to the breaking news overnight. First of all, what can you tell us about that grenade attack at Camp Pennsylvania?
I think the only facts we know right now is that it was allegedly conducted by a U.S. service person. That person is in custody, and that Central Command has started a full-scale investigation into the incident, and I think that's what we know right now.
So nothing at all on motive, whether this might have been an act of terrorism or simply a disgruntled soldier?
That's correct. Motive right now, as far as I know, has not been determined, and I'm sure that's what they're trying to determine as we speak.
Also, earlier this morning, I spoke with Air Marshal Brian Burridge about the Patriot shooting down the British Royal aircraft last night, and I asked him how could something like this happen given all the advances of technology. Do you have any insight into that?
Well, to ensure safe passage of friendly aircraft and to ensure that aircraft that might have chemical or biological weapons on them heading into our large force concentrations in Kuwait, there are elaborate procedures and electronic means to identify friendly aircraft and identify adversary aircraft. Somehow, supposedly, and those procedures or those electronic capabilities broke down somewhere. Again, Central Command is looking into that as we speak again. It's a terrible tragedy, and our hearts go out to the crew members.
When you combine this with the 2 helicopter crashes of the earlier days, does it lead you to want to adjust the air campaign in any way?
No, I don't think so. This air campaign, we've had over 1,000 sorties a day over Iraq. Iraq is a big country, but not all that big when you're flying that many sorties. I think it's been conducted with great efficiency. These are obviously terrible tragedies, but we are, after all, in a war, and some of this is to be expected.
Also reports this morning that American pilots may have ejected over Baghdad. Anything on that?
George, we have nothing to substantiate that claim by the Iraqis that any pilot has bailed out of his airplane over Baghdad. In fact, we checked just before coming on the air, and all planes are reported safe at this point.
Finally, Iraqi Vice President Ramadan also said that he has American POWs.
We're still trying to track that one down. We're in contact with Central Command. They'll be the ones that'll determine that, and we're going to have to do some more investigation to determine whether that's true or not.
What do you make of the fact that Vice President Ramadan can still broadcast? What does it tell you about the state of the Iraqi command structure right now in the Iraqi military?
Well, I think we think the state of the Iraqi military in general, the morale is very low. As you probably know, since you're over there in the theater, there have been many thousands of deserters. We have somewhere around 2,000 enemy prisoners of war right now. That number changes all the time, so it may be more than that as we speak. So I think the Iraqi command and control is probably fairly weak. We essentially have air supremacy over most of the country at this point. There has been very little aircraft threat from the Iraqi Air Force, and most of the surface-to-air missiles and other systems that are shot our way have not been effective. So I think their command and control is weakened. Clearly, they are not a beaten force, and for those who think this is going to go on for some time are right. The hardest part is yet to come. We expected the reaction we've gotten so far. The future will be a little bit tougher, and so we don't like to hear it when people say, gee, this is going to be a quick and easy fight. It has not been quick and easy. It's not easy for those folks in firefights so far because we've had some pretty good firefights, but like I said, the toughest part is yet to come.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that because a squadron commander who was out flying last night told ABC News that he actually encountered more anti-aircraft fire on the second night of bombing than he did on the first. How do you explain that?
Perhaps on the first night they were caught somewhat by surprise. We did have, we think, some tactical surprise on when the heavy air piece of this campaign would begin. So that may be accounting for part of it. Otherwise, I really don't know. And I was very careful not to include anti-aircraft fire in my previous answer to the light defenses. There is a lot of anti-aircraft fire, and historically in combat, that is the type of fire that brings most aircraft down. That was true certainly when I flew in Vietnam. It's been true, I think, in every conflict since. So there's a lot of AAA in Iraq. We can expect that that will continue to be a real hazard to our pilots, and they're showing great bravery by doing what they're doing.
Do you have any idea about how much of that AAA have been taken out by U.S. forces?
Taking out individual AAA pieces is a very difficult job. What we try to do is take out their aircraft that would provide air defense for Iraq, and like I said, they're essentially not effective. We try to take out their surface-to-air missile systems, and we think we've done most of that in the early warning radars. And so what you're left with is thousands upon thousands of anti-aircraft guns, and we have tactics and techniques and procedures that can keep those anti-aircraft guns from being effective. So it's not something I think our pilots, they know how to work around those types of threats.
There also seems to be some fairly heavy fighting on the ground in Basra, especially in Qasr. Is it more than you expected?
No, I think a fair statement and a general statement would be it's going about as expected. We expected pockets of resistance. If you know, in Basra, it was never the intent early on to take on all the forces there. So we have what we think are pockets of resistance that will continue to resist. We've also had great desertions from the regular Army divisions that are in that area. So I think it's going as expected up to this point. And one of the things, of course, we want to do as quickly as possible is secure the port of Qasr to include the waterway. We're checking the waterway right now for mines so we can start to bring in humanitarian assistance into southern Iraq.
So is it not secured yet? There were some reports yesterday that it was secured.
I think generally you can say that it's secured, but the one thing we want to make sure of if we start bringing in commercial ships is that they don't run into mines. And there's, you know, some of the activity previously, we've discovered boats with mines on them. We have indications that they indeed did mine some of the waters in the waterway there leading out to the Persian Gulf. And we just got to check to make sure that those mines are no longer there. We can deactivate them, and then we can bring in some of the shipping that will bring in the humanitarian assistance to the people of Iraq.
The New York Times reported this morning that the Iraqis are repositioning surface-to-surface missiles in order to engage, directly launch them against U.S. troops. Are you seeing that? And how much of a threat remains from Iraqi surface-to-surface missiles?
Well, I don't want to get into the operational intelligence piece of this, but we know they have hundreds of surface-to-surface missiles. They fired some already. They fired some into Kuwait. As you know, the majority of those have been successfully engaged, at least we think successfully engaged by our Patriot missile batteries. They clearly are a threat. We know that Saddam has modified the warheads to be able to carry chemical and biological or perhaps biological weapons. And so it's a great concern. And it's one of the things that our intelligence and surveillance and reconnaissance assets continually look for. And when we find them, we go after them right away.
You say you know that Saddam has reconfigured his missiles to carry chemical and biological warheads, but have you found any evidence yet of WMD in Iraq, if forces come across any biological or chemical weapons?
To my knowledge, we have not, although we are in the middle of exploiting some documentation that we found out in western Iraq after a firefight by our special forces last night. They found a huge arms cache, millions of rounds of ammunition, and some documentation that needs to be exploited. So, to my knowledge, as of this moment, no. I'm not sure you'd expect at this moment to find that either, because as you get closer to central Iraq, where we think most of biological and chemical weapons have been stored and dispersed and hidden, and we find people willing to come forward and point us towards those weapons and towards the documentation that we've been looking for, I think we would expect that to come later in this campaign.
What kind of documentation are you talking about in western Iraq? An inventory of weapons?
Right, I'm not sure exactly. I just know that they have some papers that they want to exploit as quickly as possible, and we're going to do that. Of course, we have people set up to do that very, very quickly, because it might save thousands of lives if we can find out exactly where and what they have. And beyond that, I don't know, George.
General Frank said yesterday at his press conference that if Saddam Hussein uses biological or chemical weapons, the United States, the coalition forces, win. Do you think that Saddam Hussein may have made a strategic decision not to use those weapons and maybe even to destroy them for the political and diplomatic advantage?
George, I have no idea. What we do know is that in the past, the Iraqi regime has not been hesitant to use chemical weapons on its own people and on the population of Iran. Other than that, I don't think you can get inside the mind and determine whether or not he will use them in this case. What we have to do is plan for the worst case, and the worst case is that he has some terrible weapons, and if he certainly has the capability, his intent will be determined as we march through this campaign. I would just say that we encourage Iraqi military and other people in the chain of command not to follow those orders. Life will be very tough for anybody that is associated with weapons of mass destruction, their use on the Iraqi civilian population, their use on U.S. troops. That is just unacceptable. It's an absolute war crime, and we've been encouraging them not to follow the instructions from the Iraqi regime leadership to use those weapons.
You say you've told them not to follow orders. Does that mean you know that Saddam Hussein or Iraqi leadership have actually given orders to use these weapons?
No, it doesn't mean that. What it means is that we're trying to encourage people to do the right and honorable thing, and that is to lay down their arms and not fight for Saddam Hussein and a regime that is absolutely finished. This is over for the Iraqi regime. It's not over yet. It may take us some time yet to finish the job, but this is over for that regime. What it means is that they have a chance to fight for something different, and that's to fight for a better life for their families and for their children and for their children's children as Iraq goes in the 21st century, not under the control of a brutal dictator like Saddam Hussein, but under the control of a government that is fair to all the people and takes care of their people like modern regimes should do.
I also asked General Franks yesterday about the status of any major surrender negotiations with top Iraqi civilian or military leadership, and he basically said, that's above my pay grade. Well, you are his boss. I know it was discussed yesterday at the War Council in the White House. What can you tell us now about the status of any surrender negotiations with top Iraqi officials?
Well, I think the negotiations that may be going on are going on at a lower level, actually, and concern individual units. I'm not aware of negotiations at a higher level.
So does that mean you've given up hope of any major change in the Iraqi leadership? There was some discussion earlier in the weekend that the United States might be willing, for example, to allow a coalition of Iraqi commanders to assume control of Iraq as part of a deal. Are those discussions now dead?
Well, I'm not aware of those discussions. I haven't even read those reports. I've been too busy attending, I think, to other things. It's never too late for the Iraqi regime to give up, to say it's over. Of course, they're going to have to leave, and those that have perpetrated crimes are going to be appropriately judged and punished in the end. But it's never too late for them to stop the war. They've had that opportunity now for many, many years, most recently with the UN Security Council Resolution 1441 in November. They've had several months now to avoid this conflict. They have chosen another path. It's obviously going to be a very disastrous path for the Iraqi regime, and everybody would like to see this war end, and it's up to them. If they want it to end, it will end. But there will be no deals. This is over.
Who is the they?
Well, the they is the Iraqi regime.
Okay, so there will be no deal.
Yeah, there'll be no. There's that. Of course, that's a political issue. So I'm probably a little bit outside my lane right here. But the objective of this war are to disarm Iraq and for the Iraqi regime to go. And those are the clear political objectives. They've been stated by the President of the United States, and they remain our objectives. There will be no deal that will change those objectives.
So if there's no deal, sir, does that mean that United States forces, whether it's in a day or 3 days or a week, are eventually going to have to fight their way into Baghdad?
It may mean that. It may mean that a lot of those units do what some of the other units in the country have done, and that is they desert, and they do not fight, or they don't fight with much enthusiasm. There are lots of ways this thing could end without a conflict inside Baghdad, and certainly we hope that's true.
Who's in charge of Iraq now?
Well, that's a good question. We're not hearing much out of the normal leadership team. That does not mean that that team is not there, that they're not functioning. We have to assume that the leadership team that we started this war with is still in charge to some degree, and that they're issuing orders. And we see some indication of that, but we'll just have to wait and see who's really in charge.
But do you have any evidence that that leadership team is actually communicating with lower level commanders, or do you think field commanders now are essentially freelancing?
Well, they have many ways to communicate, and they can do that electronically, and they have backups to the backups to include couriers. I don't know for sure. My guess is that they are in communication, particularly with those units that are around Baghdad, the Republican Guard units that surround Baghdad essentially, and down in Al-Qut and up in the north near Kirkuk. So I think they probably are in communication with them. I don't think there's any doubt that they still have some command and control of those units.
And do you think they've essentially ordered their commanders to retreat towards Baghdad and suck the American forces into Baghdad for the big battle?
Don't know. We're going to have to watch and see how that develops. We're prepared for all sorts of contingencies, as we have been from the start of this conflict. One of the things that's good about the plan that General Franks and his people put together is that it's a very flexible plan, and we have the command and control to adapt to whatever situation we find on the battlefield. You saw a little bit of that last Wednesday night when very quickly we were able to hit what I would call a time-sensitive target. The planning and the execution of that operation was absolutely fantastic in terms of our ability to do it as quickly as we did it. You're seeing other flexibility on the battlefield now so far, and you'll see more in the future. We have a very adaptable, very flexible force that can quickly react to whatever the enemy presents.
On that Wednesday night attack, do you have any more information now on who might have been injured or killed in that attack?
No, I think that information is all still pending.
And so as far as you know, you don't know whether Saddam Hussein is dead, alive, or injured, or in control?
That's correct. You summarized it well, and that's my position. I suppose some people have their own views. My view is we don't know at this point.
You know, I asked you earlier about the weapons of mass destruction. What are the U.S. or coalition forces supposed to do if they come upon any biological or chemical weapons? You would think that a field commander might want to destroy them immediately, but are they under orders not to destroy them so they can collect them and show to the world that Saddam Hussein was lying?
First of all, any biological or chemical weapons are very, very dangerous. So the first thing they would do is cordon off a site where you suspected biological or chemical weapons to be. Then we have special teams that are with the forces and ready to go into those areas to further secure them and start the exploitation of the site and deal with those weapons of mass destruction. clearly, if we find weapons of mass destruction, my guess is we'd make that information available at the appropriate time.
Sir, the situation with Turkey has been quite complicated and even fractious, I think you'd say, over the last several days and weeks between the United States and Turkey. And obviously, United States forces will not be based on the ground in Turkey, but it has been reported that Turkey will allow overflights. Have any of those overflights happened yet?
Matter of fact, we had overflight last night to insert some forces into northern Iraq. Yes.
Were those the first ones?
Those were, I guess, technically they probably weren't the first ones, but under the provisions of the recent parliamentary vote, they were the first ones under that recent vote. That's correct.
Foreign Minister Gul has also said that Turkish troops would reserve the right to go into northern Iraq. Tommy Franks yesterday tried to downplay that, said he hasn't seen too much of it yet. But how much of a problem would it be if there were a massive intervention of Turkish troops into northern Iraq?
Well, clearly, any conflict in northern Iraq, other than the U.S. conflict with the Iraqi army, would be a problem. And so we have U.S. government policy that the Turkish forces should not go into northern Iraq other than to support refugee flows that might be heading towards the Turkish border. Up to now, we have not seen those flows, and therefore there's no need at this point for Turkish forces to go in there. Obviously, the Turkish government and the Turkish armed forces have the right to protect their country. We are working very closely with them on this matter, both on the diplomatic front and in military-to-military channels. The Turkish General Staff have been very cooperative at this point on this very issue, and we don't think it'll come to that situation that you described when we have Turkish forces going in a major way into northern Iraq.
But if they do, and if Turkish forces end up in skirmishes or battles with the Kurdish forces up in northern Iraq, what will the United States coalition forces do? Will they step in between them?
Well, what we're going to do is ensure that that does not happen. I'll go back to my previous answer and also add on that we have agreement with the forces in the region, not just the Turkish forces, but others, to have liaison elements together in sort of a command and control coordination center to make sure that there is no miscommunication and no misperception in terms of what each other's forces are doing. And we hope through that cell that has been put together with the fact that we have substantial forces on the ground now in northern Iraq, that we can avert that situation.
One of the pleasant surprises of the first few days of the war is that, unlike in 1991, there have been no Scud missile strikes against Israel. Do you believe that Iraq still has the capability to strike Israel with missiles?
You know, our judgment before all this began is that Iraq had up to a couple of dozen of Scud missiles, the longer range missiles. So far, we think the only missiles they've used are their shorter range missiles, those that are permitted under the law. So we have not seen them use Scuds to the best of our knowledge yet. But one of the reasons we think they have not used them is General Frank's plan had a very aggressive program out in western Iraq to ensure that potential launch locations were well covered by our forces, both air and ground. And so far, that coverage continues, and we will continue to look for any possibility that they might be setting up a Scud missile out there to launch, either towards Jordan or Saudi Arabia or Israel or wherever.
So at those launch locations, you say you secured the launch locations. Have you actually found any Scud missiles or no?
As far as I know, we have not found any to date.
One of the other issues that I know you were quite concerned about going into this war is civilian casualties. And General Franks at his press conference yesterday talked again and again and again about how precise the munitions you're using are. But the Iraqi information minister said today that 77 civilians were killed by cluster bombs and over 300 were injured. Is that true?
I don't know if it's true. You know, the one thing you can be sure of from the Iraqi regime is that they're masters at lying and distorting the truth. So I don't know what the truth is. What I do know is that the care that we have taken in this campaign to ensure that we only target militarily significant targets, that we avoid civilian infrastructure and places where civilians can be is probably unprecedented. I can also tell you that we've, in the first couple of days, we used essentially 100% of precision-guided munitions. As far as I know, we have not dropped any bomblet or cluster bomb units in any of these attacks. I'd have to go back and check, but I'm not sure that we have done that, certainly in and around the Baghdad area.
Holding those civilian casualties down is obviously an important diplomatic and political objective as well. As this conflict goes forward, is the U.S. military committed to analyzing and reviewing the battle plans and the battle effects for any civilian casualties and actually publicizing those results?
Well, I think if there are major incidents like we did in Afghanistan, we do go back and investigate any allegation that we targeted a civilian infrastructure or civilians in general. So certainly we'll follow up on that. That's just what we do.
You know, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, before this conflict began, was reported to have a 4- to 5-page list of worst-case scenarios in his desk that was made with input from you. How big is that list right now, and how does the list you put out compare with what's actually happened?
Well, some things come off the list early on. Some things remain on that list.
Like what?
Oh, early use of weapons of mass destruction. We've not seen the early use. They have not hit our troop concentrations yet in Kuwait with biological or chemical weapons, those sorts of things that we thought might happen early on. They have not, to the best of our knowledge, shot any of their surface-to-surface missiles into Turkey or into Jordan or into Israel. Those were things that, of course, would be on your what's the worst that could happen list. So some of those are scratched off. Some remain on to be determined, depending how this regime acts. And in fact, we just went over it yesterday.
Are there any new things that you've put on?
Let me think about that. There probably are. We've probably learned some things, and they don't come to mind right now, and I'm not sure I'd throw them out if they did.
Sir, finally, I also did want to talk a little bit about public support for the war. You mentioned the fact that you served in Vietnam, and public support for that war, the lack of public support has been evidence in the past of that it hurt the troops, both while they were fighting and when they came home. What do you think about the nature of public support right now?
Well, I think my view, excuse me just a minute while I cough here. My view is that the public support here in the United States and many places around the world is very solidly behind a coalition effort in Iraq. I think people realize that this is a very, very dangerous threat. You know, the fact that this whole war with terrorism and terrorists with weapons of mass destruction probably started, may have started earlier, but probably all the way back to the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, Lebanon. We might not have known it at the time or focused on it like we have now, but the world has gotten to be a much more dangerous place since then. And we've seen that time and time again. September 11th, 2001, it was pretty clear it was a much more dangerous world, and that terrorists and their supporters were willing to take exceptional risk and hold many, many thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, innocent men, women, and children in harm's way. And so I think the world is beginning to understand that a regime like Iraq that has produced and stores weapons of mass destruction, biological, chemical weapons, their desire for nuclear weapons, that this is just an intolerable situation in a world that is as untidy as it is, and with terrorist groups willing to sacrifice anything to bring devastation on the free world. So I think support will swing behind this even more as the days go on, as we discover what kind of regime this truly is. This is a brutal dictator, and as ugly as war is, an uglier thing is to have Saddam Hussein in power, terrorizing his people as he's done, killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of his people as he's done. That's a much worse prospect than war. We hope war is ugly, and nobody likes it, but we think at this point, given the Iraqi regime had 12 years to figure this out and disarm, that it's a course of last resort, but it's going to be effective. We will topple the regime. We will secure the weapons of mass destruction. We will rid the Iraqi land of safe haven for terrorists, and it'll be a better place in the region and in the world because of it.
General Myers, thank you very much.
George, thank you.
Since we've been on the air, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld now confirms that there are some American soldiers missing in Iraq, though he says he knows nothing about a missing U.S. aircraft. And we'll be back with more breaking news from the front after this.
Unlike Wall Street, your life doesn't stop every day at 4. Your hopes and dreams go beyond stocks and bonds. You want to guard and grow your portfolio and things more valuable than portfolios. At Merrill Lynch, our financial advisors know your financial life goes beyond Wall Street. So their advice goes further too. Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total. We make it all add up to more.
If it didn't have so much style, it'd be just like any other midsize car. The L300 from Saturn.
And now for more on that grenade attack last night at Camp Pennsylvania, we're joined by Time Magazine correspondent Jim Lacey, who was at the camp at the time of the explosion. Good morning, Jim. What can you tell us about what happened?
Well, approximately 1:45 in the morning here, there was 2 loud explosions in the tents directly beside my own. So I was immediately on the scene. As we know, the attack was undertaken by a American soldier. He had actually 4 grenades in his possession. He threw 3 of them. One, fortunately, was a dud, and the other 2 went off in 2 separate tents, wounding, and now, as we know, killing 1 soldier and wounding approximately a dozen others. At the exact same instant that the grenade attack took place, there was a scud warning here, so the troops were a bit confused initially about whether it was a scud intact or if they were under terrorist attack. Being right next to it, I knew that we hadn't gotten hit by a scud, so I walked over to the tents where the grenades had gone off, or the explosions. I didn't know what the explosions were, and there was already 2 soldiers lying outside, severely wounded. Some soldiers milling about, but other soldiers were already treating the soldiers' wounds. And within seconds of me being there, or maybe they were already there and I didn't notice them, sergeants arrived and began taking control. And remember, at this time, the suspicion was it was a terrorist attack somehow inside the camp. So they were setting up a security perimeter and making sure that go ahead.
I was going to say, did they have any idea at the time what had happened?
No, initially, and for at least a good 30 minutes more, there was they were absolutely sure it was a terrorist attack here. No one assumed that an American soldier would do this, and some of the command group was hurt or stunned in this. But the more important thing I noticed was that they got control of the situation pretty quickly, and I contributed that to an Army major and 2 captains who stayed there and calmed down all the soldiers, got the wounded out, got them taken care of, coordinated, making sure, seeing who was missing. And the amazing thing about that is that the 2 captains doing that were wounded during the grenade attack, and they basically stayed there in helping out, making sure the wounded were taken care of, and taking care of their own soldiers for 5, maybe 6 hours before they accepted any medical treatment themselves. So they were out doing what they were supposed to be doing and bleeding the entire time. And they did not allow the...
How seriously were they wounded?
I mean, not as seriously as many of the others. It was just an exceptional act that they had grenade fragments in them. They were still mobile, still able to move around, but you could see as you watched them that every step they took caused pain, and putting themselves in second place and putting the people who were injured in an uncertain terrorist situation, putting the people they were supposed to lead way ahead of them was, to me, an absolutely, just as a witness and sitting on the outside of it, awe-inspiring. But these
that really is exceptional, Jim.
Say again. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Jim. We're going to have to break away now. We have some breaking news in Baghdad. Richard Engel is in Baghdad. Thank you very much, Jim. Richard Engel in Baghdad. What do you have for us?
Well, George, there has been explosions going out around the city pretty much all day. In the last few moments, there was some much larger explosions that took place right in the center, about 4 impacts very close to where I am, which hasn't happened during the day yet. So it seems like the air campaign against Baghdad, while it's had this very odd kind of on and off type of style for the last 48 hours or so, is also now including targets right in the middle of Baghdad, George.
So earlier, those first 2 nights, most of the bombing was on the western side of Baghdad, across the river where all the government buildings are. You're now saying that the attacks are on your side of the river?
No, let me characterize it a little bit. The first 2 nights we saw these relatively light, well, they didn't seem so at the time, cruise missile strikes, I guess, at these target of opportunities. Then there was the major night where there was lots of strikes on the western side. Since then, we've had a pretty much consistent, every few hours, 1 bomb here, 1 bomb there, off in the distance. And it's been hard to predict. It's been very scattered. But it has been happening both day and night, varying in degrees of intensity. And just a few moments ago, it did intensify, and for the first time in this particular phase, it was right in the middle of Baghdad.
Can you see if there's been any reaction from where you are?
From where I am right now, the visibility is incredibly poor. As if you can see from the shot, there's a lot of fires still burning. About 24 hours ago, it seems that the Iraqis lit about 20 fires in a circle all the way around the perimeter of Baghdad. And these were oil in trenches, and the idea was to create a blanket of smoke to camouflage the city and give it some sort of smoke screen. And over the last 24 hours, a lot of this smoke is blended together, and the air is just sort of thick with black smoke and with oil fumes.
Okay, Richard Engel, but the bombing has begun again in Baghdad. Thank you very much. We'll be back with more breaking news after this from our ABC stations.
Duncan, the big men square up in a Western playoff preview. Lakers, Spurs, NBA Sundays on ABC. Today, coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern.
As a teacher, I'm proud that New Jersey ranks 2nd in the nation for students going on to college.
And 1st in the nation for schools offering advanced placement courses for college credit.
I teach the basics and more.
We teach the values of hard work and personal responsibility every day.
It takes all of us, schools and families together, to help children succeed.
As both a teacher and a parent, I'm proud of our schools.
The New Jersey Education Association. Great public schools begin with us.
Dave. Larry. How is that Dell consolidation going? TCO's down. Uptime? Highly available. Great. And you? Well, you know, we're still running a proprietary Unix-based system. Right.
A Dell flexible solution with Dell PowerEdge servers and Intel Xeon processors can help manage your enterprise for less. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
America's at war. Stay on top of the story here at home on Eyewitness News.
Reporting live from Doha, George Stephanopoulos.
And that helped us make sense of all of this news breaking from the front overnight and during the day today here in Baghdad and the region. We're joined by our panel of military experts. Retired General George Jalwan, the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Retired General Bill Nash, former commander of the U.S. Army's 1st Armored Division, and ABC military analyst Tony Kordsman. Thank you all for joining us. And Tony, let me begin with you, because it does seem like just in the last 12, 15 hours, there's been a lot of bad news for the U.S. military forces. The downed RAF plane, possible missing pilot in Baghdad, missing American soldiers, this fragging incident. Is this a sign to you that anything has gone seriously wrong, or does this just happen with war?
It does happen, George. I think a lot of this is expected. One plane is down, probably because of a difficulty with its transponder that says it's a friendly aircraft, but 6,000 sorties have been flown in this small area. We knew that there would be forces trying to get into our rear area. It seems that Saddam's eldest son, Qusay, has a force called Saddam's Fedayeen. That has been put into some of these cities to attack the U.S. forces, to create problems in dealing with them, and perhaps to ensure that the Shiites will not rise up against Saddam. And we have just begun, after one of the most rapid armored maneuvers in history, to advance into the areas where the Republican Guards, the heavy divisions, Iraq has. Up to this point, Iraq has about 26 divisions. We've really only encountered 2. And we are now, for the first time, on the edge of An-Najaf, a city where normally, at least, one of the Republican Guards divisions is located.
But General Nash, these troops are getting engaged in a little more resistance than they expected, aren't they?
Well, they are indeed, and I would caution that we should not underestimate the capacity of some to fight and the will to fight. And the same soldier that might desert in Kuwait will not necessarily desert in Iraq. And that brings the point that while unable to take on the American forces at the point of attack, I think in the wake of the major efforts, we'll find a lot of resistance coming from our rear or flanks. And that's what we're partially seeing today.
General Joan, I wonder if you could comment on a question I asked General Myers. I asked him if he thought that these field commanders were following direct orders from Baghdad or if they were essentially freelancing. Is this following a preordained plan in your view?
Are you talking about the Iraqi side?
The Iraqis, yes.
Yeah, well, what I think is happening, and I think you got to put it all in perspective, George, this rapid move of ours where we're bypassing some areas is to determine where will the Iraqis make their stand. If we stop at Nasiriyah without developing where these main forces are, I think we're not doing the job. So this rapid move is to find out where they want to fight. And the sooner we find that out, the better. And so that is going to imply some risk to our rear area and to our lead elements. But I think it's a worthwhile risk. And once we find them, then we could target them. So I would not overreact. I would say steady boy, steady here as we go along. There are going to be planes that go down. There are going to be incidents that occur. But we got to stay focused on the mission. And that's what I think you see happening with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force and with the 3rd Mechanized Division.
Tony Kordsman, what are we learning about where the Iraqis want to fight?
Well, one interesting thing is that normally one of the heavy regular Army divisions is in As-Samawa. That is midway between Nasiriyah and An-Najaf. That division didn't appear. We didn't see infantry divisions fight against our forces. It was evidently Saddam's Fedayeen light forces. Now we know that there are only regularly some 6 armored divisions or 6 regular divisions in the south. 2 of those have either defected or have been engaged. What we're beginning to see is more and more that if there's going to be a battle of Baghdad, it's going to be much nearer Baghdad, perhaps a third of the way into the city, and then perhaps meet more dense resistance. But one thing we also need to remember is 2/3 of the Iraqi army is north of Baghdad normally. It didn't move before the war. And out of those 6,000 sorties I mentioned, most of them are outside Baghdad, being directed against those forces, keeping them from moving or trying to destroy the Republican Guards.
Okay, Tony, General Joe on General National, I hope you'll stand by, but we have some more breaking news now coming out of the Pentagon. Martha Raddatz is there with more on the reports that Americans have been taken POW in Iraq. Martha?
George, we can tell you, according to a senior military official, there are 11 soldiers missing, and they are believed to have been captured by the Iraqis. These were maintenance soldiers. They were out in front on their way to repair something, and according to this senior military official, they took a wrong turn. Again, they believe these soldiers were captured by the Iraqis, 11 soldiers. I can also tell you there have been some battles raging around al-Nasiriyah. 50 Marines, according to this senior military official, have been wounded. Their vehicle apparently hit by some type of Iraqi artillery. George?
Martha, yes, Martha, Vice President Ramadan of Iraq was out early in the day saying they had these POWs and saying he was going to release pictures of them. Have the American officials heard anything about that?
They heard those same reports, and as you know, earlier this morning there were U.S. officials who said there weren't any soldiers missing. There was no one missing in Iraq as far as they knew. But let me give you a little context for this. There is so much happening in Iraq at one time. Oftentimes this information trickles up, and again, they are just getting word that 11 soldiers, they believe, were captured by the Iraqis. So this may very well have something to do with what the Iraqi vice president said earlier today.
Thank you, Martha. Okay, let me try to go back now to General Nash, Joel Wan, and Tony Korsman. General Nash, let me get your reaction to that. Fierce fighting in al-Nasiriyah, and now 11 American soldiers captured.
Well, that's exactly what I was talking about before, George. Unable to handle the American main attacks, and I think I agree completely with General Jowan. We have to keep our eye on Baghdad and the main Republican forces as we push to develop that fight. But one of the tactics that we can expect the Iraqis to take is to make it very difficult for our rear areas to operate, and we could probably expect these type of encounters that not necessarily fights our leading forces, but starts to focus on our rear area. It will be a long-term issue that we face.
General Joel Wan, I think it was 2 days ago that Saddam Hussein let word out, or his people let word out, that he would abide by the Geneva Convention. What would you expect would now happen to these American POWs?
That he would abide by the Geneva Convention. I would hope that would occur. Again, let's wait for clarification on all of that, but if they are captured, and we should expect that this will happen. Planes will go down, troops will get captured, troops will get killed. This is a war. But that he should abide by the Geneva Convention. And I think, Tony, with all the coverage of this, that he will.
Okay, and General Jowan, I also know that you knew the commander who was injured last night at Camp Pennsylvania's grenade incident. This kind of fragging incident wasn't common in the Persian Gulf War, though it was in Vietnam. What do you make of it, and what do you think it's going to do to the morale of the troops?
I think it's an isolated incident. I think the command structure will be put back together again. I think we'll have a short-term impact perhaps on morale, but the challenge would be for the division commander to get his brigade operations back up again and get them back onto the mission. That's the best thing that can happen to them now. And of course our thoughts go back to those families, but the Army has support groups back there that will take care of the families as well. But the now is to get them back focused on the mission.
And finally, Tony Korsman, we've heard so much from the General Franks, General Myers, and all the military leaders about the flexibility of the American battle plan, the fact that they can change plans on a dime, the fact that they moved up the plans on Wednesday night. Looking at the array of events that have happened in the last 24 hours, do you have any insight into what kind of adjustments they might now be making?
Well, George, I think the main lines of advance have become clear, but I think one of the key ones is the 101st Airborne has not been fully committed. That could allow them to maneuver virtually anywhere we meet resistance, insert a whole new element of U.S. capabilities. We haven't heard what's happened to the 82nd Airborne Brigade. That's another force they can bring in. We've heard that the 173rd is being prepared for movement out of Italy. That's not confirmed, but press reports. So we could see this battle change a lot in the West, possibly in the North, or in terms of air mobile operations to paralyze the forces that might get ahead of the spearhead of our armor in the U.S. Army and Marine Corps forces.
Okay, Tony Korsman, General Jolwin, General Nash, thank you very much. We'll be back with more after this.
See it unfold. See it inspire. If you have an idea, a plan, a dream, see it with CIT.
That's me with his whole family.
So you on a farm?
Yeah, imagine with my allergies.
This is Trisha.
Now, there's a new and different way to treat seasonal allergies. Singulair, the only seasonal allergy medicine that specifically blocks leukotrienes, an underlying cause of allergy symptoms. It's a once-a-day tablet that helps relieve a broad range of symptoms for a full 24 hours.
Yeah.
Side effects are generally mild and vary by age and may include headache, ear infection, sore throat, and upper respiratory infection. Ask your doctor about Singulair.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready to go for a tractor ride?
You know, I think I did just fine.
Singulair, a different way to treat seasonal allergies.
See it build. See it transform. If you have an idea, a plan, a dream, see it with CIT.
5, 6, 7, 8. The 5 best movies of the year in the Ultimate Showdown.
Keep your paws up.
Challenge accepted.
That is what we do.
You must fight. Gotta take my chances. Only one will take home Oscar. The Academy Awards Live, ABC Tonight.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, for the day's first word, turn first to Good Morning America. Then, ABC News is there with breaking developments across the day, reporting live with advancing U.S. troops. And tomorrow night, for what you need to know, turn to Peter Jennings and World News Tonight.
It has been a day of fast-breaking and somewhat unusual developments today, and one of the most unusual is some video we saw earlier this morning. It showed Iraqi civilians saying that they were searching and even shooting possible downed U.S. pilots in Baghdad. You see them going into the weeds there. I said they were on a mission. You hear the shots there, and they were going to take them on. All part of this new real-time war where Americans are seeing, and the whole world is seeing this war fought out in real time from the embeds and from the Iraqi video. It's a very different kind of war, and a war, one more time, as George Will reminds us, that points out the difference between civilians and the military. George?
George, military people sometimes say, no one likes to fight, but someone had better know how. These days, civilians are reminded of that truth. Most Americans never serve in the military. Many Americans have few, if any, military acquaintances. But most civilians know military values are distinctive and admirable. Witness the popularity of the movie Saving Private Ryan, the series Band of Brothers, Tom Brokaw's book, The Greatest Generation. When military men and women talk about their duties and motivations, they do not sound like the rest of us. And aren't we glad? We expect from the military a special and especially demanding stance toward life, for a reason. Few civilians have jobs where mistakes are as calamitous as mistakes can be in war, or in the dangerous daily training for war. If you ever see night operations on an aircraft carrier, your first thought may be, whatever these people are paid, it's not enough. But your second thought will be, no one, not the pilots, not the deck crews whose average age is about 19, is here for the money. In recent years, there has been so much talk about the armed forces as peacekeeping instruments, and so much talk about forcing the services to conform to this or that norm of civilian society, that many Americans have forgotten one fact that explains the unclosable gap between civilian and military cultures. The fact is this: the purpose of the military is to be prepared to inflict violence in defense of civilian society. As he did so often, this man, George Orwell, said it well. He said, "We sleep safely in our beds because rough men stand ready to visit violence on those who would do us harm." Still true.
Thank you, George. That concludes the first part of our 2-hour broadcast. Some of our stations may be cutting away. For the others, there's more ahead, including our exclusive interview with the commander of the British forces in Iraq, our roundtable, and a voice from the past, commander of the First Gulf War, Norman Schwarzkopf, 12 years ago on This Week.
In times like these, the 3 most important words in late night are
Tonight on Nightline
and This Week. Ted Koppel on the front lines with the advancing 3rd Infantry Division.
This summer, find your element with Cayman Islands H2Go. Travel between May 1st and October 31st and save over $2,000. Stay 4 nights and receive an extra night free. Book with Delta Vacations and your companion flies free. Call 1-800-755-4224.
Defense, not just at the George Tenet, Don Rumsfeld level, but it's knitted together all the way down to the ground. And there are occasions when an excellent piece of intelligence is available, and a military leadership like General Franks and his folks were able to respond flexibly, promptly, and utilize that intelligence in a way that was effective.
So you had an excellent piece of intelligence that Saddam Hussein was in that complex.
I didn't say that. I said we had an excellent piece of intelligence that senior regime leadership.
Senior regime leadership. Including Saddam Hussein?
I did not answer that, and I don't plan to. I don't. It is so complicated, and that I wouldn't be able to do it justice in a quick Q&A.
Well, Mr. Secretary, let me ask you this. This morning, we're getting reports from the British press. I'll just read you what they're reporting. Tony Blair's war cabinet was told by intelligence chiefs yesterday that Saddam Hussein survived last week's attack in that bunker but sustained serious injury. They say they have learned that ministers were told that the Iraqi leader had been so badly wounded he needed a blood transfusion, and that his son Uday, also thought to have been injured, may even have been killed. Would that jibe with the reports that you're getting?
You know, if you're not there on the ground and able to question 2 or 3 people and then triangulate what people saw, it's very hard to develop conviction about what actually took place. I have heard all these reports. I've read intelligence. We have had people on the ground who have opined and I'm sure very honestly and accurately reflected what they think they saw. Mm-hmm. But if there's a car accident out in front of this building right now and there's 20 people out there, they'll get 20 different opinions as to what happened, whose fault it was, and how it all turned out.
Well, do you have any indication that their command and control has been disrupted? For one, just sitting back here and watching this, it would appear that it's very disorganized, their response to this.
We hear those kinds of reports from the field, that there seems to be some disarray. If you think about it and put yourself in their shoes, what's happening is I see these images on television and people commenting that we're bombing Baghdad. We're not bombing Baghdad. That is a precise attack on the regime of Saddam Hussein. That's what's being targeted, and that is what's being hit, and they know it. And the military targets in there are being hit, the communications targets are being hit, and they know that's what's happening. That has to affect their judgment. It has to affect how they behave, and at some point we're finding people in the field, at least, starting to surrender. Units are calling up and saying we want to surrender, and we're communicating with them and finding ways to do that. Still other units are fighting, and there's resistance going on.
Well, is what you're saying is you had good information that there were some people in the top command in this bunker.
That's true.
And from what you know now, you hit that bunker.
There was a lot more than a bunker. It was a very large complex, and there were multiple aim points in that complex.
Who and whether anybody survived is what you don't know, but you know you hit where you thought they were.
You bet your life.
But take it one step further. You said people on the ground thought they saw things. Were there people on the ground who thought they saw a badly injured Saddam Hussein being taken out of that complex?
Look, the task here is to change the regime and find the weapons of mass destruction and put in place a government for the Iraqi people that's representative of them. The outcome is clear. There is no question but that when this will be over and Saddam Hussein and his regime will be gone. Whether it happens last night, tonight, or the next night, no one can predict. But it will end and he will be gone.
But killing Saddam is a good start to changing the regime.
That's true, it would be, but there are many other people involved with his regime that are every bit as repressive and vicious.
But to win this war, you've got to get Saddam. It seems to me to win this war, you've got to do two things. You've got to get Saddam Hussein, and you've got to find those weapons of mass destruction.
To win this war, we have to see that that regime is gone, doesn't exist, is not in control of that country. If one looks at a map, it's pretty clear they haven't controlled the northern part of their country for years, and they don't today. We have a growing number of troops up there. The west, they don't control. We have troops pretty well moving all around that western portion. And the forces coming in from the south are moving towards Baghdad. Now, that means that the air is dominated by coalition aircraft, not by Iraqi aircraft.
Have they launched any aircraft? Do they have any to launch?
They do have aircraft, and they've dispersed them. They've parked some near mosques, so we can't attack them. They've parked them near schools and hospitals. It is the lack of respect for human life by the Iraqi regime is just breathtaking.
Do you have any, can you enlighten us? We keep hearing these reports that you're making contacts with various people about surrendering, about what they should do next. Can you give us any information about that? And
sure.
Are some of the people you're talking to members of this elite Republican Guard?
The contacts that are being made are not U.S. government to Iraqi government at senior political levels. The contacts that are being made tend to be military contacts, and they are extensive. There's a lot of communication going on. A number of units have surrendered. We have a number of prisoners of war that are being treated under the Geneva Convention. And of course, that's a violation of the Geneva Convention, those pictures you show, if in fact those are soldiers. But every hour or two, a report comes in suggesting that this outfit may or may not be willing to surrender, and then some decide they will. In some cases, they bring the troops with them. In some cases, it's the senior people, and the troops just kind of go back into their villages and communities. There are discussions with Republican Guard leaders in selected places, and needless to say, our goal is to have this done with the minimum loss of life. On the coalition side and on the Iraqi side. The Iraqi people are hostages of a very repressive regime. And to the extent the Iraqi military will act with honor and stop supporting a regime that's history, it's done, and help liberate the Iraqi people and help find the weapons of mass destruction and destroy them.
cities, and some of the men have begun to do so, but they've left a lot of the women and children behind. And certainly as this goes on and the weather continues to be cold, raining and freezing most nights, it will be a major problem. So the government here is beginning to get aid from international agencies, which will certainly help. And in the next few days, we probably will see more formal tent cities springing up to better care for these refugees. Paula?
Jane Araf, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on today. Now let's go back to Kuwait City, where Bill is standing by. Bill, I haven't been able to ask you this all morning, but how much shock was there when this American GI was arrested for allegedly rolling grenades into a command tent?
Now, quite a bit, Paula. The news rippled through the 101st, not only in Kuwait, but also in Iraq. We heard one person on CNN several hours ago say, you know, we come halfway around the world, in his words, to fight the enemy, not to fight each other. And anytime this happens, it certainly sends a shock and a shrill through just about everyone involved here at the U.S. military. Word traveled fast. Many people said they were frankly disappointed. However, they will put this behind them, they say, and move forward with the objective, and that is, they say, to take on the Iraqis to the north. Speaking of Iraq, Paul, I want to show you a nighttime picture right now. It's just a bit before 7 o'clock in Baghdad. The nighttime picture, night has fallen. The street lights are still on. The electricity is still working, at least in many parts of the Iraqi capital. And the Pentagon has pointed out their briefings many times that the targets on the ground in Baghdad are not aimed to knock out the electricity or power in Baghdad. They say they want to keep a large portion of the infrastructure still intact. And they also point to the fact that bridges are still erected across the Tigris River in downtown Baghdad. Again, a bit before 7 o'clock local time in the evening, Sunday night in Baghdad. Let's move away from the Iraqi capital now, get you out to the waters and the USS Lincoln, where CNN's Kira Phillips now checks in. We've heard from Kira off and on for the past 5 days. What's happening now, Kira? A bit loud earlier. Are they still flying at this point?
Oh, yeah, a lot still going on, Bill. Flight operations over Iraq continuing. Strike fighters launching and recovering off the USS Abraham Lincoln all through the day, all through the night. They continue to shape the battlefield for the troops on the ground, as they tell me. Now, one of the biggest concerns for pilots is the troops on the ground. When I talk to them, when they come back, they always say the adrenaline gets pumping because they're so concerned when they see the troops. So the purpose of today, mainly, two different purposes rather, strike fighters dropping bombs on certain targets. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But forward air control, FAC operations, extremely important. Pilots launch over into Iraq, find out where the troops are, and basically provide protection. If the troops on the ground feel a threat is ahead, they will talk with the strike fighter pilots in the air. They will gather the pictures, the intelligence, and forward that on to other aircraft in the air. And if indeed it is a threat ahead, they will drop bombs on those targets. Other targets that they've been conducting bomb drops yesterday and today, leadership compounds, runways, air defense systems, command and control sites, a number of tanks, and other facilities such as Republican Guard special operations warehouses. That took place yesterday. Hundreds of Tomahawk missiles continuing to be launched from destroyer squadrons in Iraq. Now, something else that has come up recently, and that is the threat of mines. Mines out here in the Persian Gulf. Earlier today, we heard from Captain Phil Green. He's a commander of one of the destroyer squadrons, and this is what he had to say.
We have faced a terrorist threat since we arrived in the Gulf. Threats from explosive-laden vessels, mines, and low, slow-flying aircraft continue today. Surface shotguns work closely with their respective carriers to support the vital surveillance effort.
So as you can see, there's a number of threats still out here in the Persian Gulf, not only on the ground in Iraq, the military tells me, but also out in the water. These vessels coming out of Iraq, they say, mine-laden, a number of explosives. Also the mines that exist out in the water. There are buoyant mines. There are mines laying at the bottom of the seabed. A lot of interesting vessels out here, including coalition vessels. We had a chance to spend some time on a British mine-hunting ship. divers on board that actually go into the water, seek out these mines, and detonate them before they can cause any harm to civilians or other ships within the battle group, Bill.
Kira, a bit of the news of the day for you. The Iraqis say there is a downed pilot, a coalition pilot in Baghdad. No evidence to support that. The U.S. strongly denies that they're missing any pilots or aircraft. I mentioned earlier that word travels fast. Has it traveled there on the Lincoln?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked me about that, Bill. I've been working that story throughout the day also. I've been watching the pictures. Everybody's been watching that video, those video pictures via Iraq. The word here is there has been a count. All strike fighters, all aircraft off the carriers, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, have been accounted for. Something interesting, I started asking around, asking different intelligence officers, and I asked them, does this surprise you? Do you think there is credibility to that? And they mentioned something that they refer to as internal propaganda. They think it's highly likely that this could be some type of fabrication. That is the talk around here, and they said if indeed that there was a downed pilot, communications would be happening quickly, and that information would be getting out quickly, and we would have a sense for it here on the carrier if indeed there was validity to that story, Bill.
All right, Kira Phillips embedded on board the USS Lincoln back here in Kuwait. Quickly want to show you a portion of what appeared to be a 4-hour firefight outside of Qasr involving U.S. Marines on one side and the Iraqi soldiers on the other. Oftentimes this videotape that we took in a live video feed earlier today get caught quite graphic. Dust flying, bullets flying, tanks shooting shells as well. We're told that after about a 4-hour period, the U.S. Marines did accomplish their objectives and had moved on from that position again on the outskirts of Qasr. I want to remind you yet again that we are hearing throughout the U.S. military and the British military and also our embedded journalists that they say there are pockets of resistance that continue to pop up throughout the southern part of Iraq, yet more evidence today with that firefight that we watched live. Now to Leon Harris at the CNN Center for more. Leon, hello.
Yes, Bill, what I've got now is more information we've gotten from some of our embedded correspondents who have been calling in with confirmation that they have seen instances where Iraqi troops are using women and children as human shields on the battlefield. Now, this is something that U.S. war planners had anticipated. This is not much of a surprise, but this is something that needs to be considered in their execution of their plans from here on out. So let's go now to Renee San Miguel and Brigadier General David Grange here at CNN headquarters to talk about what this is going to mean down the road. Gentlemen?
Yeah, Leon, thank you. We were going to talk a little bit about what was going on with the reports of the human shields, but first we want to bring everybody up to date on where the troops are in relation to what's going on with Nasiriyah. General David Grange joins me right now. Let's go ahead and just circle this on the map and let everybody know what's going on and why you think they are running into, what kind of resistance do you think that they are running into in Nasiriyah, the Marines?
Well, there's resistance from Iraqi units that are not that tough. In other words, the reputation is not that robust. However, I think they're being influenced by either Republican Guard or paramilitary forces that have a way to persuade others to fight or put up resistance. Plus, again, using the civilians to help protect themselves from land warfare between two forces.
And the idea of also those human shields would keep close air support, what is known as close air support, but basically calling in fighter jets to come in and clear the way for the coalition ground troops.
Well, their intent is to negate some of the capabilities that coalition forces have. However, the coalition forces have a variety of means to overcome a problem like this.
Okay, and we won't talk about those because we don't want to give too much away. Let's talk about what parts of the Iraqi military may be using those human shields. The Fedayeen Saddam, an elite paramilitary unit, about 30 to 40,000 strong. What do we know about them?
Well, I think they've been sent throughout Iraq to where some of the weaker units are located in order to influence those not to surrender by fear of death. So they have fear of death in front of them, they have fear of death behind them. They're in a very tough situation, obviously, and I think a lot of these units would probably capitulate if you didn't have that kind of pressure, and that's a tactic used by Saddam's leadership in order to enforce these people to stay in place.
Okay. Now, we had heard reports that it was the Fedayeen Saddam, but also possibly units from the Republican Guard as well. And this is, said to be 60 to 70,000 strong. And this is supposed to be the best of the best.
Well, the best that they have, and we don't know exactly who's doing this, but that's what they do. I mean, that's a tactic that they use others to reinforce. And if you look at any reports on the array of Iraqi forces throughout the theater, you usually have rank and file type units up front, behind them the hardcore units like the Republican Guard, the more trusted units to Saddam.
Picture it as some of the regular Iraqi army facing coalition troops, guns in front of them, and their own Iraqi guns from the Republican Guard and the Fedayeen Saddam behind them. They have no choice but to fight and also to use these human shields.
Right.
We also want to bring in Chad Myers, a CNN meteorologist at this point, to talk a little bit more about the weather and how that's going to affect. We understand that some sandstorms are possibly, some heavy sandstorms are heading the way. Chad?
Exactly. We talked about and have been talking about the speed and how fast these guys are going, driving 16, 20 hours a day, and why. Well, the big story is a very unclassified, very large sandstorm in the making. Two storms coming together, one over Europe and one over Africa. They're coming over the eastern Mediterranean, phasing together as storms do sometimes over the east coast of the United States, called a nor'easter. Now, there isn't an ocean out here to make this thing even stronger, but there will be winds on the south